them before I could regroup with my friends. You must be the worm. Now that I've run into you, I just can't say goodbye and leave now, can I? No. Hey, damn, sorry about that, Kalpa. Oh, that's right, that's right. Sorry about that. I didn't really have a chance to get on before 1. Um, what's up, man? How you doing? Hope you like that. I can take you 2-on-1. Alright, well, the head told me to avoid combat as much as possible. I don't really like getting told off. Okay, number 8, you fight him and you can take the fall. Number 9, got it, I'll take the fall. They came at me 1-on-1, must be treating this like a game. The guy I choked out who called himself number 9 was pretty tough, but I'd taken the upper hand, so I thought that's good enough. I should have figured it would come to this. So I'll just have to get chewed out later. But that giant, he was in a league of his own. It wasn't since the president whooped my ass when I first signed up that I felt utterly helpless. Hey, what's up? No way am I the only one here. I might be the goat, I'm starting to think. You might be the goat. Mayhaps. Perchance. What'd you want? I'm just starting to have fun here. Something's coming this way. Oh, really? We're out of time. Okay. You stay here and watch Sekibayashi until he's eliminated. If whoever comes here is an enemy, get rid of him. What's up, Lapis? How you doing? What's up, cool man? If you don't have a chance of winning, shoot to get eliminated with him. And remember, you're doing all of this on your own discretion. Am I clear? Yes, I'm doing this at my own discretion. And that's when you showed up. Yeah, I sure ran into him at a weird time. First thing I saw was the old fart sunbathing. He was on vacation. Or are you calling an old fart, asshole? I was playing dead and signaling that there was a nearby enemy. I see. Yo, what's up? Have you read Chainsaw Man? Nope, I have not read it anytime soon. I see. That must be what I saw. You picked just the right time to show up, Arlong. You made the perfect distraction for that jackass. But if I know you, you would have played dead and waited for a chance to take him by surprise, even if we hadn't showed up, would you? Yeah, but I wouldn't know how. But I don't know how if that would have worked. Like I told you earlier, the giant with the goggles was in a league of his own. He's bad news. The worms we fought so far got nothing on him. Well, the numbers add up. The Sekibayashi and the intruder number 8. Oh, wait, no, number 9. This must be tougher than I thought. Damn you. Ninja art. King. Oh, it just falls down. Where the fuck are you? I'm waiting for you, Ryan, the god of the underworld, Gilbert Wu. Congratulations on making it to the second stage. This is an announcement from the King Association. Excuse me, let me start over. There's an announcement about a new rule added to the second arena. New rule? What is this now? They're adding a new rule? You mean you didn't know about this earlier? I wasn't told anything, and from the look of things, neither was Sayaka. I think the only people with any advanced knowledge are the people who made the rules. That'd be Mr. Nagi, Mr. Katahara, and the heads of the worm, Ahem. In order for you to engage in combat more actively, we're setting a clear condition. A clear condition sounds like a game. And that is, the final area now has a condition for entry. You must stop at least one other transmitter. Damn, wait, what? Why didn't you say so sooner? I was just thinking the rules were too lax. Guess they're ramping it up. Should have taken Sekibayashi out myself. I guess we can't play pretend anymore. Let's get at it. Kowloon. Oh! Come on. I did see your comment. Come on. Not this bullshit. They had to get the guys to fight each other. Eon called Rezi a pick-me girl. She is kind of a pick-me girl, to be honest. She really was a pick-me girl. This is definitely Naruto versus Luffy. Listen, I'm allowed as a content creator. I am allowed to, do whatever the fuck I want, but mostly it's I just wanted to catch up on the new chapter. I like starting off streams by reading chapters. Anyway, welcome. How's everybody doing today? How is everybody doing? How's everybody feeling? Happy Wednesday, happy days, happy times. We're in the middle of the week. We're gonna get started on some work today, actually. Let's get the drive active. All right. Now that we got that set up, bro, you did not read the Rezi arc. She was a fucking pick-me girl. You're not going to convince me otherwise. I did read the goddamn arc. Still a fucking pick me girl. Listen, a girl that still falls in love with you, even though she was doing pick me shit, is still a pick me girl. It does. I don't give. There's no other two ways about it. I read the fuck out of it. How can you beat the allegations of doing multiplication is a lot of math? Not necessarily that. I did read the comment. The math, at least from the perspective of where Six was bringing it up, I can't say that like the math was necessarily wrong, though. I'm not exactly saying that I agree with it either. When it comes to, I don't know if I'm necessarily okay with the idea of saying like Sukuna is like 1,000 times the speed of light. You could argue it if you'd like. I'm not sure if I would go for the argument, but it's fine. At the end of the day, quantification, something, it's about that. Resi is cool, Eon is on something. She's a pick me girl, what do you want me to tell you? Legitimately, she literally showed up, did the whole thing. She's a bum, Bakugo's better. Okay, but we're not talking about it in terms of power scaling or any of that crap. What's up? Alright, guys, so time for an announcement. Time for a little announcement. I had a conversation with the moderators as more and more of you show up. I had a conversation with 1,000 times. Just the thing we were going over yesterday that my mod specifically brought up. Do Black Flash not boost speed? They boost your overall combat performance. They boost your overall combat performance by 120% of your output. I'm not gonna necessarily say that he would be that fast through all of that. All I'm saying is that, like, you know, my mod did the math. They got what they got. I'm not gonna tell them that they're wrong. It is what it is. I'm more with the idea. No, Black Flashes are not permanent buffs. They're not permanent buffs. Regardless. So, okay, my mods came to me with a conversation that I was actually talking about. My mods came with me, one of my mods, specifically the Lapis and then Six, came to me in order to say, you know, Eon, I think we need to talk about, like, you know, the overall output and input of, like, distraction between, you know, you and, like, you know, other people in the chat. I agreed with them. Something that I felt, what effects makes the Black Flash? I feel like it's one of those cases where, like, a Black Flash. Okay, so to answer this quick, with Black Flashes, they increase your current capabilities in combat by about 120% of your maximum potential. What now? Do Black Flashes wear off? I can't tell you. I would assume so. I would actually agree with the idea that Black Flashes do eventually run out, but I wouldn't say that it happens mid-fight. I would actually argue that it happens after everything settles down. What amount of time? What amount of how long after the fight? I don't really care. I don't think it's something that we need to be pedantic about, but I don't think that a Black Flash amp just sticks around forever. Okay, now that that's aside. I had one of my mods came to me. We had a conversation about this, and it's something that I agreed with them even after ending stream yesterday. I'm gonna be honest with you guys in that I'm just gonna be straight up. Use empty user because it's stated, but those have done it have a better understanding of CE afterwards. Yes, they do have a better control and understanding of their cursed energy afterwards. They have a greater and deeper understanding of cursed energy than anyone who doesn't land a Black Flash. But that aside, something that I felt yesterday and something that I also mentioned, I don't know if anybody picked up on, is that, like, I do at times get anxiety from starting up stream just because I don't like my cortisol levels. I don't like my stress to go up because of pedantic small little points that honestly don't matter in the longer end of it. But it's not even just that. It's the idea that, I guess, as I started up the channel and I guess as I got into more and more so power scaling, and I knew that power scaling in and of itself is generally considered a very toxic endeavor, just because, you know, when you have ideas or beliefs that in time and in kind will clash with other people, it does cause a bit of, I guess you could say, a bit of a clash between ideals between two people, right? But at the end of the day, power scaling and just talking about anime and manga as a whole. It's just people talking about fiction and the things about fiction that they like and the things about fiction that they don't like. I think what we all can agree on is that the part of power scaling in fiction that we like is figuring out how strong people are, how strong characters are, and what time is it where you guys live? Oh, well, you can see right here for me. But anyway, so in that regard, I've always thought that the most important thing to have when it comes to power scaling and when it comes to just any kind of discussion is dialogue. I do believe in the idea of dialogue, and I do believe in the idea of having a conversation. But I also believe in the idea of not having a conversation if it's not going to be conducive towards anything, if it's not going to be constructive, and if ultimately it's going to reach a point of toxicity where, people are getting upset over really dumb shit. The issue that I guess I've been having over the last few streams, and the reason why I've been so stressed out, is because I'm kind of on this constant state of like having to, I guess I'm on this constant defensive state when I guess I start up streaming, because I have to be able to back up my ideas, back up my points, and whether it's 10 people, 25 people, 30 people, or 80 people, however much we've had on stream, either at our highest or our lowest, there are a lot of people that are going to come in here that obviously will disagree with some of my takes and will agree with some. And I think both of those are fine. I don't have an issue with anybody disagreeing with any of my takes. However, the point where I feel like, and one of the things the point where I feel like it kind of becomes a bit of an issue, and one of the points where I feel like it gets to an extent where even I'm not enjoying what it is that I'm doing, and where I feel like a bit of a hypocrite on my own end. Not just because I'm becoming frustrated myself at having discussions with certain people, but because I feel like, when I started the channel, I wanted to have this dialogue, I wanted to have these conversations, and I've had the energy in the past to talk to people that, might have takes that I genuinely just cannot agree with in the slightest bit. At the end of the day, something that I've never liked to do is just muting people, is just the idea of having to mute someone for the simple sake of, I disagree with you. I don't think anything that you're saying is even remotely constructive to what is happening. And all you're really doing, even if it's not with the intention of rage baiting, is that you're pissing me off, or you're basically distracting me from getting work done. At the end of the day, I don't think that it is serious enough to where I should get to the point where I have to block someone unless they're, spewing some random wild shit in chat or whatever. That's always fine. But like, when it comes to certain people, especially certain people that, if they disagree with me, I think that is completely fine. If they choose to have a completely 180, if they choose to have a perspective that is a complete 180 from where I'm at, I think is also completely fine. I've never once said that anything that I've said is objectively true. I don't think that Luffy objectively beats Naruto because I'm not the author. I've never been the author, and that goes for every one of my other fights. Kaido versus Madara, Sukuna versus Madara, can Naruto actually stop the Arc Noah? Like, I don't think that any of those takes are objectively correct. I just simply put it as this is an idea that was either brought up to me or that I had myself. I did some research, here is my take, so on and so forth. This is what I'm presenting. Anyway, I know that we're losing a couple of viewers because they don't want to hear this shit, but the point is, starting on from here on out, there will be the mods and I will have a bit of a system where if people want to have a conversation with me about any of the things that I'm saying, but they are not willing to provide any evidence and are only here to either distract or to sort of, I guess, I don't really want to use the word cope, but I guess it's probably the most... I guess it is probably the best word to use here. People that are going to cope and say that their beliefs or whatever the fuck they think is objectively true and everybody here is wrong, even if they cannot provide it or back it up. All I'm going to say is that we need that if anybody here is going to disagree with me or they want to bring up some extra points or they want to bring up a new line of scaling or a new interpretation of something, I think that is all completely fine. I think that it is all completely reasonable, but I also think that it is up to you. I do think that it is up to you as the person that is feeding me this new piece of information or this new piece of evidence. I think it is up to you to also bring up your evidence yourself. You cannot just, at least, I feel like one of the biggest issues with misinformation and just with, in general, just certain beliefs is that if you cannot back it up in the slightest bit, and if you are bringing up an idea, etc., so on and so forth, if it's not for the sake of a joke, it's not a bit, it is you legitimately saying, this is this, but no, I will not elaborate more on it, I will not I will not back up my takes, and I will not, the only thing I will do is feed you an interpretation of something that you have to read a specific way. If you are not providing the evidence yourself, and you are not saying, check out this chapter, you are not essentially giving me the information, we're going to not so much tally it up, but if it becomes an issue with, like, let's say some of the people from yesterday or some of the people from the past few streams, I'm simply going to say, you know what, I do not feel like you are going to add anything to this conversation, and you are likely going to get banned from the channel. It is not because it's not because people have takes that I disagree with, and it's not out of a sheer sense of, oh, well, you know, this person is XYZ. More so, it's just of a sheer sense of, if we want to have a constructive conversation about this, we can. I don't mind having a back and forth with anybody in chat. I genuinely do not mind that. But at the same time, if you are going to try and reinforce your point over and over again, you need to have evidence. And that's not just for myself, that is also for anybody in chat that you would like to have a debate with. It's one thing to say that your interpretation of a specific scene, a specific moment, a specific feat or statement is different from somebody else. It's another thing to simply make up information or say that everybody else is the problem because you cannot back up your claims, and I think that's the biggest issue here. I do not like going into rants at all, honestly. Sometimes it's fun, sometimes I'm in the mood for it, but it's not okay to try and divert the entire conversation and make it about you because you simply cannot accept somebody else's opinion and you can't even back up your own claims. That is the part that kind of gets to me. I'm fine with anybody having any take whatsoever as long as there is some level of actual in-depth logic and reasoning in addition to evidence that can at least support what they are saying. Anyway. And I also say this in part because I'm the type of person that I read out chats out loud. I don't know if this has been something that you people have noticed, that all of you and anybody else has come here has noticed. I read chats out loud. I like to read out loud. So in a regard where we're just having back and forths, and then I'm having people constantly hit me up with Eon, where they're constantly tagging me in things. It's going to take my attention. I have a very short attention span. It's going to take my attention, and I'm going to want to focus on that. So I just wanted to make that clear. I wanted to have this conversation with you guys, and I kind of wanted to, just go into it because, in all honest truth, I like having conversations with you guys. I don't mind it. I don't mind it when you guys have me, essentially back up my claims. If you guys say, okay, can you please show us the chapter where you're getting this from? And if you guys tell me, hey man, can you check out this chapter that you're probably missing something from here? I'm fine with doing it. I don't mind saying that I'm wrong if I guess you're right. I don't mind saying if you guys are right if I misinterpreted something. That's fine. But if everything that you're going to say just comes from, well, why can't you just believe what I say? Why is my interpretation wrong? And it's just because you chose to view something in a certain way that isn't even remotely implied, stated, or shown in the slightest bit. You can't be upset at someone for saying, yeah, no, this is kind of sounding like bullshit. But anyway. Yeah, you feel like you have to talk to everyone who disagrees with you while justifying your takes, doing the stream and dealing with people that you call closed-minded. How could power scaling not be toxic? After all, we're talking about one of the most important things in life, which fictional character is stronger. It's not something we uselessly talk about like human rights. Yeah, that's true. If you talk about everyone who don't agree with you, you're gonna be talking forever. Yeah, that's true. The great Kalpa type shit spitting out here. It's hard to have a productive conversation with someone who has an agenda, completely understands what you're saying. Yeah. And sometimes I feel like people just don't understand what it is that you're saying. I feel like people are just so set in their ways because They just don't want this. They don't like this idea that, oh hey, maybe the thing that I like, or maybe the thing that I believed in this whole time is being challenged, and I just don't like that idea. Power scaling is supposed to be fun, not a chore. Once people have an agenda, it isn't fun anymore. Yeah, some people really get pesky because of some imaginary matchups. So basically, to sum it up, Ian is saying, don't be a dick and have logic and source for your argument. Am I right? Yeah, pretty much. I feel like this is a very good idea. Yeah, I hope this allows you to also get a breathing room during streaming. Nobody's going to judge you if you ever want to take a break. You're healthy. Yeah, that's the thing. I've also been thinking about, I was even having a conversation with my mom about this yesterday. I'm like, I don't know if the channel might always end up being power scaling. Like, eventually as the years might go, I might end up going into other things just because it's like, depending on how, because I'm still fairly, I want to say I'm fairly new to YouTube. I've been doing it for over a year and a half now. If I'm a little under a year and a half actually, but like a full year and a half anyway. But like, actually no, 2 years now. I started in 2023. 2 years now. I've been doing YouTube for a little over 2 years now. So I can't say I'm new to it, but I also can't say that like if I end up having some tenure on this website, I might always stick to power scaling, especially if it's like this. And I wouldn't like that to be the case, but it's also like at some point I got to think about like if it's bringing me enough joy in comparison to like, you know, all the headaches and all the arguments and all the stress that I get just from having to deal with people that genuinely do not want to have a constructive conversation, or do not at least want to understand that, hey, listen, you can believe whatever you want to believe, but your reasoning and logic is not going to ever change my mind because of how flawed and illogical it is. Power scaling only becomes fun when the environment around it is fun as well. For example, if everyone is against Eon's take in chat, boy, he won't be streaming anymore. I mean, if I have an exceptionally bad take that everybody disagrees with me with, and I'm just not capable of seeing it, that's not even on you guys at that point. It's just on me, right? It's not on anybody else. It's not on anybody else, really, at that point. Basically, we just like to have... because we like you have different opinions, but if you keep insisting upon yourself without evidence, that's where we have a problem. Correct it. It's mostly Naruto fans. I don't want to say it's mostly Naruto fans because it's not a specific group of people either. You'll find this for Bleach. You'll find this with Naruto. You'll find this with Superman. You'll find this with any kind of person out there. Every person like this exists, even in One Piece. Like there's no quote insert pop media culture reference unquote fan base, right? It's just people in general that do not have the... I don't even want to say do not have the ability, don't want to have a genuine discussion about this. They're gonna debate every argument you have while providing absolutely no proof for everything they claim. Kind of sad that it's come to just because fans can't accept it. Bro is farming the desk hockey, that's why he got serious like a Kainu. At that point, just take it as rage bait. Eon is absolutely necessary that you take care of your health, so I agree a crash out once a week would be fine for me. There's a reason many big streamers don't read chat. Appreciate justification. It's understandable. But that's the thing. I like having chat. I like giving you guys a voice as well. I like hearing what you guys want to say. That's why this is a community. This is a way to interact. It might be just me. It might be you guys just listening to me, but I still like to hear what you guys have to say. And I don't know if this is necessarily going to be feasible. I mean, it's not. I don't know if this is exactly going to be feasible if I ever reach a point where I have like enough subscribers where the chat's constantly moving. But you know, even then, it's just about, you know, giving you guys a voice as well. After people call him closed-minded because he asked for proof. Look at the bright side. The Naruto Glazers will be on your side when you start working on Bleach review. Yeah, I don't agree 100% with Eon, but it's common sense that you have to be respectful and try to understand the point. That's what I'm saying. Listen, I've never said I'm objectively right in anything that I've said. It's just interpretation at the end of the day. Everyone here could disagree with me on something, and I think that would be completely fine. If every single take that I have has at least one of you disagreeing with it, I think that's fine. I don't think that's necessarily an issue. I've had people tell me One Piece is not Lightspeed because Lightspeed doesn't follow real-world physics, like it's a fictional story. Trying to disprove yesterday that Thriller Bark isn't a big island, but you gave nothing as proof. Anyway, I'm going to keep an eye on you. Only kids disrespect others instead of showing proof. Kaido type shit. Hey, how you doing, Lazarus? Agenda scaling, my boy Moria. There were insufferable Admiral fans as well. It's just this toxic mentality in the power scaling community, and that's what it is. Listen, there are toxic Naruto fans, there are toxic One Piece fans, there are toxic fans from up and down. When are we gonna get to Naruto versus Luffy? Yeah, we're about to. I think that in general, though, and this is just going to be the last bit, I think that in general, we just, as a community, just have to understand that, you know, there are going to be people of all walks in life that come in here or walk out, whether it's the first time that they show up on stream or whether it's the last time. I think it's fine. For shit he knows is lame and still get sentimental. I mean, it's not all shit that I know. A lot of the times I'm finding new things. You'd be surprised how reading through a series after you've read through it once, you'd be surprised how reading through a series it can honestly show you things that you might have missed on a first go around. It's never a bad thing, and I want this to be as complete as possible when I go over the scaling for the series. But that's besides it. The video itself probably end of February. I don't know, man. I'm not trying to take my time with it, but I'm also trying to be as in-depth as possible. I want to have all the information. I know that like I had to take a small break yesterday to download extra pages that I was missing for arcs that I thought I had. But honestly, I can't even blame anybody but that on me because I remember, I think if I'm right, I remember telling the mods it was either telling the mods or telling Jeff that like I would take care of Fishman Island because I already had images. I already had images, and I'm gonna be honest with you. I just didn't want them to like have to like look in between the images that I already had. I don't know. I eventually realized when I started downloading everything that didn't matter because the images that would copy wouldn't transfer over or whatever. Dumb shit aside. Anyway, I probably would have had Fishman Island already if I wasn't dumb about it. But that's besides it. We got Fishman Island yesterday. We did everything we needed to do. We got Punkhazard, we got everything. Important question, can I ask you please? Yeah, sure, you can ask me a question. I don't mind. Have you already started to write the script for the video? The script is technically over here, but this is just something that... This was like a mini like mock-up that I was working on. I can leave it here and you guys can read it. You guys can pause and read it if you'd like. But in all honesty, this is complete trash to me now. I know exactly how I'm going to make the fight. I know exactly how I'm going to word it. And I think I know exactly how I'm going to go about it. You guys... for now, don't really need to worry about that on its own. I feel like you guys don't really need to worry about that though. I think the video itself will be very entertaining, even more so than just listening to me and giving you my takes right here. There's a reason why I'm so blunt with people who get upset over power scaling. It's not because I hate them, but because it's a reality check. It's genuinely sad how people react. Yeah, I mean, it's like yesterday when the dude said, "Oh man, I heard from the gods that you might hypothetically eat." Ah, that's crazy. That's crazy. Also, and just as a heads up, if you say that I eat beans, you get timed out. The first timeout will only be a minute. After that, it'll be more. After that, it'll get longer and longer until we eventually reach 24 hours. The highest I'm willing to go in a day is 24 hours, just to let you guys know. But anyway, anyway. All right. Let's get back. Oh, and the last thing I wanted to say. Yeah, no. It's like yesterday where like a dude was essentially saying that we should like pat him on the back and thank him. The reality, I do be fair to the toxic guys in the chat. You have horrible takes like Itachi does in solo fiction. Listen, as bad of a take as it might be that Itachi does in solo fiction, I also think it's a worse take to say that we should pat you on the back or give you your flowers for presenting evidence. Every single person here that has ever provided me a scan or has ever provided me a page for something, I have always had at least the common courtesy to say thank you. But you don't deserve, but nobody here deserves a pat on the back or anything like that just because they do the bare minimum and back up their feats as somebody is asking them to do. I don't have to look things up for anybody. If you want to tell me something or show me a page or something for a part of a series that you think I might be misinterpreting, I think that's completely fine. But at that point, you are looking for the chapter and you are telling me where to search because I have no reason to do that on my own. That aside, now we can get started. So if you guys, now I'm going to put this up. I'm going to check back in a little bit. I usually do forget. Do you guys want a mini, I guess I should, a mini spoiler for how the rounds are, for how I've currently, a mini spoiler for how I've devised, to scale for, not how, who wins each round. No spoilers. Yes. Who wins each round? I will not elaborate. For this question specifically, I can give you an answer to who I believe will win each round, but I will not be giving you any reason. I will give you the winners of each round, but I will not be giving you an answer as to, or at least an elaboration as to why my thought process is that for each of these characters. I will also give you an idea of where exactly I'm going to scale the characters and how I'm going to separate them. That I will at the very least give you guys. Okay? Now, with that aside, let's actually get to working on this next portion, okay? Flipped houses. The ground is also caved in. Every single cancer would be crushed like lava. The terrible whole town was cause of one person. Okay. Arlong was going to kill... What's this dude's name again? Town rebel of Goza rebelled, so I destroyed it as an example, and failing to pay tribute is the same as rebellion. Luffy next. Naruto's guys, spoilers, somebody wins. Want to debate that? Luffy got manhandled by Garp. Apparently Kid Luffy is island level. If they win... Usopp shoots Arlong with a gunpowder star. Leaving no damage. I'll paper my walls with their hides. I don't care if you have 80,000. And with a gunpowder star and takes 0 damage. Doesn't care if Usopp has 80,000 men. He states he'll slaughter them all. Unknown if he could actually kill 80,000 men. He says, Usopp says 8,000 specifically right here. Usopp's go-to lie is usually that he has 8,000 men in his command, but Arlong says 80,000. I'm gonna just throw in right here this little bit right here saying, like, you know, I don't know if this per se would be a legit statement for Arlong, you know. Let's do this, and let's put it like here. Yeah, we'll do it like that. I'm also going to start color coding some of these. Immediately lifts the house Usopp is on. Lifts the... It's a 2-story house. Usopp is on and slams it into the next house over. Villagers state heal. Wreck the whole village. Alright, I'll check after I'm done with this. I'll check after I'm done with East Blue. Help, I'm gonna die. He's alive. Catch him and beat him to a pulp before it ends on up end. It takes multiple fishmen. 1, 2. Takes at least 2 fishmen to hold him back. Village. It takes at least 2 fishmen to hold him back. So the spoilers? Okay. You guys clearly want to see the spoilers. I'm not going to elaborate. Again, I am not going to elaborate. I'm just going to give you my take as to who wins in this matchup. Now, I decided to separate the matchups as thus. Land of Waves / 2 tuning exams versus East Blue. Naruto versus Luffy. I'm actually giving Naruto a couple of extra chapters over Luffy. Specifically because if I give Luffy East Blue, that's 100 chapters, and I know people would have an issue, per se. People usually would have an issue if I give Luffy, like, more chapters than Naruto, so I'm willing to give Naruto, like, 120 chapters or so, just to, like, make up a difference. End of pre-time skip, as you guys can tell, is basically everything that Naruto and both Luffy and Naruto can do up until the end of the series. Now, if we're talking about, like, the way I'm going to separate this is that starting from the first versions of the characters, every time either Luffy or Naruto, every single time either Luffy or Naruto win a game, win a round, the next version of the character will fight the winning version until they run out, right? So, if Land of Waves and Chunin Exams Naruto beats East Blue Luffy, then he'll have to fight End of Pre-Time Skip Luffy. If End of Pre-Time Skip Luffy wins, then he'll fight End of Pre-Time Skip Naruto. If End of Pre-Time Skip Luffy wins, he'll fight Start of Post-Time Skip Naruto. If Start of Post-Time Skip Naruto wins, he'll fight Luffy, so on and so forth. I'm going to revamp these. I'm going to actually revamp these in a different way. For post-time skip specifically, we'll do Naruto with everything up until post-time skip Naruto up until he fights Kurama. And then for Luffy, up until end of Whole Cake Island. That way I can get through the most amounts of versions of these characters without having to really worry about anything. With War Arc, I can probably separate War Arc and Wano, and yeah. For Sage of Six Paths, I will be granting him, since I don't feel like giving Naruto a whole extra version of him just to have to talk about later versions of Luffy. For Sage of Six Paths, I will do everything, including the last. So I'll just say Sage of Six Paths mode is, I'll just say that everything up until the last movie. And then for Gear 5, I will do everything everything post Wano. Okay. Now, I'm not going to do Baryon mode Naruto because that would include me having to read Boruto, and though I don't think that the speed scaling massively changes for Boruto, believe you me when I say there's no statement in Boruto that's going to change my mind, especially from the manga, as to how powerful Naruto gets. I don't think that Baryon mode is going to be of any conversation here. I want to leave Hokage Naruto specific. I will talk about... I'm going to be honest here. I will talk about Hokage Naruto, but it will be off the top of my head because I'm not reading Boruto for this, and I want and I hope Naruto's scaling improves by the time we finish One Piece. Okay. So, the spoiler for this is in my personal opinion, R1 East Blue Luffy beats every version of pre-time skip Naruto. Post-time skip Naruto with either 4 tails or Sage Mode beats East Blue. End of pre-time skip beats every version of Naruto up until KCM2 plus Sage Mode. That's why I have to do the island level shit for Naruto. That's why I have to basically do the island level scaling that I do not agree. Oh, Garb curb stomps the fuck out of Might Guy. Might Guy is not an issue in One Piece at all. Might Guy is a pee-pee poo-poo baby in comparison to One Piece characters. Anyway, pee-pee poo-poo. Yeah. Listen. I could bring up the feat where Guy literally runs across an entire massive island city just to knock down a guy who is a giant island. I genuinely could not give a fiddly fuck. There's no way I'm going to believe that either a Hirudora or a Night Guy is causing the same amount of damage that Garp caused on his own. I'm sorry, I just do not believe that. End of pre-time skip Luffy beats every version of Naruto up until War Arc. We're not going to do the 7 iterations of the characters anymore because that's going to take too long. So we're going to do 1 round, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're going to do 5 rounds. Sage Mode. Post time skip. Beats the fuck off of KCM to Sage Naruto. Post time skip also beats Sage of Six Paths, but I'm going to give Naruto the win regardless. Wano, Luffy, solos, Naruto, and Sasuke. That's basically my take. I don't need Gear 5. You genuinely do not need Gear 5. This is my take. I will not elaborate. This is how I see it. In the video, I'd like you to bring up the fact that Warcury can just eat the tailed beast for breakfast. What regardless, this is just not fair. Yeah. So, this is basically the take. This is basically what you guys can expect to see from me for the video. I do think that there is an argument that straight off of post time skip still beats Sage of Six Paths Naruto. My claim has always been revolved around speed. Are you going to skip over half the power cliffs Luffy goes over? I'm not going to skip over any power cliffs. The reason why I can argue that post time skip beats the fuck out of KCM2 and likely also beats Sage of Six Paths is because if I do go into all the power cliffing that Luffy has to go through, what does post time skip mean? Up to Whole Cake Island, right here. Land of Waves to Chunin exams versus East Blue. End of pre-time skip, so everything that Naruto does, the Search for Tsunade, Sasuke retrieval, all of the Grand Line for Luffy. I'm sorry, there's no way I can go one or the... there's no way I can separate Luffy between two halves, or else I'm giving more versions of Luffy than Naruto. Start of post-time skip is essentially everything up until the end of Whole Cake Island, right here. End of Whole Cake Island. The start of the post-time skip is everything up on... basically. Luffy is going to be like 4-2. It's like a 4-2 for Luffy. Yeah, Luffy just does not lose this. Technically a 5-2. Technically, I would say 5-2, but we can say 5-3 for Luffy. Since I'm gonna just assume that Naruto beats Luffy because of Ninja Jesus powers or whatever. I'm not going to elaborate on the actual scaling for that. For that, I hope you guys can see my scaling in the video, but that's basically it. Okay. Back to Luffy. If anybody... Damn. I need to just use my water bottle. I need to just use my canteen. Holds like a liter of water. Okay. Should beat all versions of Naruto besides Baryon mode. I would agree with that, but I don't know if people are going to take that take very well. How close are we to the video? You see that I'm in East Blue. How long did it take for me to get through all of OG Naruto? That should probably answer your question. I'm not going to be done with this until like at least midway through February. It's at least a month away, and that's if it takes me like 2 weeks to do the entirety. That depends on honestly how long. Listen, in terms of voice recording, it'll probably take me an entire day's worth of work to do the voice recording, especially with what I'm planning. But in terms of do you use Naruto's like trained ninja combat? What trained ninja combat? What is trained ninja? I don't give a shit about Naruto being trained as a ninja. What has that really done for him besides learning how to throw kunai and shuriken? Your lies in April. It would be funny if I did release the video in April, though. I think it would be funny. Okay. Mumu. Heavy combat beast. No roast pig here. Mumu appears in front of Luffy and Sanji. Momu appears in front of Luffy and Sanji. Considered a heavy combat beast. A heavy combat beast. Whatever the fuck that means. A huge cow, or is it a hippo? Look at all that beef. That's a Grand Line monster. A Grand Line monster. The real winner of this is Expedition 33. Oh yeah, no, Expedition 33 curb stomps in terms of just just universal scaling. Like, Expedition 33 unironically does have universal scaling. It's after our food. What? Give it to him quick or he'll swamp us. Luffy didn't even think about it. Holy shit, that's pretty funny. Luffy punches Momo. Luffy punches Momo. Luffy punches Momo and grab me a second. Now I gotta look this up. Luffy punches Momo. Okay. It's not blood. Okay, just making sure. The anime didn't show blood. Wait. Let's see. He punches Momo right there. Okay. And then Sanji kicks it. Okay. Punches Momo. And Sanji kicks it, causing Momo to bleed. Okay, just making sure. I love how fuck. Momo attacks the ship. Okay. Momo to bleed. Momo attacks. And Sanji puts it down after a second kick. Okay, sweet. Okay, there, we'll do it like that. Your kick really took it out of him. Don't give out yet. Momo struggles. Not struggles. Momo shows exhaustion, moving their smaller boat because of Sanji's kick took it out of him. Casually kicking hundreds of tons into the air. Yeah. We're gonna crash into shore. Oh, I have 2 copies of this. Okay. $75. Let's go to One Piece Color, Chapter 75. $75. Top's been killed. No sign. Not even a smell of gunpowder. No, not Fishman Island. We're going to go to East Blue. There we go. We need that page. Listen, man, which the Arlong pirates destroyed. Safely evacuate the villagers of Goza. However, having seen the stronghold of this pirate, will act on... No, sir. Okay. Marines fire a cannonball at Arlong, who catches it in his mouth and crushes it with his teeth. Shoot up cannonballs. Like it was candy. The parlay? Never mind. No need to send an army to clean up a bit of trash. We'll take care of them. What foolish humans stick in our waters. The three of those three will give them a fight like they've never seen before. Those Marines won't last 3 minutes. Arlong's men go in to take down the Marine ship. The Marine ship. The lips guy can spit water that can pierce the human body. One of the men from Arlong's crew, Commodore Pudding Pudding, an elite fighting unit feared throughout the seas. He shot Commodore. They can pierce humans. Pierce and kill. What's up with the shaking? The arms guy rips off the boat's rudder and Hachi moves a large reef by just swimming rips the boat's rudder and punches holes in the hull. If you take a big reef and put it in a strong current, what do you get? This is the spot. A maelstrom. It can be by just swimming to just swimming all the way to some strong current that cause a maelstrom. What in the seas around here? We control everything from the winds to the ocean's depths. That was mere child's play. Dynamics, and our powers, no one can stop us. Indispensable. If Nabi can get that 100 billion, we'll be free, and that's the deal. It deals. I'd rather break before I break my word. Well, I would at least. And I'd die. If she really was the witch of the core, why did she cover for me? Are you calling? Usopp, I'm just going to write this one in. Usopp tanks a hit from Zoro and Sanji. I'm just gonna mark this as like green shit real quick. Anyway, classic Usopp W. Type shit, type shit, type shit. Okay. Let's keep moving. Hello, scums. The whole village. Let's go, my brethren. Belmare, the 200. Arlong can bite a rifle. Can write a rifle barrel. In the past could bite off a rifle's barrel. Could shatter. It's actually more like shatter. Could shatter a rifle's barrel and crush a human arm. Arms guy can tank bullet shots. They'll kill you if you all fight. Yo, I'm not gonna lie, looking at these chapters again, Jesus fucking Christ, I actually almost started to tear up a little bit. This scene right here, holy shit, it's still power. Even if I'm not like reading it through, just like I can literally hear everything she's saying. I literally feel like I am listening to a video about this right now. Holy shit. What's up, Mr. Dens? Hope you're doing good, man. Alright. Luffy shows up to fight Arlong. Luffy shows up to fight Arlong. Immediately blasts gate wide open with his fist. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. By Arlong, dude, do you perchance mean me? Which one of you is that Arlong, dude? I'm Luffy, is that so? And who are you? A pirate. Where do you think you're going? Stop right there. Two fishmen try to stop Luffy, but he puts them down by smashing their heads together. Okay. Punches Arlong so hard he sends him flying into a wall. That crumbles. Do you realize what you just... Don't you dare make our navigator cry. How the fuck am I missing pages? I swear I got everything. What is it, 82? Okay. Stay out of it, you shitty small fries. You always have to dive in, right, don't you? Yeah, but I don't lose. I'm not worried about that, dummy. Just save the little for the rest of us. It's okay if you don't... It's okay with me if you don't share, Luffy. How generous of you, Usopp. Yo, that's so fucking funny. For the video, will you use the Gear 210 translation and the multiplier from the movie with the 100 times? Or the 5 times because of Doriki? I will be using... I might bring up the 3D2Y stuff, but I'm only gonna say if it's only anime only. And because I'm not gonna do the anime only stuff. I will bring up the Fishman Pill meta, and I will bring up the 3D2Y stuff. I'm gonna rewatch that on my own. I'll probably rewatch it on stream one day, but like I'll do it on the Discord. I will do it on the Discord so that way I can watch it with everybody. And by the way, just as a heads up, if I ever decide to like watch the Naruto the Last or any piece of media while on a Discord voice channel, I'm the type of person that talks within movies. So if you guys don't like that, that's more of somebody else's problem. I like to talk, and I especially like to figure stuff out while I'm going mid-movie. That's just me. The Doriki stuff I will bring up, and I will talk about why I am allowed to use Doriki scaling, even if other people don't like it. You wouldn't say that Goku doesn't get stronger from getting Zenkai boost. Why would I say that Luffy's Doriki can't get stronger? Anyway. Other fishmen run at Luffy, but Sanji takes them all down in a single kick. Yeah, no worries, man. By the way, chat, I can only see like about maybe three comments at a time because of the way I've got this set up right now. If by any chance I don't actually see what you guys write, it's not me trying to ignore you, by the way. It's genuinely me not trying to ignore you. Yeah, it's really me not trying to ignore you. Let me see if I can set this up. Let's do live chat. Sure. Okay. Yeah. Alright. Let's see. Rest of you pirates. So that's the connection. Longnose is alive. Yeah, you guys tricked me. Come out, Momu. Momu, it's the monster. It's here, huh? It's the ferocious sea cow. Oh, it's just him. So he works for these guys. Momu gets called out, and as soon as he sees Luffy and Sanji, he tries to back away, but is currently more afraid of, so he attacks. Move this up just a tad bit, that way I can see you guys a little bit better. There we go. Momu runs away. If you want to run, I won't stop you. Go ahead, Momu. Here he comes. Momu. Follow Momu's lead. Let's show those insolent nothings how their lives will end. I've had it. This is a waste of time. Luffy is so upset he slams his feet into the ground and grabs Momo by its horns, spinning it around and hitting all of the nearby fishmen. Huh? This runs a devil fruit user. Run for it. Run for it. What's he doing? I don't know. Gum Gum, that cocky brat, kill him. Pinwheel. That's so funny that Luffy called it. You should go into your YouTube Shorts arc after this video is done and posted. Your shorts are really good. You think so? I appreciate that. I don't know what exactly I would make YouTube Shorts on. You think Dory and Broggy are stopping the Akatsuki with fucking ease, dude. With fucking ease. Most of the Akatsuki are not getting to the point. Okay, like people say, but what are they going to do against a C0 bomb? My question to that is always, what makes you think Deidara is going to be so fucking pissed off against two giants that he's going to try to use C0 right off the bat when all they have to do is literally just do a single Hakoku sovereignty that is going to cover so much area and is going to be so fast, they're not going to be able to react. I have no reason to believe that any of the Akatsuki members are lightspeed, so why would I believe that they can do that when Dory and Brog are still somewhat relevant in current scaling? You're by your 2% charge. Then launches Momu. Fishman. Until he gets launched back into the water. What makes people think can't survive Z0 at this point? Yeah, that too. I didn't come here to waste any time on any of you. I came here to kick your ass. Well, that works out perfectly. I also was thinking about taking your sorry life. Looks like we'll have to get involved. What did you do to our comrades? Wasn't nice. I'll show you. They're no match for fishmen. Now the real players. Consider the danger, you fool. You'll get us into trouble. Momo is back into the water, outside Arlong Park. Outside Arlong Park. Mr. 3, okay. Yeah, Dory and Broggy, who he also had to basically blow up the inside of their mouth. Yeah. Okay. Dory and Broggy, who he literally had to make an explosion occur on the inside of one of them, cause internal conflict, just for him to then essentially once one of them was down, he could essentially start covering them with wax. Yeah. Galdino totally overpowered them physically. Yeah. He totally overpowered them physically. Please don't get worked up. We should have crossed these humans as soon as they showed up. Time for 0 visibility. Octopus is up to something. Octopus should be boiled in salt water, sliced, and seasoned with olive oil and paprika. It's great with booze. You think Deidara can't do the same? No, I don't believe Deidara can do the same. I have no reason to either. I genuinely do not have a reason to. How is he going to immobilize them? Octopus Inc. Why don't you jump out of the way? I can't see anything. Luffy, get back. I'm stuck here. I can't see. Luffy got himself stuck in the ground. Luffy got himself stuck in the ground. Okay. Hachi grabs the... Hachi grabs the nearby roofing and tries to slam Luffy with it. But Sanji shatters it with a single kick. You said it. Oh well, I'd rather do it 100 times over than a shitty crew willing to hurt a lady like that. I decided to follow one dumbass of a captain. You said it. You're pretty strong for a human, but it's pretty pathetic for a pirate to act so chivalrous. Not even that, you have Pain unleashed his almighty push attack on the entire area that will wipe... No, it wouldn't. Why would it wipe them out? What's more to say? Okay, Pain wiped out the center of the Leaf Village, which you could probably say is 20 kilometers. And that's if you put the entire... And that's if you say that at least the center of the village that he destroyed is at least as big as the Forest of Death. Sure. Dory and Bragi literally put a hole inside a giant fish. Not... You didn't see any blood. You didn't see... No. They just put a fucking hole. As a matter of fact, I could just pull it up to show you. They put a hole inside of a ship with the force of their strength. Not with magic ninja eyes. Not with anything, with the force of their strength. They can't be light speed. They're literally reacting to the Gorosei. They're light speed. Maybe not in terms of running speed, but I don't have to argue it in terms of running speed. I just have to argue it in terms of combat speed and reaction time. If they can react to the Gorosei, they're light speed. Objectively speaking. I haven't seen them move at light speed. If they can keep up with these characters, they're objectively light speed. And if you want to bring up Dory and Bragi, I mean, Pain created a bunch of rubble. Where the fuck is... Oh, Alabasta. Pain created a bunch of rubble. These guys quite literally made a giant fish. They literally put a giant hole inside of it that didn't even hurt the Straw Hat Crew's ship. Yeah. Like, they sent them launching from that. And then the craziest part is they're still relevant later in the series when they literally help Luffy fight, yeah, a fish that eats islands. So unless you have something to tell me about an almighty push attack that wouldn't put them down, unless you have some way of quantifying that attack to be able to do the same thing to the stuff that these guys have dealt with, I don't have to believe that. Also, Genjutsu. What Genjutsu do the Akatsuki use besides Itachi, who cannot put them under Genjutsu because they don't have chakra or a chakra network? Want to test my chivalry, Tuna Man? I spent the latter half of my life raised by a pirate. I don't think you've got what it takes. Take me on, human. How about you, Luffy? I don't think they're just I don't know. I think they're just stretching. How about helping me? How about now? Nope, not yet. You think this is funny, game and fools? You're at Arlong Park. I'll smash you. Come on, Luffy. Try pointing your feet. Hey, Octopus. Try... they're busy right now. Why don't you smash me? I almost forgot about you. Zoro with Mihawk's wound. The Gorosei weren't even focusing on Dory and Bragi. They weren't focusing on Dory and Bragi. Chat, what chapter? Can somebody give me the chapter where they literally block away, where Warcury, the likely strongest of the Gorosei, literally slam Dory and Bragi with with its blade tusks, and they block it away with their shields around 11:10. I know around 11:10. I'd like a chapter just so that I can 11:11:11. Okay, got it. Yeah, man, don't you just love it when people that don't read or watch One Piece try to make claims about One Piece even though they don't know a single damn thing about One Piece? Isn't it a little crazy? Survive the Conqueror's Haki Roar. Literally focused on them. They weren't focused on them. They didn't focus on him, right? They didn't focus on him, right? Yeah, okay. Oh, they didn't knock away. They didn't knock away a Gorosei. They didn't knock him away. Yeah, man. You should really didn't put effort. And what do you mean they didn't put an effort? What do you mean they didn't put an effort? I don't have to believe that. Why? He literally turned his tusks into blades. Why didn't he put in any effort? Let me put it like this, Bogetsu. Here's what I'm gonna do. Because if you're curious about why I'm doing this, Bogetsu, I'm gonna be very simple with you. It is because, actually I have to pull this up real quick. if you're curious as to why I'm going to do this and why I'm going to time you out, check out the last, let's see, maybe, go back to like, I don't know, the first 20 minutes of the stream. How about that? Go back to the first 20 minutes of the stream, Bogetsu. Do that. Go back to the first 20 minutes of the stream, read my message, and Ricky Tan, the reason why I say that they do not need chakra or any chakra network is because chakra, genjutsu specifically is stated to require putting the it manipulates the flow of chakra within an individual so that it can control their 5 senses. To manipulate the flow of chakra means that the person has to have a chakra and be a chakra network, because chakra doesn't just flow around your body randomly. There is an entire internal organ system. There is an entire internal organ system that essentially allows the user to manipulate their chakra. It is a literal organ that these characters have. A literal organ, okay? That's why. There is no reason for me to believe that outside of the... Aren't we doing Naruto versus Naruto doesn't use... Yeah, we're doing Naruto. Yeah, but some people like to ask this because Bogetsu wanted to bring up Genjutsu, and some people honestly don't always know. Yes, you need... you need chakra specifically, and there was an argument to be made before. There was an argument that was made before where people believed that because some random cats were put under Genjutsu while Madara performed the Infinite Tsukuyomi, that either it's the Infinite Tsukuyomi that is special, or Ion Kanaru... No, he can't turn Luffy into a toad because you can't forcibly make somebody absorb nature energy. They have to absorb it on their own. The argument before was that the Infinite Tsukuyomi was different than other jutsu because he was able to put a couple of cats, but we know that because of Boruto, it was stated by Amado that the Otsutsuki are parasites that plant chakra seeds into different planets in order to absorb all chakra from the planet, thus killing all life. That means that not only did chakra exist in the planet before Kaguya even showed up, it also means that every single living organism in Naruto, including insects, have a chakra network. As a matter of fact, when Madara and if you look at Madara and Obito when they fight the the Shinobi Alliance, you can clearly see that even the insects that Shino has all glow with chakra. Everything has a chakra network. Isn't that guy that just saved Gen? Oh, his name is Gen. He's one of the pirates too. Didn't he come challenging us from Kokoyakichi Village? Judging from ripping you're holding, I'd say this is a rebellion. Usopp hits Lips guy with... Usopp hits Lips guy with a flame star. That lights him on fire. Damn, that's exactly what I had that question. Why I had that question. It all makes sense. Yep. I usually like to go a little bit more in depth when I talk about this stuff, even if it goes into a bit more details than even if like the person isn't asking that specific series of question. But I know for a fact that like a lot of people often wonder like why Genjutsu doesn't work, and usually the reason is the cats thing. So I usually just go into the whole like Otsutsuki chakra seed, chakra plant, Amado statement. And the reason why I like to actually use that is because Amado is, if anything, one of the most intelligent characters in all of Naruto. And I don't mean this also from a... I also don't mean this from a like a biological from a bioengineering stance. I mean this because he seems to know more about the Otsutsuki than even Hagoromo. It's even stated by Black Zetsu that Hagoromo doesn't really know the reason why his mother is on Earth either. Like, when people like to bring up the Sage of Six Paths and all that stuff, the Sage of Six Paths, unironically and objectively speaking, knows less about the Otsutsuki and what their goals were than Amado himself. Like, this is something that people often like to forget. Do you actually think you can beat us? Yeah. Okay, Arlong rips. Imagine if One Piece verse could use Nen. It'd probably be crazy. People who would eat a double fruit. Okay. Arlong rips the piece of concrete that Luffy is on. Stuck into off the ground. And reacts to Luffy's punch by biting him. Luffy bites him back, so Arlong throws him underwater. There we go. Okay. Jumping into the ocean is just what they want us to do. There's only one way to rescue Luffy. Finish the customers off, then drag him out. Excellent plan. Let's do this. Time to play. I have a bad feeling about this. Shahahaha. Don't you think you're gonna remain whole, Tentacle Boy? You wanna play with me? That was rotten. That was a rotten trick, you fish shits. Don't get upset. It's not like any of you have a chance of surviving. You can't even breathe underwater, you miserable creatures. Yada yada yada. That doesn't matter. I'll finish you in 5 seconds. Zoro is still capable of moving around. Zoro is still capable of moving swiftly, even after his fight with Mihawk. Eek my hair, you scub. It's only hair, it'll grow black. You think you'll get away with it? You're absolutely right. Hey, it's only hair, it'll come back. Thanks. Stay on your toes if you want to live. Oh yeah. Well, a fish should never pit himself against a cook. Okay. So I really don't want to read the manga. Anime was peak though. Sanji kicks arm guy. Hey, what's up, Rare Shadow? How you been, man? I think it's been a minute, hasn't it? It's been a minute. Who blocks with his arm fin? Yeah. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. I'm good, man. I'm good, man. Just trying to keep moving. Yeah, I don't have time to play with you. Zoro, Hachi, that takes so long. Hurry up and die. Fool. Get down here, quit stalling. I heard you use 3 swords, so I only use 1. You're losing plenty, just 1 sword. I'm not even trying. The wounds, Hawkeye, Mihawk. You're losing plenty against 1 swordfish. I'm not stupid. I'm not even trying. Now's my chance. Takoyaki punch. I'll crush you. Roronoa Zoro. His wounds still haven't healed. I don't think I need to add the stuff with Hachi. Who wins so far? Well, Luffy beats... if you guys want a rehash of... For those of you that are still wondering, if you want a rehash... I'm not going to elaborate, but this is the conclusion that I've come to so far after reading all of Naruto and after having my current knowledge on One Piece. East Blue Luffy beats every version of pre-time skip Naruto. Post-time skip Naruto with either the Four Tails or Sage Mode beats East Blue Luffy. End of pre-time skip Luffy beats every version of Naruto up until KCM2 plus Sage Mode. Post-time skip beats the brakes off of KCM2 Sage Naruto. Post-time skip likely also beats Sage of Six Paths, but I feel like people are going to complain about that one, so I'll just say Wano Luffy solos Naruto Sasuke. He just solos the rest of the verse. It doesn't matter. That version of Luffy is way too fucking strong. And Gear 5 Luffy curb stomps likely the whole verse. Luffy is literally Hisoka without sticky. Ew. Zoro grabbing Hachi after suffering from his wounds can toss him with so much force he breaks more concrete. Why now of all times? Those wounds were too deep after all. They would have killed any normal man at least. Haven't healed yet. Healed. They would have killed a normal man. Or at least have crippled him for half a year. Our brother's been suffering in silence all this time. I thought it was strange that he could cut up like that and recover so fast. Stupid idiot. Sanji takes a punch. Sanji takes a punch from a 40th degree master of fishman karate. By Zoro. Okay. Looks like, look there, a man's flying. Yeah. He went through a wall. The last of them, Arlong. What do you want us to do with Zoro? Dump him with the other carcasses into the sea. What boring, inconsequential creatures. Wake up. How long are you going to sleep? Gra, this octopus man fighting mad now. Let me at him. I'm the second best swordsman on Fishman Island. They call me Hachi of the sixth sword style. Did you know that no mere human could ever beat me, even if heaven and earth turned upside down? If that's it. If that was a 40th degree kick, then those kicks that shitty old man used to lay on me must have been 400th degree. Gets up from hit and says Zeph's kicks were worse. Wait, didn't choose him, or is that just a theory? No, the fruit likely chose him. The fruit likely chose him. They have wills of their own. Brother Zoro's in bad shape. His wound made him feverish. If those wounds open now, he'll die for sure. But there's no time about the only bro Zoro can clean up this island. Zoro well, it looks like a walk-in courts. I haven't even started yet. Keep your comments to yourself. Tentacle. Sword overload. Zoro dodges. Try canceling this wild dance with only 3 swords. Toro Nagashi. Zoro grabs the extra swords from his friends and dodges Hachi's 6 sword. Dodges Hachi's 6 sword style assault while landing a clean slice of his own. But can Galdino stop the rumbling? Probably. I don't know Galdino's scaling all that well. I'll let you know in a bit. Yeah, he got past. How big are regular Titans? Well, no, it would be all like 60 meters. I don't think so, actually. I don't know if Galdino would be capable of it. He'd have to have like the giant candle wax thing. He's very straightforward. I mean, that is true. Luffy is very... Wiper definitely should be able to stop the rumbling. I think with like that giant heat-based bazooka, I mean, it shoots blue fire that literally blasts through giant trees. Don't you know Galdino is the real vice captain of Cross Guild? Probably. I'm gonna chop you up, you think? Just think about it mathematically. 3 blades is the maximum you can hold. You have no chance against my 6 blades. Mathematically, that would be a grave miscalculation. I may only have 3 blades, but look at them. They're much weightier than yours. He swallowed an awful lot of water. If we can't free him soon, it'll be too late. Again, I can't break the rocks. Carry him to the surface and with the thing attached. I need oxygen tank. There's no time to get one. That's it. What do you think? Your swords weigh more than mine, idiot? My swords weigh 300 kilograms each. Hachi's blades weigh 300 kilograms each. I won't waste words on a fool. Octopus stands. Here goes. New Year's. Open. Body slam. Zoro's gonna die. Hachi launches him into the air. Hachi launches Zoro into the air with a headbutt. Waltz of the 6 blades. It's so much. If it so much as touches you, you're minced meat. Prepare to be diced. Spins his blades like a blender, but Zoro slices him on the way down. Alright. Huh? What? How? What could have happened? Yosaku, all this fights sure open up. All this fights sure to open. All this fighting sure to do that. The human matched the rotation of my blades and passed between them. He matched the rotation of his blades. He matched the rotation of the blades and passed between them. Even managed to cut up my hands. I'm a swordsman. Well, I'm a swordsman, not an acrobat. Now I'm really had it with you. I'm gonna really kill you. He's in pain. Even if most people pass out from wounds like this, I cannot fall. Even if this wound would kill most people, I can't die. Zoro's wound opened up. Zoro's wound opened up completely. Well, I wouldn't say completely. I have to live to defeat Mihawk. I cannot fall. And he still shatters Hachi's swords. Now, do you see those words are weightier? Dragon Twister. Then launches him into the air with a dragon twister. The rest of you are beneath my notice. How could I lose to only 3 swords? I have to save Luffy. How dare you touch Hachi? You sent me flying quite a ways before. Never thought there'd be a human being who could take a full force of my punches. I'd wager there are a whole lot who could, especially a certain restaurant I know. Arms guy is surprised there's any human that can tank one of his punches. Full force punches. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. At least 5 floors. Have to hurry, Luffy. Have to hurry, Luffy. Hey, stop. If you go into the ocean like that, shut up. Luffy's gotta be at his limit by now. I can't go. If there's no time, I know that better than you even ever could. That's why I'm telling you to shut up, shithead. So you can't blame me for doing this. Idiot. Interesting. He wants to fight a fishman underwater. That reckless idiot. That's exactly what these guys want. Learn a lesson. The humans are no match for us. Sanji jumps into the water. Okay. Sanji jumps into the water. Sanji jumps into the water to rescue Luffy. Isn't that thing? Come on, breathe. Let us be in time. Is that Luffy's stretched neck? Before my breath runs out. Wait, what happened here? Please support you. I'm sorry, I don't have the strength to bring up a whole body, but what's with the stretchy neck? You could at least cough up water and breathe. Yes, that's it. Now, even with his feet in the rock, he can at least breathe. I just have to shatter the rock with a kick and I'll leave it to the water. He states he can shatter the rock, trapping Luffy with a kick. Fishman karate, forearm slash. Arms guy catches up. I'd still run some Kokaki is, but they're wasting time. I've been spotted by a fishman. You really think their efforts will buy you any more time in this world? I'll drown you right now. Not if I can help it. You want to fight me underwater? It'll be all you can do. Just hold your breath, human. Alright, I'll take you on. Manta Ray Wrap. Sanji takes a hit from arms guy behind the neck while underwater. That was weak. Down here, your kicks have half the force they land, but Fishman Karate, there's no loss of power in the water. Like while underwater, he states that his kicks will have half the force on land, but with Fishman Karate, there's no loss of power in the water. Some moves, the power of some moves even multiply. The power of some moves even multiply. Instant undersea bowel buster. Flaming flower, flying flash, back foot, jawbreaker, guffaw palm bomb. This I'll mark with blue. Stuff that like I can use for later in the series. Grabs him, upset, slams his feet into the ground, punches Arlong, so takes a hit to the face, casually, slaughter. Traveling at a relative speed to gunfire while using rocket, shatters metal with teeth, cannon fire, kicked in the face, causes an explosion, yeah. Sanji takes a barrage of hits underwater, a barrage of different hits. Different hits underwater. I let out too much air, I need to breathe. Pass, I gotta breathe. Your ability is punishing you. It's not normal for a human. Is slammed into is sent flying a rock wall. But let me explain to you the consequences of your foolhardy chivalry. You want to escape from me, but you can't. The game ends in only one-way death. And when you're finished, I'll kill the village sheriff. The rubber man will die at the same time. Then I'll finish off that long-nosed fool and Zoro, and I'll kill all the villagers for the rebellion. After all this, I can't very well let that traitor army get away, can I? Do you understand? In the end, your chivalry is nothing much hot air. It can't save a single soul. Humans are truly powerless creatures, can't even endure extreme changes in water pressure. If you were to descend rapidly to the bottom of the ocean, your guts would be squeezed out of you. He... Arms guy states if he descends rapidly to a wall while running out of air, to the bottom of the ocean, his guts will be squeezed. His guts will be squeezed out of his body. Pulverizing pressure prom. Gotta change the plan, old man. Can't let it away. He thinks I can't save anyone. Sanji spits out a large amount of blood. Still not dead. Oh, then we'll do it again. These fishmen breathe with their lungs, and they have to switch with their gills. So, so right now he's a talking fish. Where near the surface, now you think you can survive a second plunge. Fish die when air is forced in through their gills, and it should be the same with him. You still don't understand. I'm many times stronger than you are. It doesn't matter if we're out of water or not. I'll destroy you with the ultimate move of Fishman Karate. I've sent you flying before with the 100 brick fist. My greatest move, the 1,000 brick fist. The likelihood of your survival is 0. Calls that arms guy. Hugh decides to use his strongest attack, but Sanji puts him down in Mouton. 1 collier, épaule, côtelette, selle, poitrine, gigot, mouton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. I guess you won't be needing dessert. 11 hits. And smashes him through a wall. Kurobi. Hachi. Like I said, insignificant small fry. It looks like we're the winners of this game. How dare you wipe out my most valuable officers? Who do you think you are? And I mean, but it looks like this guy isn't about to let it. These guys are incredible. They defeated 2 of Arlong's best men. Nojiko. Can't believe that they beat 2 of Arlong's best men. I can't hold it in my breath any longer. Take a break again. I'll do it. He's coughing up water. We're so close. It's going to me. I'm so afraid until I can't believe. I feel a rising sense of hope about this battle. Gave me a heart. You were pretty fast for a human, but then you died from 1 shot of my water gun. How disappointing. I guess I'll head back. My combat should be finished by now too. I'm saved. Good comrade. Terrified. They can flip houses upside down. A whole village of them. I do feel sorry for Nami. And yeah, I'll pass. I'm covered with ketchup, but if I wish I had a few more battle scars. That's it. If I smear dirt all over me, it'll look like my fault. What should I say when I get back? I'm sorry I lost. We're crewmates already, right? I almost had him, but he got away. Don't cry, Nami. It was a hopeless battle. I'd rather die. We'll put up a fight. Wow, that was nothing but a tough one. Nothing personal. My wounds aren't that bad. We've been waiting for you, brothers. Can you understand what a painful choice that was for her? Let's fight. You should have seen me fight. I'm so pathetic. Hold it right there, fish guy. You're still alive? The moment I decided to leave my village, I said goodbye to peace and security. You'd think I'd let you hit me with your wimpy half-ish squirt gun? Luffy and those guys live every day like there's no tomorrow. That's why they can laugh so heartedly. That's the reason I set out to sea in the first place, because I wanted to laugh with gusto like them. If I don't fight with everything I've got, then I'm not worthy to sail on the same ship with those guys. How could I ever laugh with them again? Short kill shot, flame shot. Think that's gonna stop me? Usopp takes a... Arlong Park was a very good fuck-ass arc, man. It is so good. It's so good! Don't call people bird brains, dude. You guys are really fighting over which of these? You guys are really fighting over which kind of Hunter x Hunter Nen ability Luffy would have? Come on now. A genocidal monster. That wasn't smart nor immoral. Usopp tanks a... Usopp survives a punch to the face from one of Arlong's strongest officers. Sorry about it. I heard the argument. You'd have an aneurysm. I mean, it's fine, but if you guys can't agree, then just agree to disagree. You should have just played dead. Your brain must be weak as your body. It's all over. That's it. It's all over. Smack. Usopp hammer. Rubber band of doom. The rubber band of doom. Officers. He whacks him in the knee with a hammer and shoots a rubber band in his eye. Whacks him. Yeah, there we go. Booze, sure kill Lead Star. Azai then covers him in alcohol. By breaking a wine bottle. Fishman can say whatever he wants. Lips guy drinks a bunch of water in order to use his water cannon that took down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 trees in a single shot. I'll skewer him like a beehive 100-shot water gun. How did he find me? Okay. Look at me, Usopp Pirates. Look at me, Kai. I become a sea. I'm going to fight someday. I'm going to be a real warrior pretending it's over. Yo. That is crazy. What an idiot. Through trees. Single shot. He then spits a barrage of water bullets that tear away at trees. Which tribe do you think still has still have more room to grow? Everybody that isn't named, well, all of them do, but I would say Usopp, Chopper, Frankie, and Brook. Usopp, Chopper, Frankie, and Brook. Specifically the Eon hates Hunter x Hunter for no good reason. I don't hate Hunter x Hunter. I don't like Hunter x Hunter. Not liking it is not the same thing as hating it. There is no reason. There is nothing about Hunter x Hunter that makes me want to get into it either. Like, that, no, like, if I'm being honest with you, there's absolutely no reason for me to even like Hunter x Hunter. Like, I don't care for the art style. I really don't care for the art style. You could say, but the power system and the writing, I don't give a shit about either if the series isn't interesting enough to grasp me within the first couple of pages. It really doesn't. I've tried. I've tried to sit through it. There are certain series like One Piece, like Naruto, that you simply, and even like Hunter x Hunter or JJK, that they're simply not for you as a person. I can't say I hate Hunter x Hunter, but what I can say, I mean, you can consider it peak fiction. I've heard a lot of people say it, but it's the same. But if it's in the same way that people also consider Chainsaw Man to be peak fiction or One Piece to be peak fiction, I mean, like it's clearly a series that will have its flaws, but you know there are also going to be good traits about it. I mean, I don't want to watch it because I've seen Hunter x Hunter fights. They do not look that interesting to me. I've seen some of the major Hunter x Hunter fights. They do not look cool. They do not look interesting to me. I do not like the character designs. I do not like the art style. But most importantly, and I'm going to be straight up honest with you, there is, in every sense of the word, there is no reason for me to get into a series that is never going to finish. I mean, Naruto can copy it. I don't give a shit. Like it could literally have arcs that Naruto and One Piece have copied. It doesn't really change anything for me. But I'm gonna be so honest with you. I'm going to be so honest with you. There is nothing about Hunter x Hunter that will ever get me into it because I am not going to watch a series where the author isn't putting out chapters. That's just not gonna happen. It's listen, as someone who sticks weekly to One Piece and all those other series, it sucks to have to be caught up while also waiting for more shit to come out because I want to see where the lore progresses. I want to see where everything transpires. I don't care if Gon's story is finished. What I care about is if the series itself is going to continue. I am not how it does appeal, but it doesn't hook me in the same way. Right. It doesn't hook me. And the other thing is I'm not going to sit here and watch a series where once I easily catch up to it, once the Chimera Ant arc is over, there is nothing for me to get because all I have is a couple of manga chapters, some of which are essentially just massive pages of text, massive walls of text, and I'm not going to sit here and wait a year for a chapter. I don't even like waiting 3 months for Black Clover, and I actually really do like Black Clover. I'm not going to wait. If I'm going to wait, if I barely even like waiting, you could call it a masterpiece. That's completely fine. I don't give a shit. I don't give a fuck if it's a masterpiece. I'm not going to get into a series that I'm never going to live to see the actual ending. I've said this before. As a matter, if Togashi actually wanted to end his series, he would simply type it up, use speech to text, do whatever the fuck he wants, but even if he has to write the story himself, I don't give a fuck, but give the manga to somebody else to draw. Togashi Styles is not something that is that is not reproducible. Irreproducible. Is it irreproducible? Unreproducible. I don't wait. Irreproducible. Yeah. Like his art style is not irreproducible. It's literally so good because it isn't rushed. But here's the thing. There's literally a difference between a series rushing and a series not, I don't even know what the fuck to call it here. It's just not progressing. There's a fine line between not progressing and not even a fine line. There's a massive gap between a series rushing and a series not progressing. I'm not going to watch a series where I have to wait 5 years to get a new chapter. Fuck that. I have better ways of spending my time. Why would I commit to something like that? Togashi isn't anybody special, and Hunter x Hunter isn't a series that's special enough for me to want to get into for that. There's no way. I'm not doing that. I'm not telling anybody here that you shouldn't like it or that it's trash. I don't think that either. It just is a series that doesn't entertain me or bring me anything that I couldn't get from any other series. It couldn't hook me within the first couple of chapters, and that's already a big problem for me. But most importantly, I've seen the fights, and none of the fights hooked me at all. I've gotten into some series like Fairy Tail just because of how the fights looked. I got into Fairy Tail specifically because of Natsu getting the Lightning Dragon mode. We get chapter every years now. Okay, I'm not gonna wait a year for a chapter. Fuck that. Hunter x Hunter is not. Listen, I wouldn't even wait a year for a One Piece chapter. All right, if Oda put out a hundred page chapter and I have to wait a year for it, I can promise you I'm still not doing that shit. I would quit One Piece right away. I am not going to get into a series where I have to wait years and years on end just to get another chapter out. Togashi should if Togashi, I would consider it. I would at least consider getting into Hunter x Hunter if Togashi gave up everything happening in Hunter x Hunter's fully follow rules, by the way. That's fine. I didn't read Hunter. I never read Fairy Tail. I watched it as a kid, and when I was 15 years old, and I wasn't really caring about it. I just wanted to see cool fights. That's all fine. That's all fine. I could make decisions as a kid that I might not agree with now as an adult. All I'm telling you is I'm not going to get into a series that I have to wait years and years and years on end just to get a single chapter. I'm not doing that. Because Bleach Glazers, I'm also being coerced into watching. You can watch Bleach if you'd like. I think probably watching it is going to be a better experience than reading it. I would not recommend Bleach as a read-through. I would never recommend Bleach as a read-through. I think reading Bleach is honestly one of the most frustrating experiences you will have if you are genuinely trying to, like, take in every bit of the text that it's giving you. Anyway. Tree. Kicks the tree down and is lit aflame by Usopp, who then puts him down with a hammer swing to the head. I don't think Bleach is even a 5 out of 10. I would not give it a 6 out of 10. I would give it a 5 out of 10 because all of the good things about Bleach that I can recall all come from the anime itself, not the manga. If I don't include the music, some of the fight choreography in the anime, there's nothing for me to give it to Bleach. There's nothing for me to give Bleach. How much would I need to donate for you to scale Fairy Tail and crash out on stream over it? If you want me to scale the entirety of Fairy Tail, how many chapters is Fairy Tail? Let me look this up real quick. I would actually like look through the entirety of it. Fairy Tail. I know that somebody asked me to also do Dragon Ball. 500 chapters for Fairy Tail. And if you want me to do the 100-year quest as well, which is currently, that's 700 chapters, dude, at least $500. And I feel like that's a steal. Bleach can't be that bad. No, it is. It is. When you have world building that goes nowhere, when you have world building that isn't explored upon and goes nowhere, when you have inconsistencies in the writing and the power scaling, when you have as a reader no reason or no understanding as to why the two main villains do the thing that they are trying to do. I have 50 euros. Is it enough? For 50 euros, I will read a page. For 50 euros, I will read a page. Their Bleach was the best out of the big three. That's mind-blowing. It's not that great. The reason why people glaze Bleach is because it came out in a period of time alongside Naruto and One Piece, and I promise you that the people that glaze it weren't actually reading into it. Their brains were off. Everybody's brains were turned off. And I don't say this to say that people that read Bleach or watched Bleach at the time are idiots. I'm not saying that either. I'm saying Bleach is a series that you can genuinely, you have a half a euro. Bleach is a series that you can genuinely only enjoy if you either ignore all of its flaws or completely turn off your brain and don't think about anything. I remember enjoying Bleach as a child, as a 15, 16-year-old, specifically because I wasn't really reading what the fuck was on screen. I saw the characters, I knew the names, but I wasn't really paying attention to what was going on. I knew that there was something going on with the Hogyoku. I knew that Aizen was getting stronger. I knew that what the characters' powers did, but I'm not actually keeping track of what is happening within the context of the plot. It is not a plot that is very difficult to keep up with. It is not a plot that is explored upon, and certain traits are explored upon to the point where you can really sit down with the characters, everything happens too fast. You know how people say, one of the things that pisses them off about, like, especially modern day One Piece is that, like, or like even Shippuden Naruto, is that like everything kind of just starts to go to 10. Like, Naruto comes back, immediately has to go save a friend from, because he's basically getting his entire tailed beast extracted. Or Naruto is, going straight into, like, a Four Tails transformation against Orochimaru, where it doesn't feel like we're having ninjas fighting anymore, or with One Piece, it feels like the crew doesn't have a chance to, like, really sit down, have a laugh, just chat things out, going to an island and not have it be a fucking life or death encounter where millions of lives are at stake. No. Bleach just goes from 0 to 10 after right after the first arc. Actually, even in the first arc, Bleach kind of goes from 0 to 10. And if you like that kind of stuff, that's completely fine. But my biggest issue with Bleach is that if you are going to look at any of the for example, Victor, if is there any character not named Ichigo Kurosaki, Kisuke Urahara, or Kenpachi Zaraki, or I'll just throw in Aizen, that if you have any character in the series that you've seen from promotional material, from your friends talking about it, so on and so forth, if any character not named those 4 motherfuckers shows up in the series, and you thought, well, what's this guy with the cool 69 tattoo on his face? Oh, the hot girl with the big boobs and the pink sash? What about the cool kid that has like the ice powers? If you look at any single one of these, if any single character not named Ichigo, Kenpachi, Urahara, or Aizen, every single other character is trash. Every single other character doesn't really help move the story along unless it's a plot device. Every single other character, even in the moments where you're like, oh man, this is so cool, they're finally fighting back, or oh man, this is so amazing, we're finally getting to see this brand new transformation that's been hyped up since the very start of the series, you're just gonna get disappointed. You're just gonna be disappointed. The only people I know that aren't disappointed by this shit are the people that will legitimately glaze Kubo to the point where I feel like they have an unironic, constant, white, glossy, crackly, fucking dry ass membrane covering the outside of their mouths. Anyone who legitimately sits there and tells you that there are no issues with Bleach legitimately have a white, crusty outline around their lips and mouth. That is all I'm gonna say. There is no fucking way I'm going to sit here and believe that Bleach is a well-written series when I am left wondering more questions than answers that I've gotten, and where even if I watch shorts on YouTube with AI voices explaining shit, even they at times say, we still don't know. Oh, but Kubo left us an answer in an interview that only left us with more questions than answers. Like, what am I supposed to tell you? If you want to like Bleach, you can. If you want to watch it, I would definitely recommend watch it. Do not read it, because at least I can say, even if someone who genuinely dislikes the series because of how terribly put together it is, I will genuinely say you will probably, likely, and objectively get a better experience from watching the anime. Bleach is not a series I think anyone should read. If we're talking watch it, at least you'll have good music, at least you'll have good-ass theme songs, at least the art style looks really good while moving, but if any other instance, and you will at least get some answers that we're not giving in the manga because Kubo writes himself into corners, or probably needs 10 years to give you the most garbage fucking answer to. You think the art style on Hunter x Hunter is weird, but it actually only Gon looks weird. No one else looks like that, and there is a reason. That's fine. I mean, I still don't like the art style. The art style pertains to other characters, not just Gon. My professor was watching Bleach, and then I had to say to somebody who works an exhausting job and has to deal with 2 kids to understand the motivations of a villain who needs to read 4 novels. Yeah. Like, and mind you, if you're one of those people that are like really going to get into Bleach and get into the whole lore of it, I can promise you're also not going to get a deep dive lore dump within the context of the story. Like, there are even moments in the story where like they give you a piece of evidence that you're just sitting there like, sentenced to be a hero. I've heard of it. I heard it's pretty good. I heard it's all right. I've been thinking about it. Once my girlfriend and I get through like all the series that we're watching, and most of that is just me taking our time with it. We'll probably check it out. Yesterday we watched a little bit more Boondocks. She really liked the 2 episodes we were on. We're like less than a season and a half away from finishing Boondocks. Parks and Rec will probably take a while. Aren't available in my country, by the way. That fucking blows, dude. What do you mean they're not available in your country? There's no like Italian adaptation for like the Bleach novels? That's crazy. That's cool lore that Kubo has no balls to explore. Yeah, the lore can be cool. You would sit there and think, oh, these death gods, working with like these physical manifestations of the emptiness that is the human experience or whatever. Blah, 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 blah. All of these concepts. And then you have essentially... and then you essentially have like Jesus' apostles that are all actually Nazis, and you have all these cool fucking concepts, and all the Arrancar, or at least the Espada, are supposed to be personifications of the concepts of death. Like, you're like, oh, all this shit's cool. Kubo does not go into it in the slightest bit. We never actually get to see any of the Arrancars ever become... At least any of like the Espada, we never get to see them and how they became Arrancars. We never get to go through any of the processes. No, they're just transformed. It's this and that and yada yada yada. And you're just, it's very mellow and almost happy. It doesn't catch the atmosphere of Hunter x Hunter. If you ever watched, I read the manga. I'm not giving it another try. I try to give the manga a couple chapters. I'm not giving that shit. Alright, Ian, I gotta go now. See you in chat next time. Have a good one, Nothingness. Hope you have a good one, man. Please take care of yourself. Puts him down with a hammer to the head. Even I can win if I try. Did you see that? Damn it. Don't ever underestimate me. Yep. What is it all a dream? What did that nasty shark do? I don't know. Looked like he just splashed them with water. But then again, they coughed up blood and collapsed. Did he move? Come back to life. I can destroy you weaklings like you without even touching them. A handful of water is all it takes. There's such a difference between fisherman and human. Zoro and Sanji were taken down by Arlong, who threw water at them. This guy's no jokes. He makes it look easy, but he's like a shotgun blast. Water at them. Sanji says it's like a shotgun blast. Manga is very trust me, the 1999 is the best thing to ever experience it. I'm still not going to check it out. It could be the best experience. I can promise you no amount of explanation, no amount of nitty-gritty shit. Listen, I don't give a fuck about the nitty-gritty stuff. If anything, if it looks better, I don't give a shit. All I give a fuck about, like, it being a little bit more nitty-gritty, having a different atmosphere, none of that's going to change my opinion. I am not going to get into a series where I have to wait a year for a fucking chapter. That's not going to happen. Togashi is not a good enough writer or a good enough manga artist to make me want to do that. If Hunter x Hunter ever got passed on to another manga artist, someone that can actually just put it in, and Togashi, all he has to do is just phone in whatever the fuck he wants to tell them. That's all he needs. They can literally, listen, if Togashi's problem is like his back or whatever, I don't know if he has to lie on his back. I don't know if he needs to be at a 90-degree angle. I don't know what the fuck he has to do for his back. I don't know if he can't lie on the ground. He has to suspend himself in the air with fucking coils. He doesn't even need to hold a phone. He doesn't even need to hold a phone and tell somebody, okay, tell them to write this, tell them to write that. This is how the story's gonna go. This is how I want it to be written. Okay, what about this? Yeah, that's a good, okay, do that, do this, do that. Like, he just needs to do that. If that's not happening, I do not care. I do not care. There's no chance. There's no explanation. There is no kind of things that you will tell me that is going to make me do it. You mean like Gege and Yuji? What do you mean? As a fan of at least Zero Soul Society Bleach, it's my solo leveling. That's fair. He literally spends his days playing Dragon Quest. I mean, he can do that. He has free will. If it helps his back, I don't know. Fishman, he's on a league of the zone. UG is the name of Gege's new artist. Oh, yeah, yeah. Like that. I don't mind that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I don't mind that kind of stuff. We're getting 10 Hunter x Hunter chapters per year now. Cool. I'm not waiting. Listen, I'm not going to read 10 chapters per year. That's not going to happen. I don't care. Like, it's not going to change my mind. I don't want to read Hunter x Hunter. There is not a single thing about Hunter x Hunter that entertains me in the slightest bit. There's not a single thing that's going to change my mind on it. I'm happy that you guys are getting 10 chapters. I hope that... Yeah, I'd drop it for sure as well. I'm not waiting that long. Exactly. I'm happy that everyone who reads Hunter x Hunter can get something out of it. I'm happy that you guys are getting 10 chapters. That's more than I honestly thought. Thank you for letting me know that. That definitely does change things, but I'm not going to read it. It can be the greatest piece of media of all time. I promise you, I'm not going to regret never reading it. I don't think I'm going to regret ever reading it. What do you think? Relight and Gabon not helping Ace. I mean, it wasn't their job to go in and, you know, he's got a whole captain, he's got a whole crew, he's got a whole ship. It's not their job to show up, you know what I mean? Also, they don't know him like that. The only thing that he is to them is the son of their old captain. How many times did you try and kill me? I was about to blast this no-account pirate to bits. What brings you here? I've come to kill you. To kill me? In the 8 years you've been with us, how many times have you tried to kill me? Assassins, poison, ambushes, and the result, I'm still here. Arlong says Nami has tried sending assassins, poison, has tried using assassins, poison, please don't spam, Red Op. Please don't spam. I'm not listen. I'm not going to kill you, but I won't let you go. You're going to be my little cartographer forever. But I'm a reasonable man. I don't want to hold a young girl against her will, and I think you prefer a will or your own. Now, I'm about to kill every human here except for you. However, if you're willing to rejoin my crew and agree to be an officer and draw ocean charts, I'm willing to spare the people of Kokoyashi Village, but these two die, of course. They've caused me too much trouble, so what's it gonna be? Are you religious? Nope. I was raised Catholic. I do not care for religion. Nope. I don't believe in religion. I don't believe in karma. I don't believe in any universal force out there. I don't think that I am correct, I don't think that I am necessarily correct. There could very well much be the idea of a God existing. But my thing is, unless there is objective proof that there is a God, I will not believe in one. I will never shame anybody for believing in whatever they want to believe. I think that everyone has a right to believe in whatever it is, especially if it brings them happiness, if it brings them some level of peace or community. But I will never, ever believe in a God. Except Oda. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Go back to me now and you saved your villagers, or stick with these weaklings and try to fight me together. If you look at the shape of these two are in, you can see what a tragic mistake that would be. Well, Nami, are you a crewmate or are you their crewmate? I'm sorry, everyone. Will you please die with me? Eon is Zoro confirmed. How does that make me Zoro? So all you want to die here, hey? Hooray! Bloop, 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 bloop. What the? He's breathing. And all that's left is to free his legs. What's the sound of that? Could it be Brother Luffy? Zoro. 30 seconds. I won't last any longer. That's plenty. Arlong has no fountains. Could it be that rubber brat? Don't worry about it. Half fish. Your problem stands in front of you. I warned you about calling names, dead man. Egg Star. I got your back, Zoro. Who's up, everyone? He's alive. Dramatic entrance. Fight, all of you. There you are. Fight all you like. Nami, I beat one of the Arlong's officers. Can't you use your full strength to free yourself from him? Nope. No can do. I'm just too weak. I'm counting on you. Your last hope. That you think I'd let you humans win. If I can just kick the rocks around Luffy's leg to pieces, he can swing into action. He's the only one left with any hope of beating Arlong. Just like me, for real, for real. Wait, what the fuck? Zoro's head got stomped for not believing in God. What was this? The biggest inspiration for Jujutsu and Hunter x Hunter system is the Binding Vow. Omniscient Reader is the second. One Piece. Go read it, man. Alright. Because I don't hate minorities. What would make you think I hate minorities? Zoro not believing, but fantasizing about being the king of hell. What a fraud. Skypea, I never once prayed to a god. Just like me, for real, for real. I've read it, liked it at the beginning, became boring as fuck. Nen conditions and Kurapika, and use the fuck up the tantrum crew will always be. I think the way that people in the West were introduced to anime as young people during the Big Three era, and everyone read them when they were preteens, and Bleach just doesn't survive being judged by adults. That's the thing. It's like most of the people that will tell you that Bleach is one of the greatest series of all times are either my age or a little bit older. Basically, anyone between anyone either 5 to 6 years older than me or 5 to 6 years younger than me would likely have been around the era where Bleach was coming out. And they'll tell you, man. They'll tell you that shit's one of the best things to ever come out. But, like, as an adult and, like, actually reading it as a, you know, as someone who's read more pieces of literature since, it's just not that great. By now, bro became a Buddhist. That's crazy. If I can just kick the stuff around Luffy's legs, it's Brother Cook. I don't know what he's doing down there, but we're all counting on him. Brother Zoro, hold fast. Not only are most Devil Fruit users unable to freely use their powers underwater, they can't even move to begin with. The sea saps them of all their strength. Failed. He also states that the sea saps them of all their strength. So if that brat is still alive, then someone must be helping him. Where's your pinwheel, mister? It's not important right now. Why shouldn't we get this? This is our game. Correction, it's my game, and I won't allow any cheating. I gotta stop Arlong from going after Sanji. Hey, Arlong, over here. I'll distract them. What, Brother Usopp? Rubber band of doom. Since you're standing in front of me, you must want to die, Roronoa Zoro. Go forth, Zoro. What are you trying to do? I'll shatter that nose you're so proud of. Fool, the reason I'm proud of this nose is because it can't be shattered. Zoro. Real power would be lucky just to scratch. Zoro swings his blade at Arlong's nose, only for him to say it can't be shattered. And if you had real power, you'd be lucky to just scratch it. Look over there, the octopus guy is getting up. What's he gonna do, I thought that the rubber band was coming at me. What? See, I scared him. You aimed at Arlong. Octopus. I won't let you fools win, Roronoa. I'll kill that crewmate of yours that's in the water. Don't worry about it. In the end, you're all going to die. Leave the rest to me. A fishman. I can shatter the rocks. Die, die, die. Takoyaki punch. Octopus, watch out. Zoro. So many bandages. Did you have an accident? Where did you get all those wounds from? How can you still be alive? How can you stand? Those are the eyes of a dying man. Can't be shattered. I can't run the risk of letting such a man live. Lying still would have kept some of the wounds from opening up. You're probably right. Is this your idea of a joke? I wasn't talking about me. I meant Octopus Boy. What? I told you this game, our game, and we're winning. Okay. Arlong doesn't think he can continue to let Zoro live after seeing his wound bleed. Still alive. Sanji shatters the rock Luffy's stuck on. Sanji shatters the rock, and Luffy slingshots into the air. Yo, guys, this is Nika foreshadowing right here, guys. This is Nika foreshadowing. Oda has been foreshadowing Nika since the first fucking arc. Switch. You idiot! Bell, whip, bullet, Gatling. Okay. Slingshots into the air. Then grabs Zoro and switches with him. Slaves are still illegal in Dubai because celestial dragons fit in a real sense. Rich people who can do whatever they want just in real life. Such people don't get the means to kill and enslave at a whim. That's the thing. Even in real life, our villains have some sort of morality to a degree somewhat. Celestial dragons, absolutely none. Oh my god, it is Nika. Oda foreskinning again. That's right. Oda loves his foreskinning. Gum bullet. Bell. Whip. Hold on. Hold the freaking phone. Okay, he uses Gum pistol here. Okay. Gum pistol. Okay. Gum whip to take out the marine guys. Pistol. No, he used bazooka against the buggy. Okay. Luffy immediately hits Arlong with Bell, whip, bullet, and Gatling. Which Arlong takes 0 damage from. Only warming up. Okay, what do you think of the Uryu meta? Is it the one that you brought up in your comment? Haku isn't lightspeed between the mirrors, he is reflected by, so yes, Naruto is equal, but history still has inconsistencies. No, he isn't. The statement? No, he is only lightspeed between the mirrors while traveling between the mirrors. That's literally the only statement that he has. Naruto can't be lightspeed in the first arc because it would mean that every other data book statement wrong by default. Every other data book statement would have to be. When can we expect you to finish the video? I don't know, man. Don't even expect a timeline from me. I'm not even going to give you guys something. Okay, this is not math stacking. Okay, that was the stuff for, like, the 6 stuff. Oh, since we're on the topic, I brought up a couple of streams ago. I wanted to explain better the whole Uryu perceiving vibrations meta stuff. Right. Uryu is implied to perceive Saruchi's blades, which are stated to vibrate at a rate of a million times per second, which there are conflicting translations, but if you go by the translation where this is actually spirit particles moving around her blade like a chainsaw, if you assume that the blade is only 50 centimeters or 0.5 centimeters long, which is a low ball since they're almost as tall as her, that would mean that the particles are traveling at 5 million meters per second, or about 1.7% the speed of light. Though some translations imply that it's just vibrations, the speed of the mechanical waves is wavelength multiplied by frequency, so the number depends heavily on the wave's length. But since he is the bare minimum unit visible is 1 million, so 1 meter meters bare minimum, so you perceive something at 100 meters per second, which could be upscaled if I knew what is the relativistic wavelength of vibrations shown, since the knowledge of the physics is pretty limited. I think that's a fair way to take it. I think that's fine. If you're able to, like, if you're able to essentially, so if you're able to essentially create a, if you're able to create, like, let's say, like, a reasonable, blah, 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 blah. Depending on the translation that you're using, and depending on whether or not you're able to create, like, a reasonable model, like you seem to be doing here with the 50 centimeter blade, so 0.5 meters, which would be a low ball, considering, again, it should be at least as tall as she is. I think that saying that it's, like, 1.7% the speed of light, I think that's also fine. Like, I think the only thing that would, like, kind of contradict this, because at least there seems to be a knowledge of how much vibrations should work, at least by millimeter, and, like, the vibrations by millimeters per second. There seems to be at least a consistent theme of, like, understanding about, like, how they should be moving. I think that the only thing I would say to this is that while you could potentially say that if her attacks are 1.7% the speed of light, and if Uryu is able to, like, let's say, attack with, like, 100 times that, it would be anywhere around, like, 1.7 times the speed of light, which I think would also be fine, even by that point, if that's what you think Uryu's attack speed would be, at least for, like, what was it, the Leeched Reagan? I think my only issue is that there are some contradicting statements, like with the Gin Ichimaru clap, and also the Candace catnip stuff from apparently the light novels. But since I don't read the light novels, I can't tell you if that's actually a proper interpretation for it. But at the same time, I was wrong. The first value should be doubled because the particles have to traverse the length of the blade 2 times. That's right. So would it then be like, what, 3.4% the speed of light? I mean, considering that there are other Arlong cars, and even if you wanted to say that, like, Uryu is only 10 times faster than that or whatever, so, like, let's just say it's like, what, 34% the speed of light, which would put him at which would still put, not sub-relativistic, it would still put him at relativistic. I mean, you can technically upscale from there, although the only issue with, like, getting, he clapped and my entire stream crashed. Yeah, I told you, I'm outerversal. I affect even your PCs. I would say that at that point, it's just a matter of, like, finding how strong Uryu is in comparison to, like, the other characters, even up until, like, the Hueco Mundo arc. Let's, for example, Ichigo, assuming that Ichigo is stronger than Uryu, let's just, like, round it up to, like, 50% the speed of light, and then just saying that, like, Ichigo with a hollow mask would then be, like, 50% the speed of light times 10 would be, like, what, 5 times just reaction speed. Okay, that's fair. I think that this is fine. If you can find any other way of, like, quantifying it while still keeping it within the metrics, or at least, like, some of the scaling of the series has implied. I mean, there's also an argument to be made that, like, with Naruto and One Piece, reaction time in Bleach can often be considered greater than actual movement and combat speed. Something I've been saying for a while now is that you can genuinely just make the argument that characters like Kakashi, who can react to lightning, characters like Itachi, who can react to lightning or light speed, etc., they have higher reaction times than actual movement and combat speed, right? But yeah, if you are outerversal, then I am boundless. I'm inside your mind. No, you are not. No, you are not. I do not think of any of you motherfuckers past me closing up the stream. Let me stop. Imagine? That'd be mad rude. No, it's fine. If you guys could please give me, like, a second, if you guys could please give me, like, a second, I need to go get some more water. I really am trying to drink more water, especially throughout the next couple of days. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be back. Give me 1 second, please. I might upscale Ukiora. If I remember correctly, he blitzed Uryu. That's true. Eon gone to Goon. I did not go on to Goon. I don't know why you would even bring such a thing up. Alright, how tenaciously you scum hold on to your stubby little teeth. You thought it'd be better off dying peacefully at the bottom of the ocean. I'm glad they rescued me. Can't you understand why I'm upset? I've watched my beloved comrades be defeated by worms, and I'll soon make you wish for a quiet death. Is Brother Luffy alright? All this ferocious attacks didn't seem to phase Arlong. Where did Zoro fly off to? Luffy, I've got your back. If Luffy loses, we're all dead. That would be the end of the East Blue. You're right. It's only warming up. The villagers and Sanji state if Luffy loses, then they are all dead, and it is the end of the East Blue. How is the real Eon doing? I'm not gonna lie, the real Eon has been so anxious about stuff outside of scaling and doing all this stuff that I'm gonna be real. He hasn't been schmaloogling a lot. He hasn't been googling, loogling, schmaloogling. He hasn't been doing anything. He's kind of just sort of been programming me. He said the name of the arc in the arc, yeah. 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 Do you know the difference between you and me? Our noses? No. Our chins? His brother Luffy joke? I think he's serious. Webbed fingers? Species. Arlong crushes a pillar. Arlong crushes a pillar with his teeth. Planet Birthday, it's been a minute. How long is this Naruto video gonna be? I don't fucking know, man. He chewed up that stone pillar. If those jobs clamp onto Luffy, he won't just leave a scar. He'll be eating bones and all. Superhuman strength is the birthright of all fishmen. The heavens didn't smile on your puny kind in that regard. The moment of birth is unbridled. The gulf of despair periods our thing. He's right, no human can span that gulf no matter how hard he trains. So what? That's nothing. You don't have to have big teeth to crush stone. Luffy crushes it with his teeth to prove a point. That's right, show him. It's a pointless argument. Tower of God fell for a bit disappointing between Gustang and Tromere. Glad Tromere is gone, but the process is disappointing. The tower is going to explode sooner or later. I read about 100 chapters of Tower of God, and my god, the arc is so unappealing to look at. That's why I dropped it. It was okay. The art is really that unappealing. Humans are a stupid, weak, foolish species. You'll sink like rocks in the bottom of the ocean. It's because I can't do so many things that I ask others to help me. Are those... Does he even know how to use a sword? What's this? You're just swinging blindly? Are those Hachi's swords? Those gotta be Hachi's swords, right? Yeah, those gotta be Hachi's swords. Yeah, those definitely have to be Hachi's swords. Yeah, those are definitely Hachi's swords. Luffy just casually, wildly picked up the 600-pound blades. That's crazy, guys. Just to prove a point. He picks up Hachi's 300-kilogram swords and swings them wildly. But doesn't real scale FT since he seems to spend a lot of time reading and watching it. He doesn't really spend that much time reading or watching anything. Real Eon basically cooks, cleans, does adulting shit, and then he basically sends me here to stream. And in the times where he's not streaming, Real Eon basically is either cooking. He basically spends the time either cooking or cleaning. Like, it is insane how no matter how much a person cleans up their fucking house, even if they're not bringing in, even if, like, they leave the shoes outside, there's still so much dirt to pick up afterwards. Especially, like, a week or 2 weeks down the line, man. It's so fucking annoying. I'm bored with your games. Arlong. Wildly. The sword breaks against Arlong's nose and he shatters the other blade. Luffy's basically swinging around a combined total of about 1,200 pounds. A little over, I would say. The other blade. Luffy punches him in the face and shatters his teeth. I feel like a house husband with how much time I spend cleaning. I told this to my girlfriend before. I actually think I wouldn't make a bad house husband, all things considered. I spend most of my time indoors. I don't drink. I'm not really the type to go into clubs. And in all honesty, I'm just down to like cook and clean for people. Like I don't mind doing that. That's honest. I'm okay with it. I don't know how to use a sword shark face. What's he on about? I don't know how to navigate either. I can't cook. I know I can't live without help from other people. You know what's crazy? This line right here that I can't tell lies. Usopp's like, hey, relax. I love how like a lesson that Itachi had to teach Naruto. 540 chapters in. About 540ish chapters in, a lesson that Naruto had to learn from Itachi. Something that Luffy already kind of understands pretty damn well. I don't know where the fuck Luffy learned that, but that's kind of crazy to me. Clever boy, you are to admit your own helplessness. What a burden must be for your own crew to have such an idiot captain. Idiot for a captain. I don't know why they fight so desperately to save you. You lack the slightest shred of dignity or ability. What gives you the right to be captain on the ship? What can you do? I can beat you. What's good, Six? How you been, man? Do it, brother Luffy. Damn. Damn right you will, shithead. If you die, I'll kill you. Yo, Zoro. Yo. Zoro's gotta be pissed off, especially after what Luffy just did to him. If my girl was rich, I would 100% be a house husband. I was the oldest sibling. I know how to clean and take care of a house. Yeah. I think, actually, I'm technically the youngest. No, technically not the youngest. I've got your back. Babble away, cockroaches. Hey, his teeth grew back. I'm a shark. They'll always grow back. Each time stronger than the time before. The number, an endless number of times, an endless number of times. This is the special power bestowed by the heavens. Do you see... see how superior we fishmen are? Punches him in the face and shatters his teeth. Arlong grows them back. Grows them back. Stating they are stronger each time. Does this Does this kind of make Arlong like a universal being because he can create an infinite number of teeth? Because he says he can do it an endless number of times. So if you wanted to be disingenuous, you could make an argument that Arlong, by the sheer fact that he's able to create an infinite number of teeth, would automatically mean that he can essentially fill up the entire... He could potentially fill up the entirety of the One Piece planet with his teeth alone. Arlong could technically... One could argue that he could basically... That if given enough time and enough energy, he could technically make as many teeth as he wants, flooding the entire One Piece planet with his own teeth. That's a lot of fucking calcium, by the way. That's kind of crazy. What do you guys think? Arlong is universal because he can make an endless number of teeth? This shit would be crazy. That should be so funny. I'm not gonna lie. Obviously, this is a joke, but that would be so funny. No, we already got haters. Not every infinite statement relates to attack potency. But it's not about attack potency, it's about filling up the whole fucking universe. He can fill up the whole universe with his teeth. The entire universe could be Arlong. Gon is built as a kid who is so overpowered he never has to face consequences. Naruto is the same, but once Naruto had to face the first consequence, he just kept chasing gay boyfriend, learning nothing. I don't know about that being his first consequence. I think there have been plenty of consequences he's had to deal with before. Okay. Tooth gum. Brother Luffy, what comrade? Arlong, Lord Arlong, that hurts. You little gum. Hey, I thought of something fun. How dare you use one of my men as a shield? Hey, you attacked us first. Luffy has an idea. He's found something. Toothy gum. Tooth gum. Okay. Bite. Luffy knocks. I did it. I didn't know. Don't you know that my teeth are unbreakable? Look, now I have shark teeth too. Some key to victory. Very version of jobless reincarnation. I hate Arlong too much to even participate in agenda scaling. You really hate Arlong so much you won't participate in his agenda? How dare you mock me? I've been bitten by shark jaws. That's what you get for fooling around. The fact that the jaw strength to use Arlong's teeth is such a way. Yeah, it really is. Tooth gum, that hurts. Luffy bites onto Arlong. How's it feel getting bitten by your own teeth? Hurts, huh? There may be my teeth, but your jaws are too weak. A shark's teeth are deadly because of its jaw muscles have the strength to bite through flesh and bone. Okay. Arlong. How could you hate Arlong? That's what I'm saying. Arlong has like the coolest blue hockey of all time. He's using it right now. You see how he's hitting? See? Even Nola's saying it, man. Absolutely fuck that guy. Alright. Arlong, Luffy takes Arlong's teeth. Arlong clamps his teeth on Luffy. Who bites him back. He then bites down on Luffy with his... He then bites down on Luffy. Who picks him up and slams him into the ground. How's your day been? It's been good, man. It's been good. In the first 20 minutes of the stream 6, I went over the more of a Don Krieg enjoyer. Yo, alright, you know what? Fuck all that, man. Fuck all that. Fuck all that. You know what? We have to ask the real questions here. Best villain in East Blue and why? I need you guys to give me your agendas for the best villain in all of fucking East Blue, man. Morgan, Kuro, Krieg, Arlong. Let me know what you guys think is the best villain in all of East Blue. The guy that you guys would fucking root for if we had to throw them all into a fucking vat of combat or whatever the fuck it is. You guys are really saying Morgan? There's no way you guys are saying fucking Morgan. I was about to say, I'm not expecting Arlong to win this shit, but I'm also not expecting Morgan to fucking win either. Kuro was an idiot, but he was really being a butler for the love of the game. 3 years as a butler, being the best butler he can be. That's what I'm saying, bruh. And Kuro had that shit on him too. You saw that fit that he had? Son was really dapper. Son really looked fucking dapper as all hell. What about Arlong? I'm not gonna lie. The only thing that like pisses me off about Arlong is his drip. Why the fuck is Arlong wearing a hot ass, stinky ass? What the fuck even is this? What would you call this kind of hat? Why the fuck would you call it? What the fuck do you even call this a hat? Is that like a ski hat? It's not a ski hat. It's clearly something that you use in a winter island. Why the fuck are you using it in a summer ass island? Bro is literally casually walking around with a what even is the design on that shirt, man? Arlong might be a bum. I'm not gonna lie. Arlong might be a bum. I mean, let's talk about because like let's talk about this. Arlong, especially back in the flashback, especially like all the way back in the flashback, Arlong had that shit on him. Arlong had that shit on him, man. He had the long coat with the scarf on it. He had a fucking fedora, man. No, he didn't even have a fedora. He had a bucket hat. Arlong was walking around with a fucking scarf and a fedora and a bucket hat. He had that shit on him. But if we're talking about like current Arlong, why the fuck is he wearing this, bro? You're telling me you've been telling me you've been living here for 10 years and you couldn't figure out like a better type of drip? Has been chilling in East Blue for years, bullying weak villagers. Yeah, but like nobody was gonna tell him that shit looks like ass. One step back, he would have lost that arm. If he had taken one step back, I doubt he knew that it had to be dumb luck. Where'd he go? He's in the water. The water? Hey, shark. Hey, a shark. It's Arlong. Nobody can beat me in the water. I'm faster. I'm even faster in my own element. Arlong jumps into the water. Arlong jumps into the water and says he's faster in his own element. Arlong got that shit on him. Arlong really does have that shit on him. If anyone told him they'd be dead. How is Arlong winning the poll? That's what I'm saying. How the fuck is Arlong winning the poll? I know Jerome is out here punching the fucking air right now, bruv. I know Jerome is still fucking punching the air right now, man. Yeah, how are y'all voting for Arlong for this shit, man? I don't get it. Alright, did he escape? Shark on darts. A torpedo. An element. He launches himself out of the water and crashes into his it's actually 5 stories. 5-story tall building. Arlong Park is 1, 2, 3, 4. Is it 4 stories or 5 stories? How tall is Arlong Park? All villains have equally good stories, though. It's One Piece. Arlong just has the most impact. That's it. Blue hockey too strong. What is Arlong's impact? What is wrong with y'all? That's what I'm saying. You guys, somebody here is clearly biased and or being a hater. Let me see some shit real quick, because now I gotta double check to see how many stories this fuck ass building is. This is the first floor, second floor, third floor, fourth floor, fifth floor. 5 stories. It is a 5-story tall building. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. Story tall building. They called him a torpedo. They called him a torpedo. You guys remember Tuxedo Man? Actually, let me not bring up Billy and Mandy right now. Oh, how Buggy is still having fun. Arlong took a single village. By the way, the only reason I didn't put Buggy on this, because I know for a fact you motherfuckers would, everyone here would vote for Buggy. It would be like 100 Buggy, then like, it would be like 100% Buggy, 0% for everybody else. I was not gonna put Buggy in this shit, man. There is no way somebody was gonna convince me to put Buggy on this. 100% not. 100% not. If the average fishman is 10 times stronger than normal, did we even get an estimate on how many times stronger the average giant is compared to both fishmen and humans? Nope, I don't think we have, but I will find it if it's there. Don't you mean Tuxedo Mask, the Sailor Moon guy? No, I mean Tuxedo Man from the Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. But that just means the all blue is Jinbei's cheeks. Alright, that's enough of that. We're not going to talk about how caked up Jinbei is and how his cake could be the old blue, alright? But that just means your torment. Shark on darts. He got his nose stuck in the ground. He really is unbreakable. That stinking shark. Shark on darts. Hide. Arlong's back in the water. Absolutely not, Luffy. You have to retreat. No. Attack. I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna knock him out. Either he tags Luffy multiple times. This consistent since Sanji is gay though. What the fuck? What the fuck? How is Sanji gay? Luffy multiple times. Luffy says he won't retreat because he is gonna knock him out. Let's take this, turn it red. Let's take this. Let's turn it red. Okay. How is Sanji not gay? He dressed up as a woman and liked it. That doesn't necessarily mean that he's gay. He could have just liked wearing the dress. Be careful, Six. That can go into that could go into obviously it's not going to, but that could really go into some really weird ways. Like, okay, I'm not gonna say Sanji is gay because he wore a dress per se. I'm not gonna say he's gay because he wore a dress. You can wear a dress and not be gay. You could probably like the draftiness of wearing a dress and not be gay. I mean, some men like wearing kilts. He's also shown attraction. When the fuck is he showing attraction to men? When the fuck? What? All right, I'm gonna need a chapter for that. You need to give me a whole ass chapter for that. All right, that I am 100% gonna need a whole ass chapter for, bruv. Come on, Shark. You've got guts, human, or have you given up yet? Don't you understand what hide means, Luffy? You're taking it full force. Gum shield. What's that? Does he think that'll protect him? Sanji wore more makeup as well, though. Yeah, but cross-dressing doesn't exactly make you gay, right? You can still like women and also like to cross-dress. Sanji is gay and Zoro is his mate. Oh, fucking right. Now we have a Yuri fanfic about Zoro and Sanji. There probably is, actually. I'm going twice as fast this time. I'll skewer this worthless brat. Arlong says he'll go after Luffy twice as fast and is caught. What fanfic? It's the story. Alrighty then. And is caught by Gum Gum Shield. Cross-dressing is gay? They did nearly kiss in the anime. Yaoi, not Yuri. I don't know which one it is, man. I don't know if Yaoi is the gay one, if Yuri is the gay one. It's all the same shit. I guess. Actually, that would technically not be correct. So then what's Yuri? Yuri is women/woman. That term for man is yaoi. It's the same shit. Gay is gay. It's the same shit. It's like saying a lesbian isn't gay. It's like lesbian and gay are like the same thing. Yuri is peak. It's not slander. It's just the truth. I still need a chapter about Sanji liking men. I still need a chapter for that, 6. Both is gay. Sanji is a tsundere, that's why he fights Zoro. I had a conversation with my girlfriend about that, actually. I'm like, why is there a whole separate definition for, like, women for lesbian when, like, liking a person of the same sex, by definition, makes you gay, right? And I guess it was because, like, she said that, like, because gay is usually when somebody is described as gay, even though it could be used for women, it is when somebody is called gay, they are primarily think that that is for male men. That's why there's like a differentiation for like the word lesbian. I don't know if like that's the exact explanation that she gave me. I'm not gonna put words in her mouth, but like I think that's what she explained, how she explained it to me. Obviously I don't know. I feel like it's like a lot more complex when you have to like use two different words for the same thing for two different groups of people. I don't know. They're both gay. Yaoi is men on Diddy, and Yuri is the best gay. Alright. Yeah, y'all still gay for liking girl on girl. Yeah, you would. That would kind of be gay if you're liking girl on girl. Liking girl on girl is kind of gay. Gooning to Yuri isn't gay for men, but gooning to Yaoi as a man is gay. That's the difference. Okay, but like, you still haven't given me a fucking chapter as to when Sanji said he liked men. What implies Sanji likes men? I need a chapter, goddammit. Alright. What happened? Is he dead? Twice as fast using Gum Gum Shield. You're finished, Arlong. That trick's not gonna work. He bounced back. Shark darts. Oof. You can't escape. That was just luck. You caught me by surprise. But this will finish. Liking girls isn't gay. It depends. Are you a girl? Do you like girls? That would make you gay. Yeah, that's fine. I'm gathering scans. Don't you worry. Yeah, I'll give you time. I'll give you some time. Gum Gum Net. I'm gonna finish. And Spear. Luffy catches Arlong and slams him into the ground with Spear. Hey, what's good, Jake? It worked. Sanji is gay-phobic. I'm gonna blame Eon for why Zoro and Sanji Yaoi is in my... Okay, no, you cannot blame me for that, because the simple fact that you went out of your way to type it into your search bar has nothing to do with me, man. That has nothing to do with me. If that shit shows up on your search bar, and listen, I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but like, if that shows up on your search bar, you cannot blame me for something you willingly did when I never even told anybody to do it, alright? You can blame a content creator for telling people to do something, you can't blame me for doing something without me telling you. Liking fish sticks makes you a gay fish, by the way. Oh, yes, the famous South Park joke. Who here likes fish sticks? Anybody here like fish sticks? Let's end this poll real quick. Who here likes fish sticks? Do you like fish sticks? Yes. I'm a gay fish. No, I can't put that. I can't put that. I feel like that's definitely crossing a line. I don't know if YouTube will definitely get mad at me for that. What the fuck? Sanji was attracted to Kiku. Did he know? Okay, but did he know that Kiku was a dude, like biologically? Too late. You made me Google this yesterday. Why, Eon? Why? I didn't make you Google it. I can't make you do anything. I can't make you do anything. Jesus Christ. I saw that shit go 57, 50, 47, 40. Yeah, those are like fish sticks. I'd eat Arlong. You don't like seafood? I don't like a lot of seafoods, but that's just because sometimes seafood is a pain in the ass to eat. I don't like it if my food's a pain in the ass to eat. Spear, which made him cough up blood. Arlong's eyes look different, the same eyes the Sea Kings have when they go berserk. Luffy's attack only enraged him. Makes him cough up blood. His eyes changed, and Sanji states it's the same look sea beasts, Sea Kings get when they go berserk. Doesn't matter if he knew or not. He was still attracted to a man, and that's gay. Come on now. Like, okay, whoa. Hold on. If you find a person that you believe is of the opposite sex, and you find yourself attracted to them, but it turns out that they happen to be biologically... Listen, this is going to get into, like, some very, like, hot water type shit that I probably don't want to, like, cross into, because it goes into like certain levels of political talk that I probably don't want to like come into. But I would say that like if you find yourself attracted to a person that you perceive to be the opposite sex, and then that person happens to be the same sex as you are, you didn't know about that, that doesn't necessarily make you gay. That doesn't exactly make you gay. I've never seen his eyes like that before. Nami has never seen his eyes like that. Nami never saw his eyes like that. What did I just arrive on? We're trying to figure out if Sanji's gay, Michael. We're trying to figure out if Sanji is gay. Six said he's gay because he was attracted to a person that ended up actually being a trans woman. Let me push my Zoro X Sanji agenda. Alright. Alright. Listen, push whatever agenda you want, alright? He's aggressively straight. See? Michael believes he's aggressively straight. But wait, you didn't see post time skip, so you have no reference for this, Michael. You have no reference for this. He is aggressively straight is one of the funniest... that is one of the funniest ways you could describe Sanji. Sanji is aggressively straight. Jesus Christ. Nami X Vivi 100%. Okay. Who should... Oh, I got a better question. I got a better question. Who should Nami get with at the end of the series? A Sanji, Luffy, Vivi, money. I think we're spitting bars here, by the way. Sanji, Luffy, Vivi, money. I think Nami should stay by herself, to be honest. Yeah, that's why I put the addition of money. That's why I think you should vote for that. Me? I mean, I should have put me personally, but I only had like 4 votes. I would have put myself personally. Now you'll pay. Hey, you caught me off guard again. I'm not hurt, but he sure is mad. He throws Luffy into the building. Deals no damage. He got caught off guard again. Besides money, obviously. Let me put my Nami agenda. Boa hand dog is chopped cheese. I'd rather crack a torta. Are you trying to say tortilla? What the fuck? I know she isn't an admiral yet. Frankie doesn't even have a fish stick. Nami should get with Sanji and travel the entire world to prove that All Blue doesn't exist and finish her map. That is so fucked. The result of Nami's wish completely destroys Sanji's dream. That's crazy. You people are heartless. Why do you, I don't understand how people can hate people in the crew. That's crazy. You people are, some of you guys are heartless. Jesus Christ. I know you all rage bait. I don't think any of the Straw Hats should be together besides Zoro and Sanji because that would be funny as fuck. That would be funny as fuck. I will say. I would not be upset with Zoro and Frank and Zoro and Sanji. Did he just grab this shit? Oh, I was about to say. Okay, he grabs it right there. What's that? Torta is slang for a fat girl. I have never in my fucking life have heard the term torta be used for fat women. First of all, I don't fat shame, but Jesus Christ, what the fuck, dude? That is so crazy. That's the Kiribachi. It's a giant saw. Arlong pulls out his big sword. Pulls out his sawtooth sword. And starts to destroy Arlong Park. You need more Hispanic friends. I am Hispanic. What the fuck do you mean? I've never heard that fucking term in my life. I swear to God, there's a new term coming out every single day, dude. Listen, as a guy in his late 20s, it's rough to... Listen, I'm gonna be straight up honest. It is rough to keep up with all the new slang that comes out, alright? It's kind of rough to keep up with all the new slang that's coming out, especially if I'm not... I thought Torta was slang for Tantada. Either way, Boa better. Hancock and Robin are mid? Alright, that's fucking crazy. Keep up, Gengatron. Alright. Robin trying to be a Boa clone? Technically, Boa's trying to be a Robin clone. Boa came out after Robin. What do you mean? Hancock slander is valid, but Robin's mid? That's what I'm saying! Who the fuck are you people? I get shit, listen, I get shit for putting Nami over Robin in some cases, but yo, some of you guys are just straight up saying that she's mid. What the fuck is wrong with some of you people? Why the fuck would you say Robin is mid? How can Robin, of all people, be mid? I swear to God, is Robin mid? Yes. Like, what the fuck are we talking about here, man? Like, what the fuck are we talking about here? I swear to God, I better not see anybody actually put yes. That is so crazy. Alright, now we got the people trying to say that Robin is mid. Hockeyless Coochie is... Yo, I might actually time you out for that. I might actually time you out for saying... Isn't objectively... I just don't like her. I just don't personally like her. Boa is objectively mid. How could she be objectively mid? How could she... No Straw Hat carried her, but maybe I'm looking too deep. And who the fuck is good for you guys? You want to fuck Buccaneers? That's what I'm saying. Like who the fuck... Alright. Like, real talk. If some of you think Robin is mid, and sure, you're allowed to have whatever incorrect opinion you want to have. If you think Robin is mid, for those of you that think that she's mid, for the two of you that think that she's mid, who is then good for you? Which One Piece female character is then good for you? Boa is a groomer. Big Mom is a grape. Isn't any other girl in One Piece valid? I mean, you could probably argue Perona. Yamato? Alright. Arlong's... Six is... I mean, 6 can be Pan. That's fine. He can be Pan. That's nothing wrong with that. You can be Pan. Arlong's relentless. Luffy's losing. Arlong's destroying everything. He's fled into the building, the top floor, the room on the left, the chart room. Stay out of my way, little rubber man. All this paper. These aren't just paper. These are my sea charts. The last 8 years drawing them. No one else in the world can draw such accurate maps. The fishermen are excellent at gathering oceanic data, but without a good cartographer, it's worthless. Nami's a genius. There's nothing more tragic than wasting one's gifts. This pen has blood on it. Drawing charts for me allows Mommy to do what she loves best. As soon as I will achieve my ambitions, and once we chart of all the world's oceans, nothing can stop the fishermen. The world will become my empire. The islands are stepping stone too. The east blue. I see. Think you can use a girl as well as I do. What my saw won't move. Destroy Arlong Park. Alvita is okay. That's crazy. Khalifa, Perona, Tashigi, Monet, Brule, Uta are all tough. Jake, you think Brule is up there with these other ladies? I don't even know what to say. If by tough you mean like an actually powerful combatant, I guess. But if we're actually talking about like beauty, I'm sorry. I'm not. You guys are saying Brule is top 10 potential, not gonna lie. You guys are down bad. You guys are so fucking down bad. You guys are down horrendously. There is no way you're putting Tashigi. There is no way you're putting Tashigi above fucking Doll. Let alone above Vivi. Let alone top 3. What the fuck? Tashigi is useless. Tashigi is like objectively useless. I'm not into femboys. That is crazy. That is one of the most dastardly fucking rankings I've ever seen. I don't care about any one of them, but you put Tashigi up there? That's crazy. Arlong can't move his blade after Luffy grabs it and shatters the blade with his fingers. She is so hot in her prime. No, the fuck she is not. What the fuck are we talking about? None of you seen Brule? Tashigi is bad as hell. Exactly your type. Ah, right. Timid. She's very mindful, very demure, very timid. She's the type that like knows when to lock the fuck in, but she's also a total fucking nerd. Yeah, sure. All right. Totally your type. Gotcha. Maikiri Bachi. What do you think Nami is anyway? She's an excellent cartographer, even if she is of an inferior species. Compared to the rest of you human vermin, she's quite intelligent. She's like a kitten with attitude, though it's cute seeing her struggle. Nami will continue to draw sea charts for me in this room forever. I'll feed her. I'll buy her all the beautiful clothes she wants. She will want for nothing. And all she has to do is the thing she loves best. After all, we're crewmates. What happened to Luffy? What's going up in there? What's that? It's just a desk. I was afraid it was Luffy. Jeez, partner, don't you have any faith in him? You thought the same thing, Johnny? No way, I thought it was Arlong. Hey, wait, what are you doing? Luffy. He then... Mother Caramel? Nah, you guys are so fucking down bad. Now this is where the point where the stream becomes a fucking Gooner Fest, where everybody's trying to find the worst looking females in One Piece and trying to justify why they would either allow themselves to be taken advantage of by these women, or would allow them, or would do whatever it takes for these women to take advantage of them. But I don't know, man. I don't know. Bigger Mom is the real baddest. Alright. Thrashes the room. And this stuff. What's the stuff coming down? This will be your room from now on. Your desk, your pens, everything you need is right here. Stop it. Ooh, my sea charts. Shit, my sea charts. You nasty girl, you can't fool me. You drew this chart wrong on purpose. Here's the new information. I'll get to cracking on those charts, and don't leave this room until you're done. Got that? We're a lost cause, it seems. Eon gave up. Yeah, I'm done. What website is this? Which website are you talking about? We're talking about YouTube? This is youtube.com. This is 100% youtube.com. Alright. Which crew from the Grand Line villains would you join? Baroque Works, Enel's Priests, CP Foxy Pirates, CP9. I would love to hear your guys' reasoning as to why you guys go into some of these. Wait, who said Mother Caramel is Eon reading Ghost Chat? Who said Mother Caramel? Eon is reading Ghost Chat? No, I'm reading chat. Somebody definitely said Mother Caramel. On my grand... Right here, Null said Mother Caramel. Everybody attack. Brulee is fire. That nose is kissable. You guys... You guys have problems. Tashiki is the one that keeps the conversation going, always has something interesting to say, plus black hair, glasses, strong as fuck. Come on now. Yeah, I guess. Wait, who said Mother Caramel? Yeah, Bonnie can make me and her any age for some weird play. Alright. I'm over this. You guys can have whatever fucking discussion you want. I'm over this. Nah, that is... I hope to God you are under the age of at least fucking 16, man. Come on. Come on, man. Yo, that is crazy. That is crazy. Damn, you're destroying 8 years of Nami's work. Belmare Nojiko. Wahahaha. That's some fight. Thank you. What's going on? You've sealed your fate, Rubber Boy. It's over. How dare you create... I don't care how great the fishmen are. I don't care about sea charts or any of them. The stuff doesn't mean anything to me, but I finally figured out how to help her. Ashes the room. And Arlong bites... grabs him... Arlong grabs him... and bites down on his neck. Luffy grabs Arlong's nose and bends it. Oh. The problem is this room. She doesn't want to belong here, so I'll destroy all of it. Gum. Get away from those sea charge room fears. Nothing can bring me down. Shark gun, darts, tooth. Battle axe. Okay. Bends it. Arlong charges at Luffy, who slams him down with his battle axe and brings down the entirety of Arlong Park in a single move. Luffy tanks some serious shit from Arlong. Anyone who says an El's Priest or Foxy Pirate's gotta be lying to themselves. What the fuck did you pick, Jake? The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-story building goes down. A single move. The entirety of Arlong Park in a single move. Okay. The shock was too much. Shock was too much. Arlong went down 5 floors and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 floors, and the building collapses in on itself. They do have some baddies. What's going on? All that racket. Who won with everything destroyed, you don't think? What happened in there? Luffy! Nissan! Is he alright? Nami-san! You're my crewmate. He won. He did it, Nojiko. He won again. It's like a dream. I've never thought I'd see this day. Arlong Park has fallen. Hold at everything. I saw this. It couldn't be a fluke, but somehow, now that I think about it, I'm supposed to give Arlong and all the treasure in Arlong Park are mine. Throw down your weapons. Your violent deeds will go record. Capture Nezumi. Celebrating our victory. Don't be a wet blanket. Okay. You better not mess with me. I'll make you regret it. He still doesn't get it. There's no... This is for shooting Nojiko and wrecking Belmir's Tangerine Grove. Huh? Nami hits Nezumi so hard his body skids on water. So what did you guys say? What did you guys come down to? 18 votes. We got which crew? The Grand Line. Some of you guys would join Baroque Works. Nobody chose Enel's Priests. That's absolutely crazy. And barely anyone went through CP9. That's crazy to me. All right, let's go for the next one. Next round. That you'd like to join. That you would join. What the fuck happened? Okay. Oh, wait, no, not that. Okay. That you would join. Let's see. After CP9, the Moria Pirates. The Kuja Pirates. White Beard Pirates. Bro really called me a groomer. I said I forgot Bonnie on my list. I tried to play it off as a joke. That's crazy. You can time them out because those are crazy allegations. How long will the video even be? If you need like 12 more streams just for the script. I don't know, man. I don't know. We'll hopefully get through them. The video will probably be at least like an hour and a half long. If I had to be honest, probably like an hour and a half long. Maybe like an hour long. I don't think I'm gonna have to like go too in depth into like the earlier portions of the fight until like we really get into the like the nitty and gritty of it. Sorry, I'm just having a tough time. And you know what? I'll throw one in here. I'll throw a random one in here. I'll throw the Hearts. Actually, no, not the Hearts Pirates. I'm gonna leave that one for later. Kuja Pirates, Moon Pirates, Whitebeard Pirates. You know what? I'll just leave it like this. There we go. Alright, we're back here. Perona is tough. She's my phone wallpaper. I love Perona. She's so great. Caps. Now you guys have to clean up the fishmen and rebuild Goza. You don't get any of the treasure of Arlong Park. The money belongs to the people of this island. And one more thing, whatever you say, give me my money back. Okay, okay. I won't forget this. You rotten pirates. You and the strong. You said your name was Luffy, so you're the captain. Remember this. You incur my wrath. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll have my revenge. We will see where this takes us, he says. How did he know I'll become the King Pirate King? That's not it, you idiot. Hey, what do we do? Something happens. Terrible. Who'd have imagined we'd be saved by pirates? You never know. Come on, everyone. Shouldn't we be celebrating by ourselves? Let's tell everyone on the island the good news. Arlong Park was destroyed. It's all over. Nojiko, if Bellemere was alive, and even if she did, listen to her. Absolutely not. I'm sure she would have wanted. Trying to fix some serious injuries yourself. Is there a doctor on your ship? A doctor would be nice, but a musician should come first. Why a musician? Pirates sing, don't they? Ha ha ha, why are you laughing? I can't help it. There's no doubt she's Bellemere's daughter, all right. All right. She really stole everything from everybody. Okay. Tashiki takes out some fodder. This is unexpected. So you're here, Luffy. It's time for a drinking party. How's this and this and this? Gets a brand new blade. Come down. Hey, don't be so mean, Mr. Policeman. This is a special execution scaffold. It's under the jurisdiction of the world government. I found you at last, Luffy. It's been a long time. Surely you haven't forgotten this face. What a beauty, a paragon of loveliness. She's gorgeous. I don't know you, beautiful lady. Who are you? Well, I'd never forgotten the first man who'd ever hit my lovely face. What, I hit you? Yeah, I really felt it. It was so hard. Now tell me, in this sea, who's the fairest of them all? You are. Yes, I am. But there isn't a man in the world who wouldn't grovel at my feet. And I do love strong men. You're going to be mine, Luffy. Shut up. No way. Who are you? You still don't know? There's a policeman. You there, woman. Surrender or else. You're under arrest for assaulting a police officer. And you get off the scaffold. Want to arrest you, insistent inspector. She's so beautiful. So what? Arrest her. Die a flashy death. A terrorist bomb. Flashy death, the terrorist bomb. The chick of the fountain is saying straight for her. Oh no, she's doomed. Oh. Went right past her? Look out. What was that? A pair apart in the flashiness, but her smooth, silky skin can never be marred. Don't worry. For she is the beautiful lady Alvita. Alvita, where is she? Right here, it's me. How insensitive. Really? You look kind of different. You noticed? I ate a devil fruit and transformed. I ate the smooth fruit. And my skin cannot be marred by any attack. Sadly, my beauty was barely enhanced. However, as you said, I do look a bit different. My freckles are gone. I don't think that's it. You're going to be my... But if you're going to become my man, then there's someone you must defeat first. We teamed up in order to find you, and here he is. Since the day you defeated me, I've dreamed of nothing but killing you, and that's what gave me the strength to make it back to my crew. It was an epic adventure, especially since I was missing some body parts. There was laughter, some tears, and there was friendship as well. But Buggy persevered, and what are you making? Oh, it's you, Buggy. Why won't you be so insolent when I'm done with you? It's Buggy the Clown, pirates, flashly, freeze, peasants. Oh, you're about to see just how terrifying I can be. Chung. Arg, it's been a while, Rubber Man. How's Robert Noazora? Hey, well done, Kabaji. Alvita sure got some insane luck to get a devil fruit in such a short amount of time. That's what I'm saying. Now, we will hold your public execution. What an honor for you to die in the same spot as the Pirate King. Captain Smoker, terrible news. Pirates are causing a disturbance in the execution. The pirates are... I shouldn't rush it. No, good. I'm trying too hard. Should I? Like your parting, what happened? Yeah, just causing a ruckus in the execution scaffold. Send squadron on one port. Has 102 surround the area from the road to the square. Have the remaining soldiers in the position from the firing distance as of the square. Yes, sir. 3 scoops. Don't run. You'll drop it. My ice cream, Captain Smoker. Captain, please forgive us. Your little. She's just a little girl. Sorry. My pants ate up all your ice cream. Next time, try 5 scoops. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry for that. Sorry, Captain. Here's your jacket. Oh, here. Little today. You mean more than than usual? Forgive me. Come on. There's a disturbance in the square. Yes, sir. You came along at the right time, Usopp. By the way, I saw a strangely dressed man riding a lion earlier. Why do I have to carry the heavy end? The crowd thinned out a lot. The pressure in the air has gone dangerously low. I better return to the ship. So where is he? He said he's gonna be waiting at the scaffolding. Is that supposed to be civilians club? Just a word. A few days ago, he has a 30 million bounty on. He's a 30 million bear. He's been a while since we had one like that. Right now, he's about to be killed. Damn, my nose is itchy. What? Luffy's on the scaffold? And the execution scaffold is crazy. This is a legend, would have been passed down for future generations, began a tale into this is bound. The criminal Monkey D. Luffy is guilty of getting his high horse and upsetting me. Verdict, flashy execution. Can I get a flashy cheer? Hooray! No one make a move. Witness. I've never seen an execution before. You're the one about to be executed. Hey, stop joking around. You stop joking around. And now we will commence the flashy execution. I don't wanna. This is wild about fucking someone with smooth skin with Luffy's fruit. How do you... Thank you for adding that to this conversation. Thank you for bringing up that it might be wild to fuck someone with the smooth fruit while also having the Nika fruit. Thank you for that. That was a thought that never crossed my mind until you decided to put those exact words into a sentence followed by an emoji. Thank you for that. Jesus Christ. What's the big rush? You get back to the square. What good can we do there? We could help him. After all, you did kill one of the big fish of the fishermen. We have bigger fish to fry. Bigger fries. Storm's going to hit this island. What? The air pressure and temperature have steadily dropped, and I saw dark clouds in the eastern sky. This is a calm before the storm. Is there a commotion on the square? There will be soldiers. What do we do if we escape to the ship? This is really important. Hey, wait. Who are the ones that ride the Richie bike? Tell me who it is. It's me. This is the rubber man's ship. It's bigger than one. Captain Buggy was probably carried out this flash of execution already. Ha ha ha. Rubber man escape, which is impossible. But if he were to escape somehow, our job to burn the ship. Alright, dispute between pirates, say. Should we attack first? What's your hurry, fool? But if we wait, have we ever let a pirate escape from our slavery? No. Then shut up. We'll let the pirates kill each other. It'll make our job easier. Then we'll get Straw Hat's head rolls, surround Buggy in the video and return them. Okay. I'm sorry. Please spare me. Idiot, as if I'd spare you. Humph. This is what happens to those who defy us. So much for the man I was going to... Any last words? You have a big audience. Oh, well, never mind that. No one wants to hear it. I'm the man who's gonna be the king of the pirates. What? Pirate king? Here of all places? What a dreamer. Is that all you got to say, Rubberhead? Stop the execution, Zoro Sanji. So you've come, but you're a second too late. What's going on? It's Roro Zoro. He, the bounty hunter. What great timing. Zoro's working with that Straw Hat and his pirates. Tear down the scaffolding. I know. It's that guy. Get him, men. We'll wipe out Alvida. Out of the way. Bwahaha. So you've seen the whole thing over. Your captain is dead. Damn you. If I can just kick down the platform. If I can just chop down the platform. Prepare for battle. Yes, sir. Sanji, Zoro, Usopp. It's heavy. Sorry. I'm dead. Don't talk crazy. He laughed. And then a giant lightning bolt strikes. Alright. Get off my Moby Dick and call me daddy. Alright. Alright. What the fuck did I just say? I wish I could go back in time when it comes to hating myself. Only King Harold is my rival. You shouldn't hate yourself. I know that oftentimes people have this idea that, like, they're bad people or whatever because they make some mistakes or shit or some shit. You know, every person out here, I'm pretty sure at some point, not every person, but at least I'm sure a good number of us have had a situation where we've said to ourselves, I'm a piece of shit. I hate myself, XYZ. And honestly, as someone who did a lot of self-loathing in his time, especially throughout my high school to even college years, it's not it doesn't do anything for you or anybody else, but especially you, to say that you hate yourself. I'm just gonna be honest. It could have been satire, you could have been joking around, but I would I would I would hope that everyone here, if anyone actually does have any kind of disdain for themselves, I would hope that there comes a point in time, especially in the near future, where you can see that you have a lot to offer to not only yourself but to other people. And it's not something that, it's not a mentality that will ever get you anywhere, but at least showing yourself a little bit of appreciation. Sometimes even telling yourself, you know what, I made a mistake. Sometimes I fucked up, or hey, I'm allowed to fuck up as a person. That can help you eventually get to a mindset where if you make a mistake, or where if you make any, or you ever have any kind of success, you should be able to celebrate, and you should also be able to say, man, you know what, I fucked up, I made something bad, but you know what, it's not the end of the world. You know what I mean? 6'7", 6'7", 6'7", 6'7", yeah. I even say that as someone who often struggles to celebrate even big wins. Life is a lot better when you give yourself that little bit of love, especially that love that you deserve. Getting a girlfriend or a boyfriend, a partner of any kind, making friends, none of that is ever going to change the fact that if you don't love yourself, it'll make it hard for other people to love you. Yeah, you never know what somebody's going through. That's why I always also say, don't try to give people a hard time, especially with the whole rage bait shit. Not gonna lie, bro. That's kind of you. Just make sure to learn and grow from the past. Yeah, everyone's gonna fuck up at some point in time. You're gonna do something that you're gonna look back and cringe at. I still think back to things I did as a 12-year-old and I cringe. Things that I've said, things that I did. You know what I mean? Life is better when you celebrate your everything you can. Yeah, I agree with that. There are times where I still, even as a 20-something-year-old guy, there are still moments where I cringe at things I did as a teenager, ways that I treated my friends, ways that I treated girls, ways that I treated my classmates, my teachers, my parents, my siblings, everything. You know what I mean? It's not always a There are moments where you can say, man, I fucked up, man, that was some real dumb shit I did, man, I'm an idiot, but that's as far as it should always go, right? Because even calling yourself an idiot isn't necessarily a good thing, At the end of the day, what you should do is say, well, okay, if the bad things that I feel right now, whether it's towards myself or towards the situation that is currently happening, if I don't want to ever go through these bad feelings again, if I don't want to feel these things again, learn from it. Move on from it. Push ahead. I remember once I said and did some things that ended up hurting somebody that I really did care about. And it took me a long time, not just for them to forgive me, but for me to forgive myself, At the end of the day, and there are situations with people that I feel like I had some of the most toxic relationships with, and now in our current day and age, I probably have a really happy and positive relationship with them. I have a really healthy relationship with them. And it's because I saw where I was in the wrong. You're not always the victim. I saw where I was in the wrong. I decided to say, I don't ever want to treat a person the way I did in the past. And you move past it. And if you fuck up at some point and you're and you go back to a certain behavior, a certain attitude or whatever, it's fine. Try again. Try again. Gotta be the healthiest power scaling community. Therapy with Eon. I mean, I've gone to therapy myself for almost a decade now. You'd be surprised. It does do a lot of help, and it also but even now, even almost a decade in later, I'm there's still things that my therapist is telling me that I'm yeah, no, you still need to learn how to be kind to yourself. You still need to be able to celebrate those little things. I'll tell you guys something. When I hit 10K subscribers, I had friends hitting me up saying, yo, congratulations, dude. I posted it on my personal social media. I got some people saying, yo, fantastic. Hey, man, great job. Hey, you're even going to do better and all this shit. But I myself felt weird on the inside because I was like, Well, no, now I have to do Naruto and Luffy. And at the conversation with my therapist, I was telling her, like, I don't know, I just feel like it's not time for me to celebrate. Like, yeah, I hit the 10K, but it's like, no, now I have like a bigger job I need to do and so on and so forth. And she said, so when are you going to celebrate? And I said, I don't know, maybe after I finish the video. Maybe I'll throw a mini party or something. She was like, you don't have to throw a party if you don't want to. You don't have to do anything like that. And if you want to celebrate, you don't have to celebrate now. You can always celebrate later. But a celebration doesn't have to be a party. It doesn't have to be gifts. It doesn't have to be splurging. It doesn't have to be anything like that. A celebration can simply be you feeling that pride, you feeling that happiness, you feeling that success. And that's really what it is, right? I told her, she told me, when you're a type of person, when you're the type of person that every little victory that you get isn't that big of a deal because, you know, there could be a bigger victory down the line that you still need to work towards. You're never going to celebrate yourself. You're never going to feel that sensation of happiness, and you're only ever going to feel anxiety because guess what? All you're really doing is simply putting something on hold for the next thing. But once you achieve that next thing, are you going to celebrate it then? No, there's going to be something else. If there's always going to be another level to reach. There's always going to be something else to celebrate. So why not celebrate the things that bring you happiness and joy, your little successes now? It's not even about being the 10K subscribers. If I hit another video that's 100,000 views or even 50,000 views or even 30,000 views, the views don't matter. It's all about celebrating that I even got something done in the first place. You can celebrate finishing your assignments. You can celebrate starting your diet. It's all about starting and it's all about doing, but it's also about giving yourself that moment of brevity where you're like, you know what? I'm happy. I'm proud of myself. It's important to celebrate every little victory, not just the big ones. And it's also important to see that you as a human being, you have innate value. Every single person here has value. You may not see it now, you may not see it later, but it is there. You have connections with people, you have connections with people. You add something of value to everybody in your life. And everybody that you know has brought some level of value, whether it's the kind of value that teaches you not to be friends with these kinds of individuals anymore, the kind of values that keep you sane, that bring you entertainment, that give you a laugh, that you can just have fun with. That help you work towards your dreams, so on and so forth. Every single person here has brought me some level of value, even if it's just chatting with each other, because you're bringing value to this community. You're bringing value to the people that you're talking with, whether it's things you agree with or things that you disagree with. Even if, for example, you're having a debate with somebody and they brought up a point that you never thought about before, and it might even crumble down your entire argument. Or there might even be a counter argument to that, so on and so forth. That person brought you value into maybe improving your scaling abilities, right? It's always about value. It's always about the value that you can bring and the value that you innately have as a person. I wouldn't be here if I didn't have my mods. I wouldn't be here if I didn't have my friends supporting me. I wouldn't be here if I didn't have my parents, saying, yeah, you know what, you want to do this thing? Yeah, we'll give you a chance. It's fine, right? Little victories and everything. But one thing that you should never do is say that you hate yourself. Because if you hate yourself, who can love you? Anyway, let's get back to One Piece. Because people need to move on. I don't know, people try to hate or cancel celebs who do stupid shit as kids. Yeah. Especially trying to cancel something that somebody did like years ago. I don't know, man. It's like that person could also like move up from that. I was recently watching a video about how like people are hating on Kai Cenat because he decided to quit streaming and he wants to move into a clothing line. He says he wants to like read 15 minutes a day. And I was thinking about this even before the stream started. And I was like, why the fuck would anybody be mad that somebody is reading 15 minutes a day? The guy said he wants to improve his vocabulary. He wants to be able to be taken seriously whenever he gets into a discussion with somebody. He wants to be able to improve his vernacular, things like that. You know what I mean? It's like, how can you sit there and make fun of or laugh at somebody or hate on somebody for trying to do something like improving
themselves in any little bit, doing something as simple as maybe going on a diet, or trying to read, or simply trying to read more books. Like, you can't, like, how can you hate on that? A person's trying to actively improve upon themselves, and I feel like it's because certain people just don't see that level of improvement on themselves, so they have to feel like they have to tear you down, and I just don't like that, man. You don't have to worry about what other people do. Yeah, maybe there are people out there that are celebrities, that are content creators, that are more well-known faces throughout all of social media, but at the end of the day, those people are still human beings. They still go through all the same issues. There was something that I saw where it was like, people like Kai Cenat, or the only female I can think about it, like in this case, is like Pokimane or whatever. It's like, oh well, why the fuck are they complaining? They've got money, they've got all these things, they don't have to worry about it. It's like, bruh, there are still human beings who still go through troubles like everybody else. If I, for whatever reason, ended up hitting a point where I hit like a couple millions of subscribers and I got like millions and millions of dollars yearly, my problems still don't necessarily change. Sure, monetary issues might aside, like I would still have problems maybe in my own personal life, so on and so forth. And it's like, or maybe I just want to do some level of improvement. Maybe I'm like, you know what, I kind of want to start reading some novels. I actually want to move on ahead. And some people would probably say, oh, I thought you said you didn't read novels. Well, maybe you're gonna have to relook at your scaling. Well, blah 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 blah. It's like, bruh. So, at the end of the day, everything that you do and everything that you've started, at some point, you were a beginner. You were starting at some point. Everybody is a beginner at something. The things that you see in anime or whatever, where you think, oh man, maybe this is the one thing I'm really good at. Maybe this is where, like, if I throw this dart at a dartboard, I might actually be like a prodigy. It's like, don't think about being a prodigy or anything like that. Don't think about doing any of that shit. Just work on trying to just do better every single day. That's why I always tell people, the only thing you need to do every single day, besides breathe and eat, and I guess shit, is just try to do better. Whether it's on homework, whether it's on your social interactions, whether it's on the way that you treat others, whether it's on the way that you cook, clean, read, how fast you read, how fast you write. Just, yeah. Every battle is a battle with yourself, and just trying to strengthen yourself and strengthen your perspective. And also realize that you don't have to be able to do everything, right? I can't do everything on my own. I can't scale everything on my own. That's why I also have, with the capitalism propaganda, that's crazy. Unless they got light speed scaling, she probably gets her SB. Yeah, I don't know. It's like Luffy said. I can't lie. I can't use a sword. I don't know how to cook, and I don't know how to navigate. My friends are there for those things. I am simply here to beat your ass. I love that fucking line, man. Anyway, Luffy is captured by Buggy. Is about to have his head sliced off by Buggy, and is about to have his head sliced off. A lightning bolt comes down and strikes them, as the blade already after. It's actually not as, it's after. Actually, no, it is as the blade. No, it's after, because the blade is only following the electrical channel now. After the blade already reached Luffy's neck. What would you guys consider this feat, by the way? This is clearly, like, faster than normal lightning, right? This would clearly be faster than lightning, because by the time that Buggy, like, gets shocked, the blade's already, like, on Luffy's neck. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Is the lightning that struck down Buggy and Luffy faster than normal lightning? Do you guys think that the lightning that struck Luffy is faster? I always reward myself with little things since I work hard on things, so I deserve to shower myself. Others should do the same. Always try to remember to love yourself. Yeah, really expose the people you don't actually have an opinion on different issues. Buggy upscale? Would that be buggy upscale or would that be lightning upscale? Like, come on now. Like, not everything can be buggy upscale. You don't know who Noah Schnapp is, but I hate when people hate him for saying dumb shit as a kid about Palestine and Israel. Will from Stranger Things. If he said some dumb shit as a kid, especially as a teenager, I mean, all kids don't understand what reality really is like. They feel like there are no consequences for the things that they do and the things that they say. But there are consequences and it will come to bite them back in the ass later. I would say normal lightning, but an L is faster than normal lightning. I'm more ironically of the opinion that the speed in One Piece is not ironically like this. Luffy, how fast are you? Yes. True! If it's for the result of the Elfer, it can be faster than natural lightning. How many guys joining the Kuja Pirates? To be fair, I don't... Okay, I should have put legally as a man you cannot... I should have put legally as a man you cannot join the Kuja Pirates. Because... I don't think that I should have probably put that one. I feel like every guy here would have probably put Kuja Pirates if they were down bad enough. If it's from... If the lightning is from Dragon. Came from Dragon. But I didn't. I didn't put it. If the lightning came from Dragon. Lightning. He hasn't taken it back. I mean, some people don't have to publicly say either. I don't feel like people have to also publicly say like, "Oh yeah, no, this was a bad take for me, yada yada yada." Like, you know, sometimes people just move past things and say, all right, well, I don't feel that way anymore. I was wrong, yada, yada, yada. But, like, they don't have to, like, necessarily put out a whole public statement, if that makes sense. Luffy didn't take damage from the lightning. Would let me because I don't like her. Bro, Noah Schnapp apologized. Why are you lying? I don't know if he did. Somebody said that he didn't. I don't know. Hey, do you believe in God? Don't talk nonsense. Let's get out of here. Thank goodness. Surround the square and capture the pirates. Here they come. Run for it. Hey, which way? Why did he laugh? Did he know he'd be rescued? That's not it. The moment he accepted fate, he saw his death, accepted it, and laughed. Captain, the pirate roundup soldier, when faced with certain death, every man trembles in fear, however tough he is. Well, that Straw Hat laughed. 20 years ago, another man laughed on that very spot, just like that. It was the Pirate King Gold Roger. Wait, which way did he go? He wasn't there. Wait, the sudden downpours wet their gun. Wait, no, the sudden downpour wet their gun. They went back to the base for more. Then the port is unprotected. The wind is blowing towards the west. They'll have a tailwind. Is this just a coincidence as the heavens are willing? The man's escaped. Smoker, the White Hunter, stake my reputation as a... I'll let them leave. There are things that cannot be stopped. Inherited will. Wait. Alright, we're going to need a couple of extra chapters. We're going to need a couple of extra chapters. You probably will still be aroused by her unless you're not attractive to girls or similar to Luffy. You would have to basically be 100% asexual. Like, nothing brings you any kind of, like, sexual need or pleasure for you to, like, say that Boa Hancock wouldn't turn you on. If you are a One Piece individual, it would have to be something along those lines. Or you'd have to be so in love with your wife or some shit. I don't know, man. Really? Okay. Shit. Okay, we do have this. Damn it, that flashy rubber devil bastard. Of course I am. So Buggy survived being struck by lightning. Buggy survived being struck by lightning. Oda said Luffy is child at heart. It's not like he doesn't like women. He's a toddler internally. Yeah, that's fair. When did beauty become an inverse thing only? I'm not saying it's not an inverse thing, but what I'm saying is that, like, you as an individual from the One Piece verse would likely find Boa Hancock attractive. Like, come on now. Marines, I can't beat them with my nose. You say I got a big... He's trying to kill his eye, probably doesn't even realize ships being burned to ashes. Motor. Yes, sir, Captain Buggy. My chop car. Yep. Set the ski slope. Yes. No friction. Don't let these pirates escape. Slip track. Kaboom engine. Yeah. What the hell? Whiteout. Smoker. He's too strong. He has the power of the smoke fruit. He got the whole crew with one sweep. His whole crew was captured by Smoker in one fell swoop. He captured the buggy pirates just like that. What is this lousy steel net anyway? And where's that weird weapon? They're improvising rounds developed by the Marines to trap devil fruit users. Okay. Really? I don't have anything else? I'm supposed to be burning the ship. Richie, this is bad. The ship won't burn. You let them get away. Who's that? Look at him. Look out. A lion. Look, I got him. Sure kill. Fresh egg star. Damn, I missed. Huh? That's crazy. The winds come down. These guys are pretty persistent. Want to stop and fight them. We don't have time. Nani told us to hurry to the ship. Hey, Roronoa Zoro, Tashigi. I'm going to take the water and Jimoni away from you. Let's see you try. Okay. Boa Hancock, bullshit, chemical Boa Hancock, bullshit, chemical castration. What the fuck are you trying to say with that? I have no idea what you're trying to say with that. There we go. I was like, what the fuck? Where the fuck? Okay. Zoro and Tashigi clash. I wouldn't surrender the sword for anyone. Zoro completely overpowers Tashigi. Who are you? The name's Smoker. I'm not letting you get away. Smoker captures Luffy. Genie looking ass. I'm crying. He really said genie looking ass. Shinra caps at Planetary and FTL. Shinra negs Goku. White Blow, Sanji, YU, Gum Pistol, you're third 30 million, looking, the world government's after your head, the world is waiting for your answer. It's a gust of wind. We're gonna be trapped in the islands like a humongous storm, stop dragging your feet. Go ahead, if that's your way. Why are you helping that guy? What reason would I have to get in the way of another man's voyage? A pirate, eh? Not a bad idea. As long as people seek the answers of freedom, things will never be stopped. Pirate King Goldie Roger. It's crazy that Dragon went all the way here just... It's crazy to me that he went all the way here just to see his son off. Shinra Planetary. I meant versus Boa versus a castrated man, since chemical castration removes sexual urges. I suppose. I guess, is the guy strong enough to have, like, mountain levels or island levels of force? Because, yeah. Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's so peak, man. Yeah, we'll get to there. We'll get there at some point. Buggy in one fell swoop. No. Smoker catches Luffy... but is stopped by Dragon, and the crew escape. Okay, we are finished with East freaking Blue. We're finished with East Blue, guys. That's the first arc, and it was only 9 pages worth of text. Hooray! How many arcs do we have, actually?
Alright. End of.
Now let's go into pre-time skip Luffy. Grand line Luffy. Alright.
You think Oda is washed in terms of artwork? I don't think so. I wouldn't agree with that. I like Oda's artwork. Personally, I really enjoy it. Alright, Luffy, East Blue. Gum Gum Fruit. Brute Strength. The fact that you're going to have to say all of this out loud, your voice is going away after you make this video. Fun fact, Kaido's ship was never shown by Oda, making Kaido 100 hostages. Kaido of the 100 hostages, the weakest by definition. I guess. Daniel, sort of, but Oda says Oda will give him a path. I don't think that Oda's art style is really all that washed.
I mean, I like it. I think it's good. I think it gets the job done. They were trying to tell a grand old adventure. I think it's fine. Let's make this a bit bigger. Yeah, let's go with like 22. Like a font size, like a nice little font size at 22. A nice little font size at 22.
Shinra created an actual god. Death is an actual god and soul eater, and Shinra created him casually at that.
Oh, man. Yeah. Alright.
Grand Line Luffy. We're gonna start off with Alabasta arc. We're gonna go with the Alabasta arc. And I'm going to highlight this right here. Maybe a little darker. Yeah. Alabasta arc. Okay. Remember, it's not Eon. Remember, it's not as refined anymore, but it's still good. I can tell it's not at its peak anymore. I mean, it's fine. I think it's fine. I think that at the point that Oda is, especially after writing this shit for like 25 years, I think I'm perfectly fine with his art style changing, at least to the point where, like, even if you feel like there might not be as much detail in some cases, or where the art style doesn't feel like as grand. I don't know. I wouldn't even say grand. Like, I feel like it's still very grand. Look at which makes one sound more reserved and polite. Ore. Masculine and formal, a casual pronoun, showing more childlike assertiveness. Atai. A feminine pronoun can only be used for very effeminate women from eastern Tokyo. Interesting. Yeah, that makes sense. People complain about the art and the paneling, but give them some slack. That's what I'm saying. Like this washed culture where like everyone seems to believe that like every single manga artist or every single person on the internet or anybody as a whole, like if they're not performing at like peak optimal levels for all this shit, like they're just like the internet is unironically like stuck on this idea like everything and everyone wants to be washed. What the fuck happened here?
This Marvel Rivals drama is nuts. Even after the initial situation calmed down, Cece continued to bully Kingsman and speak ill of him around social media. She has a history of attacking others and players while talking trash. I'm sorry, I was going off of the video. Forgot. All right, you guys want to watch a Penguin Zero video real quick? I feel like taking a small break. Like, the Arlong shit honestly kind of did take a while. Content creator is washed, not getting no. I asked him, can you do better? Type shit. No, yeah, of course. But it's easy to say that somebody's washed when you have like the cognitive dissonance to say like, well, could I do any better than them? And if you can, then fucking do it. I don't know. Fuck it, why not? It's Marvel Rivals drama. We all played Marvel Rivals. We've all gooned to Emma Frost or Squirrel Girl or Magic or Wanda or Susan Storm or fucking Angela or Lady Loki. I know for a fact some of you have gooned to Lady Loki. I haven't personally, but yeah. Not we, you, bro. Definitely not me. I would never goon to Wanda. I would definitely never goon to Lady Loki, or Susan Storm. Guy got banned from 40K from a $40K tournament for tryharding. Do you wanna watch a French manga rap video of Kurapika? I would definitely not. I would definitely not want to watch that. I don't like rap videos.
Old dream.
What are your high standards then?
Video game drama this big since the whole Dream Minecraft speedrunning saga. What's happening with the Marvel Rivals $40,000 tournament situation is pretty bizarre. In a nutshell, there was a Marvel Rivals...
Bro is dropping his favorite women. I'm not even dropping my favorite women. I'm just calling out female characters I can think up off the top of my head from Marvel Rivals. I've never played Marvel Rivals. I have gooned to Magic, Emma Frost, and Susan Storm, though. Alright. Listen, as long as nobody says Penny Parker, I think we'll be fine.
Tournament with a $40,000 prize purse.
I know at least one of you freaks says gooned to Rocket Raccoon.
There was a player by the name of Kingsman who really wanted to take this seriously, making a mention that this money would be very helpful to him as a college student. And the rest of the team...
Every Marvel Rivals female? Alright.
...it all that seriously, and eventually... When
I know you're at least under 18, so it's fine.
Make changes to the team comp so they could better stand a chance at winning. They all attacked him, and eventually it led to him getting kicked from the tournament.
I don't believe you. I don't believe that you've gooned to Groot. Listen, maybe there's something about that. Maybe there's something weird. I just don't believe that you've gooned to Groot. I'm sorry. I just wouldn't believe that.
His team then went on to place second to last in the tournament.
He dies. Okay, guys. Taste and point proven right now. Do you understand?
No, well, you've been making me play shit. Of course I'm gonna play.
How do you not see the problem right now?
Wait,
oh, I forgot Black Widow's in the game. I forgot Black Widow's in the game. Oh, there's also Luna Snow. I forgot about her. I forgot about Luna Snow. Bro, I gooned to the woman Orochimaru by accident. Don't. No, there's no way you did. I'm an arborist. Groot does it for me too. Which Groot? Which Groot? No. Tell me right now. Which Groot? Which version of Groot? What Groot skin? You guys are doing performative gooning. You guys are 100%. You guys can't even be real about the things that you guys say. You guys are actually out here saying that you are. You guys are actually out here saying you've gooned to a walking tree that can only say, I am Groot. I don't believe you. I don't fucking believe you. This is performative gooning. You guys are trying to prove that one of you guys is the biggest gooner here. And I'm sorry, I just cannot believe you. I can caress the orbs. You can't even say I don't believe. I'm sorry, Arashikage. I just can't believe that you or anybody else would actually goon the Groot. I'm sorry. Like Yggdrasil Groot. All right, yeah, you guys are just performative gooners. You guys aren't actual gooners. You guys don't know what it's like to be an actual gooner. Out here just saying you'll goon to whatever. Oh, now we're saying, oh yeah, that one. Yeah, see, you could totally tell that you guys are being performative about it. They both hold the power of God and scale above the Adola. The Adola is simply the universe manifested. He scales above the universe. Why are you tagging me? I don't give a shit about how strong Death or Shinra are. I don't give a shit. Probably gender-bended Groot. That's again performative gooning. Again, you guys are just being performative fucking gooning because I'm an expert of gooning. Yeah. Because I'm an expert. All right, now let me just remove this one right here. Let me just remove these two messages. Anyway, listen. The fact that you guys have to say, yeah, that version of Groot tells me that you don't even know which version of Groot you're not a Viking? Nah, I don't believe it. Now you're trying to say you couldn't spell Yggdrasil? Now this? Now actually this? Now actually fucking this. Do we scale gooners now? We're not scaling gooners. I'm just saying I can tell the difference between an actual gooner and a performative gooner. Somebody who will just say like, oh yeah, I probably do it to gender-bended Groot. Like, if you were an actual gooner, the fact that Groot has a male-like physique wouldn't stop you. Alright? A real gooner wouldn't stop the character's physique or whatever from like making you do it. You would just fucking goon. That is what a real gooner would do. Alright? Being a real gooner isn't about what the species of the animal is or whatever the fuck we're talking about. It isn't about where they scaled to or what verse they're from or whatever the fuck. You see it, you like it, you goon to it. That's what a real gooner is all about. You don't even have to think about it. You don't even have to know what the character's fucking name is. That's what a real fucking gooner is. You guys are the gooning equivalent of fucking door level. You guys are of wooden door level. You guys are the scaling equivalent of fucking of paper level. Wooden exterior dark. Now you guys are saying, oh yeah, but the wooden exteriors. The only gooner I accept is Rouge. The man was able to make Kaido jump off of a cloud and try to kill himself. That man is my goat. Alright.
That ass Kingsman, like, shut the fuck up.
Okay, bro.
You're doing too much.
Lucy's not even on Invis. Second of all, you're getting value because
No, she shouldn't be dead.
Yes.
I'm getting value because I'm 1v6ing.
Hulk isn't peeling for you, bro. Yes, Zaza is 0-5, but we won the point, bro. Why? Because they were hard. Like, 4 people are dying here. That means four of their util, 4 of their resources are all spent on Zaza.
I saw this a couple days ago, and I was so confused why anyone would be joining a tournament if
go
they
with
didn't actually care about winning at all. So he is very clearly trying his best to help the team win. And they were talking about like how toxic and annoying and insufferable he was, things like that, which eventually led to him getting kicked and being like disrespectful, that kind of thing. From all the clips I've seen, he never made any like personal attacks against anyone. He was never even like overbearing or like yelling and screaming. The closest he came was in this clip here where he's like, do you understand, like, case in point, we should make a switch. This isn't working. Our widow is 0, 5, and 0, which is a very fair point and a good suggestion because it clearly wasn't working. They may have won the point, but I think it's a large part because Kingsman put the team on his fucking back here. Like 18-2, he was kind of going Insano style. I don't know why this became such a huge issue for his teammates where they hated him so much for trying to win that they started insulting him after the fact. And that's where most of the drama stems from. Them refusing to switch is one thing that feels like it's kind of trolling and just intentionally throwing the tournament for the sake of vibes, which is weird because, again, just go play quick play or something. Why even bother going into a tournament if the goal isn't to try and win it? He made it clear he wanted to sweat because this would be very important money for him in his situation with college. Now, I also heard that when the tournament was put together, there wasn't an announcement about how much money was on the line. So I think maybe there was some confusion from the team where they wanted to just play for fun and sillies and goofies. And then once $40,000 was announced, they still had that mindset. Meanwhile, Kingsman really wanted a piece of that pie because it would be helpful to him. It'd be like $3,000, which is a significant amount of money, especially for someone in college where this could be very useful.
Do you think anyone would be able to be Iron Man in real life? When I'm talking about Iron Man, I'm talking about the MCU version. No, I know what you mean. You'd have to have somebody whose understanding of engineering is so great that they would not only be able to create a suit, not only would they be able to have the resources necessary to create a metal suit that is, let's just say, not propped up with weapons, but just with the ability to fly. They would have to understand aerodynamics. They would have to also understand physics and aerodynamics to such an extent, while also having a way to create a power source that allows them to fly and do all these things. Like, the issue with creating an Iron Man suit, I don't know if it's more so like the actual mechanics behind it, you know, the actual mechanical engineering behind it, more so. Well, I mean, it could be it as well, but it's also the idea that, like, is in total damage control mode. That's funny as fuck. I feel like the issue is also the idea that, like, you have to have a power source that can be replicated, that can replicate the things that the Iron Man suit can do. It takes a ton of energy to be able to do these kind of things, and I don't think that we as you know, a society, not even as a society, we as a species have developed something that powerful yet. It takes up a lot of it. You'd be surprised how much energy it takes. I mean, you've seen the people on, like, the hoverboards that, like, allow them to, like, fly off the ground and everything. I'm talking about, like, the people with, like, the water pressure boards. Like, there's a reason why, like, you can only use those things in certain places around the world, and specifically in places with, like, large amounts of water. It's because you have to pump so much water through and through just to shoot yourself up into the air, and that takes up a lot of energy and a lot of gallons of water. Now, imagine if you had an energy source that could both be used to create the energy necessary for you to not only get off the ground, but also to be able to prolong flight while also not falling down. I think we're in a clash piece, though. No fights, just clashes. Yeah.
So that
balanced
clash
enough to
where
not
he
turn you into
really
paste
wanted to
within.
win, his team
Yeah, that's the thing. You have to think about like also how fast you're flying. If you hit Mach 1 as a human being flying through the sky, you have to think about like all the damages that it could happen through your brain and everything. I feel like there's a lot that goes into it. Like, I would love an Iron Man suit myself, but there's a lot more that goes into it than just, mechanical suit. Can I put myself in? Can I, like, this? It's supposed to have, like, clamps or stuff, by the way, you know what I mean? So here's, but the first world of FF is literally IRL, which religious figures like Jesus and God exists. The evangelists and above are in real life gods, and Shinra is above that god. For Fire Force.
team who they didn't give too much of a fuck. They didn't think it was that big of a deal. So he, throughout like their time playing together, would be making like suggestions and saying like, hey, there's going to be this in the tournament, there's going to be that, maybe we should look at this, maybe we should look at that.
Like the second Iron Man movie, the other company was trying to make their own suits and the designs literally killed people, but rotating them in half or breaking their limbs. Yeah. Because you have to be able to understand the human contours, and you also have to be able to understand that these machines, even if there is a suit that could also help you like lift a lot more based on I don't know, like if there's a suit that like also like if the suit's also made to enhance your strength, you have to be able to understand that like there's also a massive amount of engineering and knowledge that needs to go into being able to like make movements that the suit doesn't automatically or randomly like just spurt out and like break your arms simply because like the suit decided to like I don't know randomly through like a glitch like bend your arms straight. You know what I mean? There's a lot that goes into it. There's a lot more that goes into it than just again making a bunch of clamps and making a bunch of bevels and stuff so you can put it on.
I think they were just getting so annoyed that he was wanting to win so badly that they started to really resent him for it. It eventually led to like the bubbling over point where he got...
I just saw a video, an image on Facebook that somebody posted where it says, that time when Naruto beat Goku, Luffy, and Gin Mori all at once. I don't even know who the fuck the other two guys are. I think that's Ichigo. I think that's meant to be Ichigo with like one less hand. Except he has black hair. Maybe not Ichigo.
The tournament organizer, they said a whole bunch of nasty stuff about him, and then it snowballed into what it is today, mainly because the team captain was so vocal about her disdain for this guy. She said things like,
It's also why the Spartans in Halo were made. The armor they wore couldn't be used even by elite troops. They needed to be engineer kids into super soldiers just to be able to use them. Yeah. No, that's actual thing. Like, there are capabilities, there are things that we could I believe that there are, to certain extents, I think that there are certain pieces of mechanical engineering that could be made that could end up killing a person because we don't physically have like the capabilities to be able to move or contour our bodies to such an extent, or our bodies cannot withstand the amount of force or speed and inertia that certain things can move us at. Thoughts on Daniel Larson lore? I don't know who the fuck that is.
I'm pretty sure he spent all 20 years of his life inside playing video games, which is why he lacks social skills. You are also spending your time inside playing video games. You're a streamer. Why are you using that as an insult against him? I didn't really detect a lack of social skills throughout any of the footage I saw of them playing together. I guess you could make an argument that, maybe his attitude could grind your gears because he was offering like a lot of advice on potential team comps, and he did multiple times mention like, hey, the Black Widow's probably not going to work here. We've got to be mindful of like dive comps, that kind of thing. Would you be willing to try like Bucky perhaps? And they would always kind of like roll their eyes at him and be like, shut the fuck up. Like, there's a clip I saw where one of them was like, you've got to just drop this, drop this, drop this. That's enough. Stop making suggestions, basically, about, switching. It's not happening. Look, which I think is a pretty hostile response to that, because this is coming from a place of him just trying to help the team win. I don't think he was being, like, necessarily
He's a very famous lol cow.
I'll type him in. Daniel Larson. Let's see.
Oh, that's weird.
I haven't heard of...
I'll check that out on my own time. I'm not going to check that out right now.
That they started insulting him after the fact, and that's where most of the drama stems from. Them refusing to switch is one thing that feels like it's kind of trolling and just intentionally throwing the tournament for the sake of vibes, which is weird because, again, just go play quick play or something. Why even bother going into a tournament if the goal isn't to try and win it? He made it clear he wanted to sweat because this would be very important money for him in his situation with college. Now, I also heard that when the tournament was put together, there wasn't an announcement about how much money was on the line. So I think maybe there was some confusion from the team where they wanted to just play for fun and sillies and goofies. And then once $40,000 was announced, they still had that mindset. Meanwhile, Kingsman really wanted a piece of that pie because it would be helpful to him. It'd be like $3,000, which is a significant amount of money, especially for someone in college.
Memento 6. Would you guys like to have a... If you guys are ever down for it, would you guys be down to have an actual debate on stream about this? Like an actual like back and forth debate with like scans and evidence and all this stuff? Because feels like you both are very passionate about this back and forth. Would you guys be down for that? Honestly, I would even be down to like just do another one of like the stream. I would actually be down to do like another stream debate with like two members. I wouldn't mind that, as long as Lapis and Bob are good. Or hell, Drake can if Drake can always substitute as well. Drake or anybody else could always substitute as well as a. I've listened and debunked if you refuse to acknowledge.
Where this could be very useful.
Right.
So that clashed where he really wanted to win. His team, who they didn't give too much of a fuck. They didn't think it was that big of a deal. So he, throughout like their time playing together, would be making like suggestions and saying like, hey, you know, there's going to be this in the tournament, there's going to be that, maybe we should look at this, maybe we should look at that. And I think they were just getting so annoyed that he was wanting to win so badly that they started to really resent him for it. It eventually led to like the bubbling over point where he got reported to the tournament organizer. They said a whole bunch of nasty stuff about him, and then it snowballed into what it is today, mainly because the team captain was so vocal about her disdain for this guy. She said things like, I'm pretty sure he spent
I've
all
never
20
finished
years
Fire
of his
Force and
life
don't
inside.
scale it. For sure. My bad for pulling you in without asking you, Drake. My apologies, man. My apologies. Not gonna lie, I've never finished Fire Force and don't scale it. Then why are you debating somebody who knows the scaling? What the fuck? Okay, this is such a weird question. If you had to swap one One Piece character and one Naruto character, then who would it be? And it has to be accurate for the story of One Piece. If I have to swap characters, just I don't know, Zoro and Zoro. I don't know, maybe not Zoro. Zoro would get very lost. 6 is probably rage baiting, I think. I'm not gonna lie. He might just be rage baiting. He says he doesn't scale it. Why are you debating if you don't scale?
By playing video games, which is why he lacks
Madara
social
and Lucci?
skills.
That's a fair one.
You are also spending your time inside playing video games. You're a streamer. Why are you using that as an insult against him? I didn't really detect a lack of social skills throughout any of the footage I saw of them playing together. I guess you could make an argument that, you know, maybe his attitude could grind your gears because he was offering like a lot of advice on potential team comps, and he did multiple times mention like, hey, the Black Widow's probably not going to work here. We've got to be mindful of like dive comps, that kind of thing. Would you be willing to try like
Well, if
Bucky,
he didn't finish
perhaps?
it, it makes sense since 99% of the scaling happened in the last 20 chapters. I got baited hard. That's crazy. You probably did get baited, I'm not gonna lie. What if the Straw Hats and the Kono had 12 swap positions? If he gets unfair, throw in Kakashi. Wait, the Kono had 12 and the Straw Hats, but in what sense? In what arc? Are we talking about like Kid Kono had 12? Because Kid Kono had 12 doesn't clear anything in One Piece, not even East Blue. If we're talking, that's common. I was rewatching one of your streams and this one guy didn't know anything about Yogiri and got mad and was debating it. These kids just argue to argue. Sometimes they do. They all get soloed by chapter 2. Luffy probably so they probably stop at Arlong, yeah. What version are we talking about? Are we talking about like with the shit that we read today? Because they're not. None of the Konoha 12 as kids are beating Arlong. I just do not believe that. Maybe Choji. No, actually, I don't think Choji. Probably be too slow.
And they would always kind of like roll their eyes at him and be like, "Shut the fuck up!" Like, there's a clip I saw where one of them.
God damn, that's crazy. That's so fucking funny. That is so fucking funny. That is actually so funny, Six. That's actually really funny. Holy shit.
Basically about, you know, switching, it's not happening. Look, which I think is a pretty hostile response to that, because this is coming from a place of him just trying to help the team win. I don't think he was being like necessarily overbearing with it or anything like that. He certainly wasn't really being aggressive about it. Like, he never got personal. He was never like insulting his teammates. He was never doing anything like that from what I could tell. So I truly didn't see like a lack of social skills. I just saw someone who really wanted to win because there was a significant amount of money on the line. And if you're in a tournament, why would you not be trying to win? Team captain even made this statement saying, I don't want
You can't beat a knowledgeable person without proper knowledge yourself. Type shit, actually.
to win with someone who can't take no for an answer, which is a certified stinky comment for sure. That's a big time PU moment right there for the Jumbotron. I don't know where that's even coming from. His suggestions weren't heeded. Okay? He didn't start like, you know, stomping his feet and yelling and screaming and pissing and shitting about it either. He's just like, okay, alright, we'll do it. We'll run it, fuck it, we'll do it live. And when it didn't work, he did eventually say like, look, told you so, can we please make this switch, and then still got attacked for it. I didn't see any examples of him not taking no for an answer. Like, yes, he did make a suggestion multiple times, like, would you be willing to try this? Would you be willing to maybe switch here? What about this? But that isn't not taking no for an answer. That is coming from someone who wants to win a fucking $40,000 tournament. He then continued
Thoughts
to
on
insult
One Pace?
King's...
Thoughts on One Pace? Yo, Kingsman cocksuckers, screenshot this. Y'all think I ain't see the toxicity in the Kingsman Discord? W not spreading hate from the mods and Kingsman community. Thoughts on One Piece? I never checked it out. I've never seen it, but some of my friends did watch One Piece through that. He could scale tremendously high based on interpretation. Investor stocks on Usopp, Mihawk, Shanrock, maybe sprinkle a bit of Dragon on it, type shit.
Kingsman, and I guess anyone that was supporting him in her Discord saying, yo, Kingsman cocks...
So this streamer was in a tournament with a guy named Kingsman who essentially carried. It was a $40,000 money tournament. She and a couple of other people were with him in chat, in group. And apparently he was carrying the ever-living fuck out of them. And she got upset because he was basically like ranting orders at them or whatever. He was like talking shit after a certain point. But he was also the only one there like legitimately getting them a W.
Suckers, screenshot this.
Any low-key feed is Mr. 3 upscale type shit.
Kingsman Discord with not spreading hate from the mods and Kingsman community. Fire emoji. This one will really get your eyebrow in the air. So she's calling out the people that were supporting Kingsman, saying they're cocksuckers and how toxic they are. Meanwhile, she has been the most openly toxic, like vocally expressing her disdain for this guy and now like his community. And let's not get it twisted. I think it's pretty obvious. Most people have probably seen a lot of like really dog shit takes from people that are using this as just like a giant insult against all women who play video games. That is absolutely happening, and that shit sucks. Those are some fucking losers you can make fun of. Absolutely. But she, from what I can tell when this message was sent, was talking about like anyone that was expressing support for Kingsman, and I'm sure there probably were some like absolute greaseballs that went through and said some terrible things, sure. But to extend that to like anyone that was supporting Kingsman, calling them cocksuckers, I think is just kind of crazy. Especially considering she has by far been the most mean and nasty about this. Kingsman, from what I saw from the clips that were during this time, he tried to like actively say like, hey, don't go harass anyone and don't be mean. You know, it is what it is at the end of the day. Like, he was clearly upset about it, but I felt like he was doing, or at least making an effort to try and stop people from going and doing shit like that. She, on the other hand, was just openly attacking him.
Character? No, I know, bro. Everyone thinks this guy's a loser. Kingman's a loser.
Like a bug. That's just what happens.
That's such a good point. You're so right about that. And we're still gonna play Widow.
I need this for my college. I need this for my college. I have about 6 or 7 more years.
This is a clip I keep seeing spread around. That first clip is when he is explaining like why the Widow's not going to work, and they're like, oh, great point. Go fuck yourself, we're still playing Widow. That's all we're gonna do. We're here just for good vibes, good time, and I don't care if this money means something to you, because it doesn't to us. That second clip, that is not Cece, that is someone else named Lucy, whom has deleted this VOD, so I can't even find the full context here, but from the sound of things, she is insulting Kingsman because of him expressing the want of the $3,000 because it would be very helpful to him as a college student, so then she's like making fun of him, taking the piss, even threw in an absolutely revolting 6'7" meme reference that'll make your skin crawl about it. it's just very mean-spirited. There's also another clip of her talking about it, saying, like, even if you support Kingsman, like it's fucking Israel or something. I don't even know what she was trying to say with that one. I guess since I referenced it, I'll show you that clip too.
I have a genuine question. Like, seriously, answer this. Even if you support Kingsman, whatever, support Kingsman like it's fucking Israel. Anyways, whatever you have in your head, I have a genuine question.
I think everyone has a genuine question after seeing
You're gonna start scaling Star Wars. Wish you luck. Yeah, for sure. Best of luck with that, man. Because as it stands, I have to read 900 plus comics. Yeah, definitely have fun with that. I definitely wouldn't want to do that. He matches base Luffy in speed. A slower Luffy keeps up perfectly with Bluno, who is faster than Kumadori, who can blitz Chopper, who should be relative in speed to Usopp. Any Slavi, base, Luffy, Gum Gum Bazooka, he hit Usopp, should scale higher than a buggy ball. It should.
Segment there. I don't know why she would be saying something like that with this. Again, the whole VOD, from what I can tell, is no longer accessible, so I don't even know what the question she was about to ask is. But yeah, it's definitely not a good look, and she is very openly, like, making fun of Kingsman from what I can see in the clips that still exist of it. But this is not CC. This was not someone that played on Kingsman's team. I don't believe. All of this is only the tip of the iceberg, by the way. It gets so much deeper. There was a Google Doc that was put out there from the widow's boyfriend. The tournament organizer initially, like, doubled down, saying, nope, I maintain my position here. He deserved to be kicked from this tournament. He violated all of our rules. And then today he came forward very somber, like, look, I know everyone's mad at me and they're right to be mad at me. I was wrong about everything. I looked at this misleading evidence. It was only from one side and it was incorrect. I acted too hastily. So now he's, like, singing a very different tune about how, you know, he's had this come to Jesus moment after seeing the other side of the story with Kingsman. It's very clear that he was manipulated by incorrect information. He shouldn't have kicked him from the tournament.
When they come in here with the people, when they come in here, when they hate, they're justified in what they're saying. They're absolutely right. They're absolutely right. 100%. No question about it. Like, there's no beating around the bush. I don't know why it's, like, difficult to admit when you're wrong and when you fucked up. I made a decision based off of haste and based off of misinformation, but everybody in the team knew what was going on. Everybody in this team knew what was going on, and the fact that nobody told me it was... That's whatever. It doesn't matter.
Also, Kaplunk, whom was the boyfriend in this story, is reaching out with an apology, saying that he went about it the wrong way and overstepped. Zaza, the widow, told him to leave it alone, but he couldn't control his impulses. The demon had to be let out of the cage. Thus, he went in and started sending clips to the tournament organizer to kick him, the Google Doc, all that kind of stuff. And then finally, CC, the team captain, the one who was by far...
Would I ever consider scaling Fire Force? I'm gonna be honest, I wouldn't mind it, but I think my biggest issue with Fire Force... Let me just, like, click in a random chapter. It's not that long. It's not that long. I'm not gonna go too deep in. Excuse me. Bad Boy Pex, yada yada yada. Oh yeah, that I remember this from the anime. They tried to do like an episode where, like, they had to get a calendar thing and they were trying to make money off of it or whatever. It's just a lot of, like, goon bait, bruh. I don't know. It's just a lot of gooner bait. I wouldn't mind it as long as, like, the jokes don't get, like, as long as, like, the gooner jokes don't get too crazy. I don't think I would exactly mind it. It is one of the few series that I have heard people say, like, they have no issue with this of all series being Lightspeed because of how it works. I do like the art style, though. The art style is quite nice. Whoa, I don't remember this. I don't remember most of this. Ants, DPS, buff. Arthur. I'm a bard, I'm a warrior, I'm a shield. I will vanquish Satan.
Isn't Arthur's whole thing that, like, yeah, I remember this. Arthur is our captain. Well done, great shield of massive schism. First time, it's my first time. Captain, don't act so happy. Hardly recognize them from their days in the academy. Do the properties of plasma have anything to do with Arthur's strength? Yes, Arthur's power is pretty unique, but he's an idiot. So when we were students, I did a lot of research for him. I learned that the thing he does, where he gets stronger or weaker depending on his circumstances, is a lot like the properties of plasma. Atoms, the smallest particle that make up matter, are made of nucleus and electrons. Plasma is what you get when the electrons are separated from the nucleus. That makes it much more unstable than the original atom, and it's easy for external forces like magnetic fields to change its properties. Cool. Arthur's powers are just as unstable as plasma and just as easily influenced by outside forces. It's like external information amplifies his internal image of himself as a knight and changes his strength. Those company 8 boys are really going at it. Shock, I feel like I've done something terrible. Hey Shinra, what would happen if you were going to be a hero? Hero, I burn that worthless idea to ash. Do you really mean that? Or is it coming from that knave possessing you? How's it going, Haumia? What are they doing? The plasma users met in neither just show up. User I met in the nether just showed up. It's getting interesting. It won't be us. He really is being controlled by an Adola link. What do you mean with that smile? Are you happy to show your true colors at last, or do you seek the aid of the Night King? Burn, 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 burn. Hero, devil, who cares? Just worry about that nonsense. I know what you want. I know where your mother is. I know how you can find her. Translational notes. Nudist. I'm terribly sorry. Yada yada yada. Yeah. That doesn't seem bad. I do love the art style. I really do enjoy the art style. This is probably one of the most... This is honestly, in my opinion, it's probably one of the better art styles I've seen for manga. Arthur is a schizophrenic. The worse his delusion, the stronger he gets. I've heard of it. That's Soul Eater Mangaka. End of series, FF is so good. I've heard. My biggest issue with Fire Force, at least when I was watching the anime, and you guys can let me know if the manga is different than this, isn't so much just like the Gunner stuff. It was just the fact that like the story felt like it was going in random directions. Like I couldn't really follow the flow of the story when I was first reading it. I remember I was in a hospital when I first like started checking out Fire Force. I remember I was banging my fucking head in the middle of the emergency room, listening to the just listening to the original theme song. I'd never once skipped the theme song, by the way. Fire Force's first theme song, goated. Top 3 anime themes of all fucking time. Yeah, it was kind of unfocused, and I could not follow it through and through. It felt like there were random moments where we were like skipping in time for like several weeks or months. It felt like there was like random things that we were going on to go do, and I don't know, it just felt like it was so random to me. I couldn't care for it. I couldn't find myself caring for it as much as I wanted to, for as much as, like, you know, I cared for as much as I liked it. To our beloved son Arthur. Your mother and father have left on a journey to save the world. The castle is now yours. From this day onward, you are the king. A king? On that day I became the Night King. Dude, I think they bolted. Your parents abandoned you. Swing, swing. Doesn't go in. You have one chance left while you give up on being a hero and perish. A hero? I've never wanted to be a hero. That's stupid. If you think it's stupid, then what have you been feuding about all these years? That's what I'm saying. It's all stupid. I'm gonna burn it all up. Swing, swing. Ooh, weave. Okay. He kicks him down. Holy shit. Kicks him back up. If I don't go in for the kill, my life will be in danger. Lieutenant Pan, I know you're already buffed for their heat resistances, but if we let them carry on, one of them will die. No, they've always been like this. They made me their referee for their stupid battles all the time, and there was never a clear winner, so I had to step in and stop them every time. They're just getting warmed up. Lieutenant Pan, be ready to stop them at a moment's notice. Yes, sir. Knight versus hero. We never did manage to prove which one was more awesome, and now I don't give a damn. I see you demanded your conviction. I have no need more to hold back on you. Also, Maki is so fucking cute. I love Maki. If my girl and Maki were drowning, you can catch me at my girl's funeral. I don't know. Something, Yu-Gi-Oh! Copy and pasta. Fire Force has cool moments, and it's not well written by any stretch of the mind. Okay. Gaara transporting Naruto to Minato would have been like a minute. Should have been like a minute.
Shush, the Raikage being able to get to the battlefield against Madara without the jutsu to transport them things at light speed. Would have been able to? I don't know about that. Passed out for a few hours. Why are we reading so Fire Force? We're just checking shit out. Fire Force openings are fire, ironically, but it was setting up for the Infernals and stuff. It does feel unconscious, but it makes sense towards the end with the Shinra feat. Okay, so you're saying that it all technically does wrap up well towards the end. I don't know. That's the thing, though. So obviously, let's just open up a new thing. Yeah, we're just done for today. I think I'm done for today. I feel like I need to just go at this at paces. I don't want to like push myself too hard on some of these regards. I feel like one of the things that like happens with stories specifically is that obviously every single person will have specific things about stories that they will focus on more than others, right? There are things about a story that will capture you as a reader, as a viewer, that will probably enrapture you to stick with the story, stick with the journey more than others, right? Whether it's comedy, flow, scaling, consistency, world building, themes, etymology, so on and so forth, right? Etc. Right? There are different gooning, right? One of the things that I feel like for me is important in a story is consistency in terms of the story, in terms of the writing, but I would say more so in terms of flow. How well does each portion of the story flow into the others, right? Obviously, I picked up a random chapter. I don't recall exactly what the hell is happening. I stopped at some point around season 2. Art style as well. Art style as well, so on and so forth, right? Six loves beans, that's why, Pej. Anyone hates Soul Eater? How can anyone hate Soul Eater? Well, it might not be for everybody, right? And I think that's also okay. They're both different. Luffy ain't the speed of train because he can't catch a random guy from Kaido's crew. Suck, but Soul Eater sucks more. That's crazy. I have a feeling that most stopped in the bad parts of Fire Force and never witnessed the better it gets. Right, so with Fire Force, it could be a case. So for Fire Force, there's a level of, I feel like for me at least, one of the biggest issues with Fire Force, especially towards the beginning, is a lack of direction. There's a lack of direction. Mystery. We can also throw a mystery into this. There's a lack of direction, flow, and consistency, right? Now, what I mean by this is that with Fire Force, especially throughout like the first 2 seasons, because I watched it only, right? I only watched it. With Fire Force, it felt like, and I'm gonna say that like even like the world, even with Fire Force, I will say that like I can get past some of the gooning stuff. I can get past some of the gooning. I can get past some of like the bits with the other chick slipping out and you know all the crap, the slipping out of her suits and always being in a bikini and stuff like that. Like, listen, would the gooner and me be okay with it? Sure, but does the person that is actually trying to take in this series and see what it has to offer? And seeing what it has to offer, does that person like it? No. But there's a separation that you also have to kind of do there, right? The lack of direction in Fire Force, where it feels like we're kind of like not getting anywhere, where it feels like there's the lack of direction kind of throws me off, because it's like the kid Shinra joins the Fire Force crew. I think that then what's his face join, and they go on like their excursions or whatever. But we're also then at some point dealing with some of the other companies divisions. He's fighting one of the company division captains, but then we get to a situation where like another company shows up or whatever, and they start fucking up one of the cat girl or whatever. But then we randomly need like an engineer, so we're now going to like a big junkyard to like find an engineer or whatever. Like there's and then there's like this whole underlying thing of like
there's just like this whole underlying thing of like the Adolas group or whatever the fuck that these people are, the chick with the blindfold, the guy that can like punch a meteor or some shit. It makes me think that in certain cases, right, it's like the story wants me to focus on the companies, but there's never like an entire focus of an arc on the companies themselves. Then we then move on to like the Adolas people doing this stuff. So it creates a bit of sense of mystery, right? So then we get to a point of mystery where it's like, okay, well, there's clearly something going on within this world. There are clearly mysteries within the world, secrets that are being kept that we don't know anything about. Obviously with Shinra, his mother, there's the whole thing with like his little brother Shoto that shows up in the middle, but the last few arcs are straight heat. Pun intended, I would assume. But that's the thing, right? It's like if I have to struggle, if I struggle at wanting to care because of a lack of direction and because the flow feels like it's all over the place, it makes it hard for me as a reader or as a viewer to care. Does that make sense, right? Because it's like, you could say that like the last few arcs rounded out pretty well, but then the question that one should ask themselves is, for example, if Fire Force has a very good series of, let's just say, I'm going to throw in a number. I'm going to throw in a number. Do not say if I'm, you don't have to tell me if I'm right or wrong. I don't really care. And if I ever do get into it, I'd rather not know how many of the final arcs are good. But let's just say if Fire Force has, let's say, has a very good series of like, let's say 3 to 4 final arcs leading up to the ending. I don't blame anyone for dropping because of the middle. Just don't call it bad. That's the thing, right? When it's objectively heat, yes, pun intended in the end. That's the thing though, right? Like, I don't think that Fire Force is bad. I wouldn't call it bad. I don't think that the only series that I can like legitimately say I think is just absolute dog ass fuck ass shit, like Bleach. Bleach is absolute dog water shit. I think the Bleach manga is poorly written through and through. There's nothing about it that it's even remotely good. I'm willing to give a series like Fire Force at least a try, especially because I like the art style so much. But that's the thing. It's like if Fire Force is a series of like, let's say, I don't know how many arcs there are, but let's say there are 10 arcs in Fire Force, right? 10 arcs in Fire Force. I don't know how many there are. You don't have to tell me. But the problem is that if the quality... 10 arcs in Fire Force, right? If the quality in writing, though... If the quality in writing... Because you said it's up to the middle, so I would assume we got to maybe, like, arcs... up to, like, arc 6, right? If the quality in writing for the first 6 arcs... 5 to 6 arcs is all over the place. I feel like it is then understandable as to why somebody would like look at the rest of the series and say, "Hey man, this may not be entirely for me. Is it my top 10? Hope you end up giving it a chance." I will eventually give it a chance. I do want to go through Toriko first. I would like to go through Dandadan. I would like to go through a couple of other series. After I do Naruto versus Luffy, I might try to do one of the video games that I've been playing. I do want to do Clair Obscur Expedition 33. I do want to stream it live for chat, so you guys can, if you guys haven't played the game, you guys can see it, so on and so forth. But I will come back to manga eventually. I don't know, but I do know that like within my YouTube journey, I do want to take as much time as possible to like go through as many series, but I also want to give them that time. I don't want to go through, I don't want to go too fast through a series. I don't want to just skim it, because there are things that you can also miss while you skim or miss through your first read through, right? Because the pacing is fast, so maybe it seems unfocused. I had the same issue with Kagurabachi. Yes, Kagurabachi is another series that has very fast pacing, but the thing about Kagurabachi, and I feel like where it like separates itself, is that with Kagurabachi, right, with Kagurabachi, I feel like the issue with Kagurabachi is more so that like, it's very focused. It's very focused right from the start. The point of Kagurabachi is to get the enchanted blades. Even to the point where even 100 chapters in, we are still on that point in the story, right? Kagurabachi feels like it has fast pacing, sure, I will grant you that. But at the same time, I feel like between like the first 20 to 30 chapters of us getting to see an actual fight between enchanted fighters, to then seeing more of the old enchanted swords masters showing up, getting to meet them, getting to see things move on and so forth. It then creates a bit of a thing where, like, with Kagurabachi, it might be fast, and it might be a story that ends up being very constrained and constricted within its own narrative, since the only thing that we really care about is whether or not 25 arcs, 10 are mid or worse, 15 are heat. Problem is the middle is practically mid after mid after mid. The last 10 arcs are heat, though, if you last till then. Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like with as much as I've liked Kagurabachi, there are even points where I felt like it has become like massive walls of text and just... By the way, I really like her character design. I've never been one to like... But in exchange, I got this power. Come on now. Don't tell me she ends up becoming... Oh, don't do that. Please tell me she doesn't end up becoming the snake bitch. I hate that snake bitch. That's a valid point, but your powers... The powers of your Inca... I just don't get it. There's the first gen who burst into flames and go infernal. There's second gen who can manipulate and control fire, and then there's third gen who can make their own flames. But I've heard anyone who can predict when fire is gonna start. You've been doing that. It's been big since the last 2 years, so maybe I'm the first of my kind, a fourth generation. And the fact that this ties into Soul Eater is kind of crazy. It's gonna be oh no, I've seen her before. Yes, I've seen her before. Yes, I actually was up to this part in the... I think I was up to this part in the anime. I remember seeing something like this. And then they come for her. Yeah, she's not the girl with the she's not the priest chick. She's another chick completely. Yes. Yes, it wasn't her. I was thinking about her. Sorry. Sometimes because of the hairstyles, the characters might look the same. Also, Captain Obi, top tier. But anyway.
The most openly hostile to Kingsman, and anyone that was showing any level of support for him came forward with an apology as well, saying, "I'm sorry, I was going off the video and forgot to explicitly call this out. Earlier today, I woke up with 1,000 noties from the day before, and people had joined my server from Kingsman, having a panic attack, and I just started experiencing them. So in my freak out, I said Kingsman lacks social skills because he spends his time playing video games inside. I was angry and ended up lashing out at him instead of his community. I deeply regret it. I apologize for flinging another insult out. It shows I have terrible character, but I will be working on watching the words I say and getting help with my panic attacks." A community note even got hot dropped on here straight off the battle bus, saying, "Even after the initial situation calmed down, CC continued to bully Kingsman and speak ill of him across social media. CC has a history of attacking other players and talking trash." So that apology didn't really go as smoothly as I think she was hoping it would. And interestingly enough, from what I can find, Kingsman throughout this entire thing has tried to urge people not to harass anyone that's been involved in it. You know, Zaza, her boyfriend, Cece, anyone. He's been trying to like actively calm things down to the best of his ability, but this clearly blew up well beyond anyone's wildest expectations. And Kingsman actually was able to make over $3,000, which would have been his cut of the prize money should they have won the tournament, through subs and donations the last time he streamed, which I believe was last night.
That's lovely. I love that for Kingsman.
Accused of celebrating hate with a song about Hitler. Controversial influencers are also in a video from a limo. In that one, there's...
Gotta say, Shinra's a bit weird because his AP is nowhere near his hacks. That is one multi-universe and the other is outer. The one is multi-uni and the other is outer. After Lucius' defeat, Black Clover cemented itself as a top 100 manga. Black Clover is extremely well written and I genuinely love it. I love talking about Black Clover more than any other series. Also literally gave me motivation to not end my life. I love that for you, Six. Honestly, that's one of the things that I feel like people should never take away from you or anybody else when it comes to manga. Even if somebody doesn't like a manga, the fact is that that manga like legitimately affected them to the point where they would, you know, where it could either save their life or it could push them to do something better with themselves. That's one of the things I do like about manga. Now, will that stop me from trashing Bleach? No, that's not going to stop me from trashing Bleach. But then again, at the same time, I'm not going to tell anyone who likes Bleach to not like Bleach. I just personally will say that the manga is absolute trash, but that's because I specifically tend to focus on the manga. I think Fire Force did the strongest, the best in my opinion. Benimaru was so strong. Even the imagination of how strong he was was weak. That's how you should do the strongest. The quote-unquote strongest character in my personal series is a guy who. Why do you hate Bleach? What's the lore? I don't hate Bleach for any like personal reason. If you want just a bit, if you want just like the quick spark notes, I loved it. I watched it as a kid, loved it. Grew up with it, at least in my teenage years and my high school years. I grew up with it. But as I started to get older, there were times where I was like randomly calling out like, oh yeah, but you know, like there was a time where like Ichigo also like did this and that and yada yada yada. And eventually I got to the point where I was like, maybe if I'm not remembering Bleach right, but I just don't like it. About 2 years ago, when I first started streaming and when I first started working on my channel, I started to, I went into like a couple of Bleach rants every now and then, and I kind of clicked on the series every now and then. I kind of kept going and going and going and going and going until about last year, mid to late last year, where I started just reading through the entire manga. I said, I'm going to hunker down. I'm actually going to watch Bleach. I'm actually going to sit down, take it in, and actually give it an honest review. And because I thought about scaling it, I thought people were telling me you should check out like, you would probably be like one of the few YouTubers to actually know like the scaling for all the big three. But as I read through Bleach, as I did everything, I came to a couple conclusions. A, the scaling is inconsistent as fuck. B, the writing is worse than I originally thought. C, there are so many things that are just lacking within the context of the story in terms of character development for so many of the side cast, character utilization, characters just most characters just don't do jack shit. You have to wait so long to see. You have to wait almost 600 chapters just to see half of the cast do anything cool, and half the time that you see characters do cool shit, it ends up either not mattering at all or ends up not living up to any kind of expectation. The world building is absolutely trash. There are so many things that feel like they just go unresolved. Even Ichigo's mother and father falling in love with each other. Even Ichigo's mother and father falling in love with each other felt kind of weird, because like we never actually see a love blossom between them at all. Bleach is so, like, the writing in Bleach is so poor in my opinion that like the author genuinely created a Deus Ex Machina to defeat his final villain, because he didn't draw like any potential weakness besides the fact that if Yhwach is killed, he has to waste a fuck ton of Reiatsu to bring himself back to life. And I genuinely believe that. I don't think that Yhwach is just immortal because he wants to be immortal. The only reason why he also Volland was because the only reason that he came back to life is because he has Volland and he killed his own men in order to bring himself back to life. The scaling is inconsistent as fuck. There's so many things about Bleach as a whole that just make me feel like the ideas were there, the characters were there, the design was there, but the execution is absolutely piss fucking poor. And the worst part, but the part that kind of gets to me, is that people will still say, I don't know how to read Bleach. Yeah. Also, nothing matters in Bleach. Nothing matters. Ichigo only ever needs to lock the fuck in, and he beats every single person that he has ever fought. All he ever needs to do is just lock in. There are no stakes in Bleach. Saying that the world of the living and the world of that everything is gonna end because Yhwach, it doesn't matter when you know that there is a Deus Ex Machina. Especially with the hindsight of knowing that there is a Deus Ex Machina that stops Yhwach. I was even in a conversation with somebody on Facebook where I literally made a small comment on Bleach, and somebody said, "Oh, the arrow was literally explained 20 chapters before the series ended. Did you not actually read it? They explained how the arrow was made." And I'm like, yeah, but it's never explained how the arrow bypassed the Almighty. If it's called the Almighty, why did the arrow stop it? There's no explanation. Bleach just sort of ends. I think Kubo is a hack. I don't think he knows how to write for shit. I think Kubo could have unironically have given... I genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, believe, and nobody will ever change this opinion, that Kubo could have genuinely have just sold off this idea to anybody else, and they could have written the series 10 times better than he could have. I think he is a hack. I don't think he can write for shit. I think he is a dog shit writer. I do. There's no one's going to change my mind on that. And I think the fact that even 10 years after the series has ended, the fact that Pia still has to go online to explain things that were happening in his story, and he has to basically go back and fix all that shit. Nah, I'm not gonna fix with the Kubo slander. I don't think he can write for shit. I think he's a terrible writer. I don't think that, especially after hearing from interviews and stuff like that, that Kubo was so stubborn about adding in any kind of... Kubo basically, from my understanding, Kubo never liked people actually, like any of the critiques that he got. He never liked, not the critiques, he never liked the fact that the people, that's like his editors, he was apparently really hard to work with. His editors apparently were giving him like a bunch of things like maybe you should change this. He was apparently extremely hard to work with. He was apparently very stubborn about putting out his vision. And I'm going to be honest with you, if that was his vision, dog shit. I'm sorry, dog shit. Absolute Dog ass shit. If you're gonna sit here and tell me that Tite Kubo, as a manga artist, as a mangaka, as a writer, was apparently got a bunch of editorial edits or a bunch of advice on things that he should have done with his manga, and apparently he was very stubborn to work with, and apparently he didn't change the vision of what he wanted his series to be, besides with time constraints. I'm sorry, the time constraints are not enough of a reason for me to sit here and say, oh yeah, Tubo's not a bad writer. He is a bad writer. I'm sorry. The inconsistencies, the lack of world building, there is a lot of lack of world building, the lack of character use. No, I don't believe that Kubo's a good writer. That's why I say I hate Bleach, and if it did something for anybody in this chat or anybody out there on the planet, if it saved anybody's lives, if it did any of like that, I'm happy for the person. But Naruto's writing is worse? It's really not. Naruto's writing is not worse. Like, yes, Naruto also does have a lot of issues, same with One Piece, same with Dragon Ball, same with any other series. Naruto also underutilizes its characters, but at least it does kind of contradict its central themes with the simple fact that, you know, the whole Ninja Jesus reincarnation thing. But, like, at the end of the day, Naruto still has a consistent flow to its story that doesn't exactly get shut out at most points in the story. At least when I read Naruto and a character gets a good moment, the character isn't immediately hacked down and slashed down and nothing happens besides Rock Lee. Besides literally just Rock Lee. In most cases, the characters get to do something, defeat the guy that they're fighting, and it feels like there is at least a build-up. There is at least a moment of proper execution where you feel satisfied as a reader. With Bleach, I never felt satisfied. I felt blue-balled every single instance. There is no reason for me to sit here and... There's no reason that I'm going to sit here and have any... There is absolutely no reason or logic that anyone is ever going to convince me that Kubo revealing Kisuke Urahara's Bankai, the smartest man in the verse's Bankai, and the best extent that his Bankai was used for was him making a trail for a guy to walk in so he can rip a guy's heart out. That was it. And then they both go down and they never show up. There is no way you're going to convince me that Kubo giving the one character in the entire Soul Society that has never been in a fight, has no sword training whatsoever, as far as I'm aware, is a dog shit combatant, does not have any good scaling in the slightest bit. She just randomly has her family's Zanpakuto. She just randomly came from a fucking clan that her captain also randomly has the sword of, that counters the powers of a god, and then she didn't show the fuck up when they were fighting the guy whose powers are all about miracles. She took out a guy who essentially said he was a god, and mind you, he's not even an actual god, but because I guess he said he was a god or whatever, because he thought of himself as a god or whatever, her powers just countered him. She just straight up reflected his powers back at him and he died. What about the miracle guy? Why didn't she show up for him? Oh no, he got written off by the villain. The main villain, he just took his powers back. He just said, no, I'm absorbing all your powers from you, little bro. And then he just comes back to life. No, Bleach is absolutely poorly written. The writing, especially as far as the manga goes, dog shit. If the anime saved your life, I'm happy for you. If the manga saved your life, I'm happy for you. If it's your favorite series of all time, I'm not going to sit here and tell you shouldn't like it. Enjoy whatever it is you're going to enjoy. But I'm also not going to have anybody who loves the series tell me I am wrong for saying that the Bleach series is written like absolute dog ass shit. So Bleach is a garbage series. Bleach is a garbage fucking manga. Let me rephrase. Bleach is a garbage ass manga. They're being real OP. They're really, when they're gone, things will break apart fast. When you feel, which I feel Boruto touches on. Yeah, 100%. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Kubo wasn't a smart writer. A lot of Bleach fans like to make him out to be. He's really, I'm not going to call him stupid and lazy in world building and making anything that makes sense with limitations of the foundations. Like, that's the thing. Naruto's writing is catastrophic once you start reading it from the beginning, knowing all the information. I wouldn't agree with that. I don't agree with that I don't agree with that, and as someone who had just finished earlier this month reading through Naruto. I think that if you understand where the series is gonna go, then there are a lot of things that kind of start calling out to you, like, how is Kaguya, like, the Kaguya clan is referenced at some point, but it's never really reutilized. What is never really utilized or is never really touched upon until like the end of the series. Kaguya, obviously, just a poor inclusion, poor execution, so on and so forth. Like, yeah, the main villain was bad. Some of the themes might feel hypocritical because Naruto isn't, because you can make the argument. You can make the argument that the series isn't actually all about hard work, just because of the whole, like, again, Ninja Jesus stuff. Like, again, I'm not saying the series is perfect. I'm not saying Naruto is perfect, but you also don't have to, like, shit on Naruto to make, you know, Bleach look better. Whenever I talk about why Bleach is bad, I'm never bringing up other series. I just bring up why Bleach is fucking bad. What is my biggest issue with One Piece as a whole? That is a very good question. I'll at least give that to you from a scaling. I think that the pacing, especially as far as the anime goes, is terrible. The manga, I don't really have an issue with it. But my biggest issue with One Piece as a whole is just like this gap in knowledge between characters, from how strong characters were in the pre-time skip versus how strong characters are in the post-time skip, right? And I don't mean pre-time skip as in like everything up until like the end of Marineford. I mean like the old generation. It is so strange to scale the old generation and things that happen in God Valley, Roxy Zebek, so on and so forth, simply because there is no good bridge. That's obviously an issue that I'm speaking on mostly from like a power scaling perspective. So if you want to say like, hey man, if you wanted to say like, hey man, you know, I don't really, you know, like, I don't know, man, like the Yonko clear or Roger is still the strongest or all that stuff. Like that's really just what it is. It's like, how strong is a Yonko actually in comparison to like the top, like the top tiers from back in the day, right? Are the Yonkos about this strong or are they not? Is he really Roger, right? Like was he actually weaker or stronger than Whitebeard? How strong is Luffy comparison to Roger right now? Well, you can maybe argue that Luffy still has a way to go. Yeah, there's plenty of bridges. The old generation just suck ass. No, I don't know if there's plenty of bridges, because you can't really argue that Kaido is as strong as he was back in the day with his day one Devil Fruit as he is as powerful now with an almost awakened Devil Fruit. You know what I mean? Like, there's also like, yeah, the fake out deaths. I could say like the fake out deaths aren't great. I mean, like, sure, Saul is fine in my opinion because it also brings a roundabout thing for Robin. It kind of helps fill out a journey in her end. But then there are also fake out deaths like with Pale, where like, even though it's good for One Piece scaling, I don't like the idea that Pell just survived a bomb. And it's not because I can't imagine Pell surviving an explosion, more so because of the idea that I don't know, like, it's not that it feels weird or anything, it's just like, why did Pell need to come back? What was so special about him specifically that he needs to come back? Or like Igaram as well, right? Like, I like Igaram as a character, I think he's fine, but also, you know, like, I don't know. Is more character focused than world focused. Black Clover is a bit of both, though. There was the video that I saw by Broku that brought up where like we never talked about the dwarves. It felt like the entire final exchange with Lucius felt kind of weak. Like I like Noel shooting a blast and then it hitting him in his face and them like finishing him up. But I don't know. I felt like there needed to be like a big struggle between Lucius and the others. That's kind of like my biggest issue with Black Clover's ending. It felt like a bit too fast-paced with like how I wanted to end. Like Asta comes back, he goes back in, he fights Yuno, he fights alongside Yuno. Like, really, that was it. Yuno didn't like go down. It had like, I don't know. There was a couple of focuses there that where I'm like, okay, I can look past it for the overall package, but I was disappointed by the defeat of Lucius. Yeah, that's another thing. Like God Valley, I can see why people feel like disappointed by God Valley. I can feel like the build-up was great. The build-up was great, but the execution, I would give God Valley personally like a 7 or 8 out of 10. I feel like it probably could have been stretched out a little bit more. But that's what the anime is for, right? That's why I'm also willing to say that, like, I'm not going to, like, shit on Bleach as hard if I ever do decide to watch the 1,000-Year Blood War anime, or if I decide to actually, like, watch it through, but at the same time, that doesn't stop me from saying that the manga is absolute dog shit. I have no problem with almost any of the fake deaths because the vast majority, except for Kinemon, are inconsequential secondary characters in grand scheme. That's fair. Expands on God Valley, my rating will change. 100%, mine too. It's the same thing with like Gege Akutami's Shinjuku Showdown, right? The JJK final arc, the Shinjuku Showdown, like a lot of people have issues with Hikari not really showing up or him just being there to like keep Uraume in check, and it's like I get that, I agree, and I do agree that Hikari probably should have gotten a bit more like, you know, a bit more love in that regard, you know, maybe like a couple more maybe like a chapter at least of just Hikari fighting Uraume. But then again, once again, anime. I'll just wait for the anime to fix my issues. Listen, the Bleach anime is not going to fix my issues with Bleach. I still think it's dog shit, but I still think that the writing in Bleach is dog shit, but at least it'll fill out some holes that I had, like what Yu Habaha's reasonings are. Has the best female cast of the big three. Objectively not true. No, it's not. You know what? I usually say that's a take you can have, but like, no, it does not. The Bleach female cast is so fucking mid, and not even from like a visual perspective. Yeah, they're hot. That's fine. But if that's your like your reasoning for them being like, no, Rangiku, absolutely dog shit and useless. Orihime, for the most part, she's just a healer. That is all she does. She does nothing else. She contributes in no other ways. She doesn't really help push anybody's character development ahead. She is just there. Orihime is just there. She just has a broken ability. That is it. She really isn't. As a matter of fact, she didn't even come in candy during like the final fight with Ichigo and Yu Habaha. Like Orihime, I like her as a character. I think she's cute. I like her. I like seeing her eat bread. No, not Rukia. Rukia is a dog shit combatant that only seems strong in like 2 fights. When she one-shots the Arrancar and when she comes back in the 1,000-Year Blood War. There's no reason for me to sit there and wait over 300 chapters to see Rukia do 2 things. In every other instance, Rukia is absolutely fucking dog shit, and most of her wins, and at least half of her wins, are her literally just jamming a sword into a guy because they let their fucking guard down. That was it. Like, no, Rukia, I'm not giving her anything. Unohana had so much fucking build up for a character, especially one that everyone seemed to have like this innate fear of, just for me to see her fight one time, and that one time was her death. Has better female characters, but the best female characters in Naruto are much better. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Who else is there left? Yachiru? I mean, Yachiru's fun. She's cute, right? Like, her riding around on Kenny's shoulder all the time. I like her always misdirecting Kenny's a sense of direction. Like, I think that's fine. Seeing her fight for once was cool, I guess. Like, you could probably say Yachiru's probably, like, on the better end, but it also completely contradicts the fact that that it is literally stated that she came from one of the Rukon districts. Yoruichi? What the fuck does Yoruichi do? She trains Ichigo. She is Ichigo's Master Roshi, and that is it. She adds nothing to any fight. She doesn't do a single goddamn thing. She shows up in a skimpy ass fucking outfit. You like her because she is a girl, because she has nice, beautiful, luscious black skin. She has a nice fucking ass, and she fights with lightning powers, and that is it. She adds absolutely nothing else besides that. What the fuck does Yoruichi do? She keeps one of the weakest fucking Captain Soifon in check. She keeps one of the objectively weakest Captain Soifon in check when Ichigo's going in for Byakuya. I'm not gonna give her props for fighting Soifon, who has needed help in every single one of her fights. Soifon, who's also a fucking bitch, mind you, just has the attitude and the personality of a bitch that does nothing to any of her fights besides shooting a giant fucking missile that doesn't even work half the time. It killed one man. Like, no, I'm not, I don't know. Bleach women are not good. Like, even when you got into, like, the whole, like, Thundercat form, what did that form actually do? It was said to last for 5 minutes, and she didn't even last the full 5 minutes. She put her head on Urahara's lap and then went down. What the fuck am I supposed to give you? What the fuck am I supposed to give you? Like, the fat lady from Squad Zero? Senjumaru? Okay? The fat lady is only cool because she makes food off of her spiritual pressure. I thought that shit was pretty fun. Oh, she has to build up her weight a lot just to get really fucking big, just to then waste up all of her Reiatsu and everything and slim back down and make you all of these healthy, nutritious meals that'll like buff you up a bunch. I think that's fine, right? But then what does Senjumaru do? She shakes all 3 realms. Cool, I guess, with her Bankai. and then she loses to and then she just gets out-haxed. She has a haxy Bankai and just loses to getting out-haxed. Bleach does not have good female characters. What are you gonna bring up? Nelliel? Cool, the character that did nothing in the 1,000-Year Blood War has one fight where she literally fucking just times out. I'm sorry, Bleach does not have good characters. If you start, the moment you bring up a character that is not named, objectively speaking, that is not named, Ichigo Kurosaki, Kenpachi Zaraki, Kisuke Urahara, and Sosuke Aizen, and I have a lot of reasons to not like these guys besides Kenpachi, but mostly with my only issue with him is that he's boring as hell because he has no powers. He is Slash. He is Slash. And when that doesn't work, Kenpachi is useless. Kenpachi's biggest issue is honestly that if cutting the opponent doesn't work or the damage doesn't last, he is next to useless. There's nothing Kenpachi can do against you. If Kenpachi cannot actually slice you, you cannot do anything. He cannot do anything to you. Kenpachi just loses. Kisuke Urahara's biggest issue for me was just everything was great about Kisuke. I could probably say he was one of my favorites, if not my favorite, actually. But and that's after thinking about it for a while. But that final fight, his Bankai, no, dog shit. I was so disappointed by that. It doesn't feel right. When I say, I don't have a favorite Bleach character, it's because it doesn't feel right to call anybody, to kill anybody my favorite character. Why should any of these characters be my favorite? I can also just say none of these characters are my favorite. Sosuke Aizen is not that smart of a guy, has his head shoved so far up his own ass that I could bring up the South Park clip where Kyle's dad sniffs his own farts and is a perfect justification. What about any of the Espada? What did the Espada do? They all lose. All the Espada are trash. Yami's not cool in the slightest bit. The only thing that you could probably say, Grimjow to me is just I choose violence all the time. What is so cool about Grimjow? I don't even like his fucking design. Ulquiorra? There's nothing. Ulquiorra has no personality. There's nothing about him. He's just sad, depressed. Nothing means anything. Okay, cool. That was the extent of your character. And the moment that he finally had some character development, he dies off. Coyote Stark is the only one that I can probably say I genuinely liked. And even him, I'm like, he died to a regular slash to the chest and we never see him come back. You know who else took a slash to the chest? Grimjow. Why the fuck does Grimjow come back and not Coyote Stark? I don't give a fuck about aura. Aura means jack shit to me. Aura literally doesn't mean anything to me. You can say a character has aura. Aura means, let me put it like this. You see, I'm gonna put it like this. Let me bring something up real quick. Let me bring something up for you guys real quick. Here. This right here is a bucket. This right here is a bucket. You see how this bucket has nothing in it? That is how many fucks I give about aura. I could not give two fiddly fucks or 2 tears in a bucket about aura. To me, aura is the character writing. To me, aura is the character's feats. To me, aura is what the character can do. What has any of these characters done? What, Ulquiorra, what? He stopped a couple Getsuga Tenshos? I'm not impressed by that. Getsuga Tensho is the easiest attack in the whole series to stop. Getsuga Tensho is probably one of the easiest attacks in all of fiction to stop. It has unironically a worse damage rate than it did damage rate versus it did no damage rate. It's done less damage throughout the entirety of the fucking series. Less time. It has done no damage more times than it's ever actually dealt damage to anybody. Even dealt damage. Holly Bell, I'm not attracted to her. And more importantly, doesn't do jack fucking squat. Baragon, cool concept, awesome character design. Lost to his own fucking hacks. How the fuck does that even make sense? I don't even know how the fuck that makes sense. Hachi put his own, Hachi put his own arm or whatever inside Baragon, the guy whose power it is to decay everything, and Baragon got decayed from that? How the fuck does that make sense? You're telling me you're not immune to your own fucking powers? So is it like an aura thing? So is it like an actual aura thing where it's everything around him is decayed but not he himself? That doesn't make, what a stupid way to beat a guy whose powers literally decay. I don't know. I've never liked the idea of I like the idea of using your opponent's power against them, but when your powers literally decay everything that comes near you, And you're a little walking skeleton. What do you mean you decayed yourself? No, I wouldn't agree with that. I mean, okay. No, let me just tell you something. No, don't do the same thing those other guys were doing yesterday. And that they do, that they do from all my previous streams. Just don't do that, Noel. Don't try to go with some bullshit like, at least the Espada is a way more iconic. Like, no one gives a fuck. There's no at least. There's no at least. Nobody gives a fuck about the at least. There's no at least here. I don't give a shit if somebody else thinks something is iconic. Bleach is iconic. Bleach is not good. There's the difference. Bleach is iconic. Bleach is not good. Being iconic does not mean good. Dragon Ball is iconic as fuck. The writing in Dragon Ball is for the most part subpar. Especially by modern day standards. Pokemon is iconic as fuck. The games are trash. At least the more modern games. Our ass, not gonna lie. The color palette's fine. Again, that's another thing. Some of Oda's color choices for some of the characters are absolute ass. I can also say, like, that's also something that I don't really care. Nah, Pokemon games are elite. Have you played Legend ZA? Because that game is dog shit. Anybody who tells me, I'm gonna put it like this. I'm all for people expressing their things over anything. But if a person legitimately tells me that Pokemon Legend ZA is a good game, I'm not. Your opinion is going to mean less to me than honestly, that opinion at that point just means less than a fucking turd. Now, obviously, my opinion at that point doesn't matter either. Like, my opinion's not that important either. But all I'm saying is that game is objectively trash. Oh no, that game is objectively trash. The fact that Nintendo, I'm not gonna get into a whole Nintendo fucking argument. But anyway, I don't know, man. No, I don't agree with Dragon Ball having some of the best writing in fiction. I don't agree with that. I feel like there's it's just so much open shit with that series, but it's fine. Very simplistic writing doesn't inherently make it bad either. But Aizen is the best villain in the big three. I don't agree with that. You can believe that. I don't agree with that at all. I believe that Aizen is a fuck-ass moron who did not kill Ichigo when he had the chance, and he could have achieved whatever the fuck he wanted to, but he didn't kill Ichigo when he had the chance. I do not agree with that. Don't forget how Kubo wasted Orihime's rejection of reality power so much. It's funny to me how Aizen literally everyone glazes these powers to say that it quite literally rejects, it goes against divine law, but it still doesn't work against the Almighty. It doesn't work to repair the damage that the Almighty caused. That makes no fucking sense in the slightest bit. How do you deny divine law, but then you cannot deny divine law when it's right in front of you? Either A, the statement from Aizen is hyperbolic and complete dog shit stupidity from Aizen that I wouldn't even remotely surprise me, or B, Kubo completely forgot about it and said, yeah, no, I can't have her fix it. It has to be somebody else's powers. Like, why the fuck does Tsukishima's abilities work but not Orihime's? That isn't explained anywhere. And if your answer is, it's in a light novel, fuck off. I'm sorry, fuck off. No, I don't care. As far as I'm concerned, I don't give a fuck if it's implied in the night log. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. As far as I'm concerned, there is no explanation. Yeah. Anyway. Guys, I think I'm done. I need to go eat. I need to go have lunch. I need to go do a lot of things. I'm gonna cook, actually. I need to go cook. Excuse me. Wow. That was gross. Yeah, I get gassy when I'm hungry. I've noticed. I will catch you guys later. I'm gonna check out this Andrew Tate is in Total Drama damage control thing. I'm gonna check out this video on Pokemon ZH. It's just awful. Just got worse. It's awful. Did Wano, by the way. So you got everything. Yes, lovely. Thank you so much, Jeff. I appreciate it. Yeah, we're just missing Elbath and Egghead, but honestly, I'm fine with like anybody just getting me those. I don't at this point I'm like, I don't care. I feel like I'll waste more time downloading the images myself and reading them on stream than I can just have them up and just go through them. Wouldn't it be interesting if Orihime was utilized in the 1,000-Year War to be capable of healing Soul Reaper's souls like Rangiku to give them back their full potential as captains die? Oh, that would be amazing. That would be awesome. It would be great to see Rangiku Masumoto actually do something for the series that isn't just... I appreciate it, Jeff, by the way. It would be great to see Rangiku do something that isn't just talk shit just to then lose. Like, the only people that I've seen Rangiku legitimately fucking hurt with her just on her own are the fucking people that goon over her that she just punches in the head or whatever. Like, that's really it. Like, I would love to see these characters. I want to be able to see a character that, at least in my opinion, is more than just fan service. Rangiku is fan service. The girl, the cat girl from Fire Force, as far as I am concerned, is just fan service. I am fine with fan service, but I want characters to be more than their bodies or their looks. I want to be able to like these characters. Why do I love Nami so much and Robin so much? It's not because of their bodies or their faces. It's because of their character, because they help push the story along. As a writer, you have to be able to, if you're going to have a character in your story, have them do something. You have to basically justify a character's existence. Nami's existence, fucking Robin's existence is justified. Rangiku, I don't know why the fuck she exists. I legitimately cannot tell you why the fuck Rangiku, some of the other lieutenants, I don't know why the fuck half of them exist. I don't even know why the fuck Central 46 exists. There are so many things in Bleach that could not exist, that wouldn't need to exist, and it would not change anything. But anyway, that's it, guys. Whoever's in charge of Ekin, make sure to get the Usopp speed blitzing Zoro. Is the most relatable? It's not relatable. What about Bleach is relatable? Again, trying to make arguments to try and save face because the guy said he doesn't like Bleach and calls out all the bad things about Bleach. There's nothing relatable about Bleach. What is there relatable about any of the characters when none of them even remotely talk normally, act like normal humans, or do anything that is even remotely close to that? Bleach does not chase titles. Yeah, he also has no goal within the context of the story. Basically, everybody is fucked and they need Ichigo to show up. That's the only reason why he's still relevant in the story. The Soul Reapers, if Ichigo wasn't around, the Soul Reapers would be fucked. Ichigo's very point of existence is that, well, we're too ass to do anything, so we gotta call up this random guy. That was our enemy less than 2 years ago. Yeah. There's no relatability to, what's the relatability to Bleach? Ichigo having an internal struggle. You know also had an internal struggle? Naruto. There's no relatability with Ichigo. What is it? That he lives in a normal town? Yeah, and he also skips out on school. And the entire confines of his universe are contingent on whether or not there's an equal number of souls in the world of the living or the world of the dead. Ichigo's not relatable when he's literally an amalgamation of every single major faction in the verse. Like, that's just not true. Ichigo is not a relatable character. I just would not be able to agree with that in the slightest bit. But anyway, before I get another comment trying to say, well, at least this about Bleach, which there's no at least. Bleach is a poorly written series that simply came out at a perfect time that would allow it to grow as a manga, that would allow it to grow in popularity. It is all flash and no substance. There is no message I could get from Bleach that I couldn't get from either Naruto or One Piece that would be better. That would be written better. I'm sorry. But anyway, catch you guys later. Have a good night. Take care of yourselves. 6. Hit me up. I'll hit you up like around like 7:30 to eat. I'll hit you up around not to eat, to play Night Rain. I'll hit you up like around like 7:30. Reject reality. Oh, how much of that power would have been useful if Kubo was smart and creative? No. Yeah, no, she rejects reality, but she's just a glorified healer. That's the thing. How do you reject phenomena, any and all phenomena, but all you can do is just make a dome shield around somebody and heal them? I don't know, man. Anyway, I'll be gone, guys. Take care of yourselves. Treat others with kindness. And yeah, treat yourselves with kindness and respect as well. Love yourselves, man. Anyway, catch you guys later. Peace out.